The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Players were in attack mode at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Hunters became the hunted in an extremely decisive round. Giants are waking in the senior section with Shabalov and Gurevich winning their first games and Larry Christiansen taking down his competition for the top spot. There's a new #1 in the juniors with Christopher Yu winning his game to steal first place. Chasers are in hot pursuit, but Sophie Morris-Suzuki continues to dominate the field, winning her 4th straight game. Each event has a sole leader, but for how long? Round 5 of exciting chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 5 of the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day at the entrance of the beautiful Forest Park, in front of the St. Louis Rocks sign. Well, the players before the rest day are ready to rock it on the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start this exciting round.
Everybody back to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This couple of hot weeks of July, we have 3 national championships for you. The U.S. Junior, U.S. Junior Girls, and U.S. Senior are being played for here at the St. Louis Chess Club. To bring you all of the action of these marathon games, I'm Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to be with you and Christian calling the action.
It's already round 5. We're past the halfway mark. Wow. It feels like time passed very quickly, and it's because we have had tons of games.
Truly. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our live coverage of these national championships. I must say that something snapped yesterday, and there was an incredible amount of victories, some kind of undeserved, but anyway, we'll leave it at that. Alejandro, do the honors and tell us the standings. Let's start.
Before let's do that, let's take a look at our live shot of the playing hall. As everybody's coming in, everybody gets wanded to make sure that there are no electronic devices. That would be against FIDE regulations. Absolutely. No exceptions here. Everybody gets wanded.
Yes, indeed. And then the standings for the girls, as we see Nick getting wanded.
In the girls sections, we have a Miss Perfect. Wow. Sophie Morris-Suzuki with 4 points out of 4 has just been dazzling. She won a very nice victory yesterday against Alice Lee, taking advantage of the young players' blunder. Alice, by the way, a bit of a disappointment of a tournament so far, with 1 point out of 4.
With the pre-tournament favorites, Jennifer and Thalia, 1 point and trailing by 1 point. And in the juniors standings.
In the juniors, we also have a clear leader. Actually, we have a clear leader in every section. In this one, it's Christopher Yu that won a brilliant game yesterday against Andrew Hong.
With the black pieces.
With the black pieces and taking advantage of his opponent's lack of understanding in the French. Meanwhile, he is chased by a young and ferocious but somewhat lucky Abhi Mishra, who got gifted a full point in round 3 by another player that's doing surprisingly bad.
Awonder Liang. And in the seniors.
In the senior section, again, we have a clear leader in this one as well, and it's Larry Christiansen. He took down Maxim Dlugy yesterday to take over the lead of the event, but he is followed very closely by a certain Dmitry Gurevich, 2.5 points for him.
Absolutely. And our format for these 3 national championships.
It's a 10-player round robin in each section. It's a classical time control of chess, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, 30 minutes for the rest of the game, and a 30-second increment from your move 1. No draw offers are allowed before the 30th move, and there is the traditional scoring system of 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and no points for a loss.
And a beautiful day in St. Louis here, Central West End. The players are arriving. And by the way, the chess club here in St. Louis, you can tell, is expanding. They have this new entrance where where the tournament has moved. And there's a little wave of the hand by Shaba.
Shabadaba, one of the legendary players here in this event. Let's take a look at our schedule. We have a round every single day except
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Do not tune in tomorrow. The players will not be here. We won't be here.
Right.
And we need our rest day. The players need their rest day as well, considering the games that we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. And we have Christian in studio to drill down and tell us about another gladiator. Christian, good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you guys, and great to be back in the studio casting the games of the best juniors as well as the best legends that we have here on American soil. And we've been looking at a lot of very intriguing players, but one that I definitely have my eyes on, especially after yesterday, is the rating favorite in all three events, the top rated player in all three events. That is young Awonder Liang. What a spectacular player this guy is, and look at him. He's getting ready for his matchup. He's definitely looking for revenge after a very difficult start. 19 years of age, grew up in Madison, Wisconsin. He currently attends and leads the University of Chicago chess team. This player at the University of Chicago managed to amass an incredible team. He came into this event as the highest rated player, 26-25, and that is the FIDE rating, not his invitational rating, which is actually over 2,700. He is also the two-time World Youth Chess Champion, and those championships are not easy to come by. Liang is also the second youngest US player ever to achieve the International Master title and the third youngest to achieve the GM title, which he accomplished at the ripe age of 14. That's quite incredible. We know nowadays with all these youngsters arriving at the GM title around 12 years of age, he might be considered old. Nevertheless, age 14 Grandmaster title, quite an accomplishment. He's also three-time champion at this event in 2017, 2018, and 2019. And look at him. He's focused, composed, collected, and ready to come back in this tournament after a very difficult start in the first 3 rounds.
Wow, Christian, so accomplished and so young. Extraordinary. Really, really amazing. Do the honors. What can our viewers expect in terms of pairings, Alejandro, for the girls?
We actually have great pairings in the girls. We have this match of Miss Perfect, Sophie Morris-Suzuki. She's the one to watch. She will be having the white pieces against Ellen Wang. She's going to try to get that 5 out of 5, cement her lead. Meanwhile, the people that are following her closely, Jennifer Yu with the 3 points is playing a tough one against Ruiyang Yan, who won her, miraculously saved her game yesterday after winning her game the previous round. She sits on 2.5 points. Thalia Cervantes with 3 is going to try to catch up with Sophie by playing with the white pieces against Gracy Prasanna. And in the juniors, let's take a look at this, as we have also some huge matchups in this section. But I'm going to have my eyes on Abhi Mishra with 3 points against Andrew Hong with 2.5. You could also argue, look, the leader, Christopher Yu. He's playing against Balaji Daggupati, who comes off 2 victories in a row.
Right.
He bounced back from that loss against Andrew Hong in round 2, then won 2 in a row, now sits on +1. That's a great match. And
2 versus 1. The Jacobson versus Liang. I mean, pre-tournament, those guys, look at them getting ready, boy. Focus there.
And this is Christopher Yu against Daggupati. Our early leader, Christopher Yu, really showing excellent chess. Not as reliant on one style over another. He really seems more of a universal player. And let's take a look at the pairings in the seniors.
Again, some great matchups we're expecting.
Yes, but I think I'm going to have my eyes on the leader, Larry Christiansen, playing a classic matchup against Joel Benjamin. How many times have they been teammates? Have they been rivals over the board? As you can see, big Larry C having a good tournament so far against Joel, who surprisingly lost against Igor yesterday.
I know, and I was so disappointed, not in the way he lost. You can always lose. But in the fact that he didn't go for rook takes d2, it was just crying to be played. Alexander Shabalov, coming off a victory, goes up against Dmitry Gurevich, who's currently in 2nd place.
Yeah, both of them won their games yesterday, so I think that's a big one to watch.
Absolutely, and again, the players getting wounded as they come in.
Andrew Hong is very tall, but also very young. He's always been a tall kid, though. It's funny to see some of these players rise up in the rankings. I actually met Andrew Hong when he was, I want to say, 8 years old. So it's been, I've known this guy for like a decade.
Exactly.
He's been having a topsy-turvy career. Last year, actually, he started, I think, with -4 or something along those lines.
Really?
0 out of 4. Yes, he had a very rough patch, and then he came back after that. Now, this year, he starts off blazing hot. Cooled off a little bit after yesterday, but let's see what he brings to the table today. Difficult game against Abhi Mishra.
Lots and lots of fighting going on here. What are they fighting for, Alejandro?
In the U.S. Junior Girls, let's take a look at the prize fund. $20,600. In this one, $6,000 goes to first, $4,000 for second, and $3,000 for third. But we have to remind our viewers that this is a qualifier for the U.S. Women's Championship to be held this year in October here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
To repeat, the winner of this event will play in October of this year.
In October of this year, that's right. And on top of that, there's a $10,000 scholarship for first place, not only here in the juniors, but also in the
girls.
Not only the juniors, but in the junior girls as well. Thank you to
Dwayne Barber and the U.S. Chess
Dwayne
Trust.
and Susan Barber for helping out, and U.S. Chess Trust for matching those prizes. And in the juniors, on top of that, $12,000 for first, $8,000 for second, $5,000 for third, and the seniors, well, they're getting the big prize fund,
Yes,
$75,000 for them, including a $20,000 fat check for first.
Not bad, but no scholarships. No scholarships for the seniors.
If they ask nicely, I think we could get them some scholarship money.
And by the way, they are underway. The players have started their round 5. Christopher, I noticed, knight f3 and c4. Inviting this d4. We'll see if his opponent takes up the challenge. Where would you like to go? I like to go with Miss Perfect.
Miss Perfect, the star right there.
Absolutely. Sophie.
You always have to pay respects to the person that's 4 out of 4.
For sure, for sure. And she is playing on the white side against Ellen Wang, a open Sicilian. I tell you, it's nice to. Whoops, Bishop d3. Now that's. I mean, I'm just so used to seeing knight c3 as a kind of automatic. I'm a little surprised by Bishop d3. Doesn't that just allow knight c6 an easy equality? Or what am I missing? This is, of course, it's theory, but I always thought it was the second best move.
I agree.
Like knight c3 is so automatic. I just don't even know about this. I'm thinking knight c6, and if you take, well...
She's playing quickly, so I guess she has some idea.
And she has played knight c6, so
I assume we take with the b pawn. The thing is, normally, what this opening battles are about is, can white play e5 here?
Exactly.
And e5 is a very annoying move, because this knight doesn't have that many great squares. You go to d5, have the analysis board on,
Yeah,
because the players are playing quickly.
I just got to say, I love these film shots, these videos of the players at the board. I think the production team is doing a great, great job. Big shout out.
Perhaps she's using some kind of cagey move order, trying to get her opponent outside of theory.
She saw something in the databases, maybe?
Maybe there's something new on this line. I'm not very familiar with this move, Bishop d3, even though I've been playing e6 Sicilian my entire life.
You mentioned e5. The desirable e5 early doesn't work because there's a double attack. Queen a5 check picks up the pawn. But the move castles does introduce the threat of e5, and black has several ways of dealing with it. She can play e5. She could play d6, and she could play d5. I think all of those moves, maybe even queen c7 is possible. Although, what would you play here if you had black's position?
Probably d5.
d5. And kind of inviting maybe, I don't know, this kind of a French defense type of game.
Even though, I mean, I am somewhat familiar with these structures, knight d7. I know that when the pawn is on a6, this line is...
Yeah, then I have my knight on c3, here as well. I've got an extra tempo.
You got an extra tempo,
and
right?
You've wasted the move a6.
It's even worse than a waste, actually. I found out that the more analysis I did on this variation, the more I realized that actually this bishop on a6 is important.
Exactly.
And if you can trade it off via bishop a6, you solve all your problems instantly.
But if you got your pawn on a6,
it's not easy. There's other ways of playing, of course. You c5, d4, c5, c4, but if you want to play it with an exchange of the bishops, you don't want your pawn there. So it's a little bit of a better version. And Ellen Wang does go for the variation of d5, and you can see Sophie very well prepared.
She's just
blitzing it out.
Knight d2. And in this case, we would be expecting bishop e7 and a very quick castles. Now that we're still at the girls, let me just check in on the game between Ruiyang Yan and Jennifer Yu. Oh, this is anti-martial, but with d3? Huh, knight c3. Okay.
All right, knight c3. It's a line. It's not the main line by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a line.
I see that many times after you've provoked d7, d6, I've seen them play both a2, a3, knight to d5, just to avoid this knight a5 business.
And I've played this myself after bishop g4. I played this against Tomaszewski in the World Cup of 2013 with the white pieces. We ended up in a draw.
Okay.
But it was, back then in 2013, this was a tabia.
Did you get a pull?
I did get a pull. And the moment I had a pull, I made like a stupid strategic decision, or I had to defend the rest of the game.
Hate that. Hate that. And then where's Thalia? I want to find Thalia's game before we jump to the other players. Here we go. Oh, another what? Gracie, a same-ish King's Indian. And after knight e2, kind of a different approach than the bishop e3, c5, bishop e3. b7, b6. I must say, I'm not a big fan of this move for black.
It's been played before, apparently. I don't know it at all.
Right. I suppose the idea is that if you get into these Benonis, then the move b7, b6 is okay.
I don't know about that, though.
I'm not sure either.
Right? Because you're trying to get b5 in one move.
Right.
If we compare that line that we were looking at, like d5, e6, we've actually seen this in this tournament.
With the
I
knight
believe
g3.
Rochelle Wu against Sophie was like this.
With h5 and bishop e2.
Bishop,
but the pawn was actually
on b7.
Yeah, right.
Which is a clear extra tempo for white.
Yeah.
I think.
I do too. So, okay, well, we'll keep our eye on this. And let's jump over to Christian. And what have you got your eye on?
Well, I'm looking at the juniors games, guys, because I've been touting Awonder as one of the prospects, not only of junior chess here in the United States, but also chess as a whole, U.S. chess as a whole. And definitely in this one, he has a big test against Brandon Jacobson. And if he wants to come back in the tournament and potentially make a run for the championship, he needs to pile up and string some victories together. And yesterday, good start against Carissa with the white pieces, but today a big test with the black pieces against another player that is definitely in shape, Brandon Jacobson, who's coming off of 2 wins with the black pieces in the Giocopiano expert, if you want to put it this way. And today he starts as white with the Catalan, inviting bishop to b4, of course. Bishop to e7 is also an option. Everything pretty much is an option. D takes e4 is an option. Here, c6, everything you can play. Bishop to b4. Bishop to d2, knight to d2 has been tried recently, especially by a young player named Daniil Dubov. And he gives up this pawn, and then we know that Magnus Carlsen also took some ideas from Daniil during the World Championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So knight bd2 is definitely making a resurgence in the game of chess in this particular situation in the Catalan. But bishop to d2 remains the main line. Bishop to e7, bishop to g2, castle, knight bd7. So he's not taking on c4. He decides to just simply build up his position on the queen side, develop all of his pieces, and later on potentially focus on a different type of plan, and that is potentially with the move c7 to c5 later on. So c6, b6, as we can see, he's developing his pieces. Bishop to b7 is not on the board yet. We do see that white is nursing a space advantage right now. In this type of structures, white is going to have a space advantage. Now, the question is, how easy will it be for black to be able to break in the center with the move c5? If you can manage and time it well, this break with the move c5, then black is not going to have absolutely any difficulties. Another way in which you can play this position, and I believe this is why he's thinking right now, is in fact to go bishop to a6. Try to put some pressure on this diagonal, specifically on the pawn on c4. Couple this with the idea of rook to c8 later on in the game, and then c5, pointing at the pawn on c4. So let's see what he decides to do. Bishop to b7 makes the most sense to me. And now white, according to the theory right now, e4, and by the way, none of that was played. my little speech got completely thrown.
No, I liked it. I liked it. We will cherish it forever.
He played knight h5. And I was actually going to mention that move later on. So I was going to wait for bishop to b7, e4, and now I saw this move hidden among other mainline moves. Rook to c8 is one of the main lines, d takes e4, but I did see this move also offered by the engine, knight to h5. It has been played 9 times, and I was looking through the names in the database. I couldn't recognize many of them. I would assume these were all correspondence games. But it does seem like Awonder decides to start immediately with a move knight to h5. Now the difference is, if you do go to e3, this pawn is no longer on e4, so you're going to have to spend some more time to break with e4. Bishop to b7 can be played in this position, but e3 was played quite quickly by his opponent, Brandon Jacobson, inviting this trade on f4. My guess is that if you do take on f4, I'm probably going to take with the e-pawn. Taking with the g-pawn also makes some sense, because after that you're going to try to create some difficulties on the g file for the black king. But taking with the e-pawn also has its strategical perks, and that is it creates a very inviting square for the knight on e5. I'm going to land that knight on e5. I'm going to try to set up my initiative that way, and maybe at some point I'm going to be able to bring this rook to e1, rook to e3, g4, and then rook to h3, potentially hinting at an attack on the king side. Very intriguing position. Let's see what Awonder decides to do. If you said A with the move knight to h5, it does feel like you have to say B with knight takes f4. Maybe not in this particular moment. Maybe you can still wait bishop to b7, rook to c8, but at some point you will have to take on f4 and change the pawn structure. Very, very complex middle game coming your way in this one.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, this is actually a position, the one that we just saw between Awonder, that we saw here at the St. Louis Chess Club not too long ago. See how theory develops pretty quickly. We actually saw that in the game between Nicolas Theodore with the white pieces against Ruiyang Yan in the Summer Classic, a strong 2,700 player.
Right.
And Nicolas was actually winning this one, but the Chinese player escaped with a draw.
Nice. I wanted to say it's a day of sacrifices, pawn sacrifices in the seniors. As I'm looking at the game between Vladimir Akopian and Igor, I'm going to get his last name wrong. Help me with Igor's last name again.
Khmelnitsky.
One more time, please.
Khmelnitsky. I think the K is silent.
Is it? Are you sure about that?
No.
But it was so authoritatively stated. I mean, you got me. So once again, Khmelnitsky?
Khmelnitsky, yes.
We'll ask him when he's here.
All right, very nice. A Nimzo Sicilian, a very rare guest at these exalted levels. Everybody plays knight c6, e6, and or d6. The early knight f6 is frowned upon by modern theory because of this move knight c3. Now, when I was playing against the chess engines, they just didn't know what to do. I would play knight takes c3, d takes c3, e6. They would play some silly moves, and eventually when I played d5, they never played en passant. They put the, I know, it was terrible. And I would win very easily. But this move, e7, e6, I've always called it the Nimzovich gambit in the Sicilian, and I never thought it was that good for black. And yet the books I read thought that black could get away with this position. And I remember studying it as a kid, and I was like always waiting for somebody to play it against me because I knew what to do. Nobody played against me. I mean, it was just not popular at all. Nobody played the Nimzo.
I think these books always lie to you, right? Like
Right?
I've been waiting to like do this Fischer-Reshevsky dragon.
Okay.
Take on f7 one day.
F7 and
96. This has never happened in a single one of my games. I played the dragon with black, with white, with gray. Never had an opportunity of throwing that in.
Nobody falls for it. And why did I say it's a day of gambits? Because in the Shabalov versus Dmitry Gurevich game, we're seeing yet again another gambit of a pawn by black. This is in this Tarash, d4 Tarash. This gambit has been around forever. It feels like at least.
Yeah, although I have to say,
years.
it's gotten popular only recently. Like, I want to say 2-3 years.
Yeah, most people just kind of like shied away from
Shied
it.
away, but
they didn't believe it.
They didn't believe it, but recently you see a lot of people actually throw in this gambit, and actually a lot of white players straight up refuse it. Modern theory.
Right. And I wanted to turn it over to Christian with the most salient question I could possibly ask. Is White going to die with a full tummy if he takes the pawn on b7, Christian?
Taking on b7, I think, is supposedly not correct.
Right.
Right? If I remember correctly, the theory, and I think I played this with the black pieces as well, taking on b7 was never on my radar, and almost nobody takes on b7.
Exactly.
But you mentioned a day of gambits, and
Yes.
we have another gambit
Oh,
in one
please.
of the big games of today's round, and that is Christopher Yu versus Balaji Daggupati, a gambit that I haven't seen in a very long time. The Blumenfeld gambit.
Right.
Check this out. So they started off with a ready, knight to f3, d5, c4, d4. And now we know e3 is one of the main lines, but you can also start with the move b4. Now, at this point, black has a lot of options, including the move g5. Quite a funny looking move. G5 is a move. G5 is definitely a move, and I have to say probably one of the best moves in this position. If you do take on g5, then I follow it up with e5. Black gets a lot of counterplay for the last pawn. In general, you're not supposed to take on g5. You're supposed to play something along the lines of g3, and black is going to continue with g6, leading up to a very complex middle game.
Wow.
But c5 is another one of the most topical lines in this position. And now e3 came on the board. C takes b4. Sorry, take on e3 first. Take on e3. C takes b4. And now we enter into the Blumenfeld gambit. I remember looking at this many, many years ago. I think Nisipanu played it once with the white pieces, and him being my compatriot, I decided to kind of look at this. I didn't find too much, but it's definitely a fun position to play. Christopher Yu seems to be quite confident with his chances right now. He played the move a3, and looking at the time situation, he definitely surprised his opponent. Again, the Blumenfeld gambit hasn't been seen at the top level at all in the last few years. It was sporadically seen every couple of years in 1-2 top-level games, and then it disappears.
Right.
This is usually how it goes. So this one quite interesting. Now, another intriguing question that I just realized black had an option at this point in the game between Brandon Jacobson and Awonder is to actually pick up the piece.
Trap the bishop.
Trap the bishop with the move g5. If you go bishop to e5, then I can potentially go f6, right? And the bishop is trapped. Now, you can start by taking on d5 as white. Now, if you do respond with the natural c takes d5, bishop to c7, finally I got an extra square, save my bishop, and I'm going to be just fine. g5 is actually going to be a weakness in the position, a liability for the black king. So, after c takes d5, the question is, what if I just simply continue picking up the bishop? But now I can just continue with queen takes c6. This is already my second pawn. Right. Let's keep that in mind, targeting the rook immediately. If you go rook to b8, then I can go d6. I can even take another pawn on e6. Later on, most likely, I'm going to get another one on f4. That's going to be 4 pawns for a piece. And the king is quite in shambles. And my position and my structure is extremely compact at this point as white, especially if I manage to take on f4 with the g pawn. It's not looking like a good position for black. Definitely a sound sacrifice for white. And I don't think Awonder is going for that, and he did not. He played the move bishop b7, c takes d5 on the board. This is what we have right now. If you do take with the c pawn, you're inviting bishop to c7. So now it's a big decision for black. You either take on f4 and accept the change of the structure, or you take with the e pawn. And I'm not 100% sure you want to play this move in the position, because with the bishop already committed on b7, at some point you're going to have to go c5, try to open it up like that, and that's going to invite a change in the structure and white potentially getting a strategical advantage playing against the hanging pawns. And we know that sometimes goes bad in white's favor. So let's take a look and let's wait to see how Awonder is going to continue this one. Definitely, once again, a very big and important matchup between these two youngsters in this round.
Two of the pre-tournament favorites. But I'd like to quiz you a little bit more on that piece sacrifice position
Yes.
because I didn't like the move rook b8.
And he took on on d5 with the e-pawn, it seems like.
And he did it rather quickly,
Yes.
too. The piece sacrifice with g5. I didn't like the move rook b8, but
So what
bishop
would you
a6.
like? Bishop a6 is a move,
I thought
yes.
it was a tempo. Can I
okay.
take the rook?
You can definitely take the rook, yeah.
Okay. So I guess
And
I
we're
have
going to play
take-
this one.
How many pawns do you get for a whole rook, though?
It's going to be how many? 4, I guess.
I guess I take on e6.
Yes.
And I move my king.
Yeah. And then maybe knight to e5.
Wow.
Huge complications. It does seem like I'm going to get an exchange back.
Somehow, yeah.
So knight takes e5 seems to be the main move right now.
Right.
Queen takes e5. Now you have to go back. You cannot go bishop f6
Yeah,
because the knight
because
is
of the
hanging,
knight is
right?
hanging,
So you
right.
have to drop back with the knight. I can pick up the rook,
Wow.
take back.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I have to move my bishop, don't
Yes,
I? Yeah.
yes. Bishop to f6 probably.
Right.
Even though it seems like f takes e3 is the only move that
sorry.
maintains some sort of a balance in the
Yeah.
position. First take on e3, take, and then bishop to b4. Very complicated battle, and I'm
Wow.
sure White had some ideas in terms of theoretical knowledge in this position.
Crazy line.
Crazy, and by the way, Brandon is
H4.
still blitzing out his moves. He just played this move h4. He definitely knows
just
what
saw
he's
this.
doing.
Dang. Yeah, well, stop. That puts the kibosh on g5 for
And
sure.
you see, I told him yesterday that he's playing against Awonder, and he told me, no, I'm playing against Andrew Hong, and we're good friends. I was right.
That's actually true.
Just getting in the I was right part. I like that.
But this is a position we've seen before. We actually saw it in that game that we mentioned between Theodoru and Ruiyang Yan. So nothing new under the sun here.
After
Everything-
h4?
Yes,
Yeah,
h4,
H4,
rook
rook
e8
e8. Yeah.
was played in the classic.
And the
here
classic here in St.
St.
Louis.
Louis.
Once
Very
again,
nice.
the Lichess database doesn't seem to be updated. There is a game between
Okay, I
Spakovsky.
have my database. I was here doing the commentary in that game. I remember that game.
We are exalted.
Yeah.
Nice. Just doing a quick check around. I have the game of Max Dlugy and Nick Firmian. London system, Lazy Man's Chess by Maxim. He's developed his bishop to f4. He's getting ready to castle. Nick had an earlier game, I think against Igor, where he kind of handled it pretty well.
Against
and he
the
had
first round, right? He got almost a
yeah,
decisive advantage.
Yeah, exactly. Well, an advantage for sure. Going to our leader, Larry Christiansen, Joel Benjamin versus Larry Christiansen. Very, very traditional Queen's Gambit declined, being played by Larry. Again, I mean, this is like the old school, knight b8 to d7, b7, b6, before playing the move knight d7 as a more modern approach. But I played this all my life, so.
Like last year.
Yeah, you go. 1920s and 30s. Vladimir Akopian is being offered this pawn. As mentioned, queen takes d5. Again, I looked at this stuff as a teen, and I never got a chance to play it. But I do believe that queen takes d5 is advantage white. We will see. And what have you been eyeing, Alejandro?
Well, just before we go
Christian.
anywhere else,
Yes.
I just want to show you what happened in the game between Christopher Yu and Balaji.
Exactly.
Balaji decided to counter the
E5.
gambit with the move e5, which has
Wow.
been played only once between Iturizaga and Gelfand.
Yeah, but that was a blitz game.
That's a very serious game. That is a blitz game indeed, but it just goes to show psychologically that these youngsters, they don't really want to defend.
No,
They want
not
to
at
get
all.
the initiative back,
Right?
right? Okay,
Yeah.
take my pawn back. I want to get some fresh air for my bishop, right? Potentially after bishop to d6, get some tempes in the position for my pieces. They don't like to play under the initiative. They like to have the initiative. And psychologically, perhaps, Christopher's decision to go with the Blumenfeld was the right choice. Right now, the engine is saying that White is already having a pretty significant advantage.
Yeah, what is the point? What if I just take this pawn?
That is a very good question. It will have to be answered because I can guarantee you Christopher is going to look at that juicy pawn, juicy
Right.
central pawn, and he's going to be like, yeah, I'll take it. Sure, I'll play the Blumenfeld gambit
Reverse,
with equal pawns.
Yeah.
Sure, why not?
Well, it is such an important pawn after all. I don't see a better move than bishop d6, by the way.
Bishop d6 is probably the best, and now I
right.
can reinforce it with d4,
No,
or
D4,
probably
I'm
just
a
knight to
little
f3.
hesitant.
I would maybe take the knight in that case, and
Yeah.
then maybe take on d1 and white structure. But knight f3,
Knight
and
f3.
you've got this big
Center.
center coming.
Yeah.
I have to
D4,
do
bishop
something.
d3, e4.
Yeah, I have to do something like bishop g4. I feel like I'm, as black, I've got to go hyper aggressive after
Yeah, I
losing
mean,
the e5 pawn. I'm not a fan.
I know that this is a line with the colors reversed and the knight already, let's say on f6.
Yes.
I know that's a line.
But that's
Right.
different.
But that's different.
That's
You're up an
completely different.
important tempo.
Yeah.
Precisely so.
This is a one-tempo situation in
Yeah.
this type of position.
All right, well, keep an eye on that one. Just checking in on Carissa, the only lady in the juniors, and what the heck is she doing? She's playing like,
Lacey women's chess.
right? The Black Lion reversed, I think is what
What?
they call this.
Really? Is that what you
Black
call it?
Lion
I always call it the
reversed?
hippopotamus.
Yeah, and the hippo too. Yeah, okay. But I'm of course know it more from the perk move order, right?
Right.
As black, where you get something like this, and then you end up playing e6, knight d7.
Isn't
knight
the Black
e7.
Lion with e5? Maybe I'm...
You guys keep calling these things names, but I have never heard of the Black Lion in my life.
I got a book, man.
Man,
Dude,
I'm Googling this.
I'm spending
Black
all
Lion.
my money.
Or should I trust
No,
that?
chess.
All these Black Lions.
Carissa, on the white side, just a second, hold on. Let me refresh my board. She's doing, okay, let's call it the hippo then. She's doing a hippo as white. She just played the move a3, intimating that rather than playing b3, she's about to play bishop b2, b4 and bishop b2. Sometimes, Christian, when things have gone wrong, you kind of go on tilt a little bit. You're doubting your openings. Are we seeing this with Carissa? This is early, of course. Well, I mean, it's round 5.
She did that against Anna Sharevich at last year's U.S. Championship,
Okay.
if you remember correctly, with the black pieces, and she got a completely losing position.
Right.
But managed to win that game.
I remember.
So,
and,
and she didn't have a great start, very similar to what she's doing right now. I think she was on -1 after 4 rounds. And after that, she won, I think, 5 in a row or something along those lines. But the point being, whenever she's under pressure in terms of result, it does seem like she goes for this type of situations in which she simply just tries to outplay her opponents. And, well, this is a good chance for her because she is playing a struggling player. That is Pedro Espinosa, the lowest rated player in the event, only half a point for him. This is a battle for who's going to be able to come back into this event.
Exactly. By the way, if you look at Pedro's position as black, let's say he plays the knight c6 move. Fred Reinfeld, who wrote 100 books on chess, 100 books on chess, many of them beginner books, he would describe this development from black's point of view right now as perfect, ideal development. You bring the knights out, you have your central pawn duo, and you bring your bishops to these original diagonals. So somewhere Fred Reinfeld is saying, you see, I taught you how to play chess. But I never got these positions as either black or white. I would never, my opponents would never be so cooperative that I would make such a development scheme. Did you ever get a development scheme like that? How about you, Christian? I mean, did you ever see the perfect Fred Reinfeld setup?
So which one is that
With
again?
knight c6.
The way that Pedro
A3.
is developing, knight on c6, knight on f6,
Oh,
d4,
right,
d5,
right,
bishops
right.
to the side.
The central pawn duo.
It
Queen
might have
d2, rook
happened when I
d1, rook
was-
e8.
That's right.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
might have happened when I was maybe, I don't know, 10 years,
10 years
of
old,
age,
yeah.
or like 8 years of age, something along those lines.
You're not expecting to see it in the national championship then?
No,
No, not so much.
not after that.
Oh, great.
And also, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, I know as beginners, you're taught that you should place your pieces like that. I'm not sure how accurate that actually is.
Yeah, it's actually not.
I'm not very convinced about it. Let's just put it this way.
Excuse me, but I spent like $3 at the used bookstore, man. I mean, I paid good money to learn how to put my pieces.
I hope you kept the receipt.
I
no
also
refunds,
tell my students,
no fun refunds at those used bookshops.
I also tell my very novice students that they should place their pieces like this. Once again, I'm not 100% sure that I'm convinced about my teachings in this regard.
Nice.
But you're not getting your money back.
In any case.
Tuition was paid for. All right.
I see you had that Nimzo gambit and you were doing some research. What have you discovered? And by the way, what did you discover about the Black Lion?
Okay, the Black Lion, I Googled this.
Yes,
The
for
Black
chess.
Lion variation is
Yes.
not an opening itself. Rather, it's a mix of both Philidor and Pirt's defense systems. It goes like knight f6, knight bd7, d6, e5.
Ah.
I don't know, man. I don't believe in this. What is this?
But it's a thing.
Grandmaster. I coached the world championship. I've never heard of the Black Lion.
It's a thing. I'm telling you, I got the book, man. I got the book. Sorry, Christian, you were about to tell us what your research showed in the gambit. Oops, you got
I wasn't
something else.
researching anything,
Oh, sorry.
Yasser.
I saw it behind you. I thought...
I was just going through the games and trying to see where
Right.
the action is.
Okay.
And I stumbled upon this pawn on a3 by Andrew Hung in the Jacopiano, and I was like, how did this happen, right? I usually see the pawn all the way to a5 to meet a white pawn on a4, right? But
Right.
I almost never see this pawn land on a3, so I was kind of curious to see how did this happen. He decided to go with a5, a4, this expansion on the queen side, very early on expansion on the queen side. Generally, when I see this position, there's probably a bishop on d7, but he decides to just simply go like this. Bishop to b5, attacking the pawn on a4. He has to play the move a3, otherwise you just lose that pawn.
Right.
b4, bishop to b6, and by the way, it does seem like there's still some games in the database. One of them is Duda versus Giri from 2019. That probably is the top level game. Ragier versus Anton Guijaro. So there's been some discussions in this position. Knight to e7, preparing the move c6, followed by knight to g6, and try to strike back in the center with d5. Bishop to a4, knight to g6, bishop to b3, rook to e8, queen to c2. This is the current position that we have on the board, and I'm very surprised to see that Abhimanyu has barely spent any time.
Right.
1 hour and 29 minutes for Abhimanyu, 1 hour and 15 minutes for Andrew Hung. I don't know how to feel about the position. I think it's still quite complex. I understand that pawn on a3 looks good for the moment, but could potentially become a liability later on in a potential endgame. Rook to b1, rook to b3. If that bishop moves away from b3, you can imagine all sorts of scenarios resembling that situation. So, intriguing game, absolutely.
Double-edged. Thank you, Christian, for that. Just looking at the junior games, that one with the pawn on a3 does look very strange. I'm looking again at the game of Christopher Yu versus Balaji. I was thinking queen a4 check. Knight f3, I understand, is a kind of an automatic move. But queen a4 check, I kind of want to wrong foot you a little bit if I can. And also end up trying to win a pawn. So the idea is, if I can get you to play knight d7, and then I'll drop back with my knight, I've taken away maybe an annoying move, bishop to g4. I've stolen this option from you. Your take about the move queen a4 check, Alejandro? Something you like? If you play bishop d7, of course, I'm going to take it.
No,
and then
never.
I'm going to feel like I've saved a tempo.
Yeah, I'm very happy about that, right?
Right.
No, I feel that knight d7 seems the most logical. I would spend some time looking at knight c6, trying to make it work.
Right.
It doesn't seem to me that it does. If we can show the audience knight takes c6.
Absolutely.
You kind of start wondering if you can take on c6, you can go queen h4 check.
Right.
But it feels that I'm just too threatless. Like I take on g3. You take
Threatless.
Threatless. You take back, queen takes g3 because I don't have time to take on h1.
Okay.
King d1, and I was hoping, like some check on f3 or something, but
You're not scaring me with your war face. No. Threatless. I remember Victor Korchnoi saying that was a toothless. Toothless.
What is it?
Threatless. I don't know. It's crazy.
Do I go bishop d7 here?
Dang. The game is still...
Still goes, right?
Wow.
I don't know if it's good for me or not, but it's a game.
It's wild. Okay. But Queen a4 check did catch my drift. It's something Christopher is actually thinking about too.
Because otherwise you just play knight f3 automatically.
Right. With a kind of not even thinking about it.
Yeah.
You did mention, by the way, in this Blumenfeld gambit with colors reversed, the knight is already on f6, and that makes such a huge difference, right? Because
you castle in one turn, you're threatening knight e4, you threaten knight g4. It's a lot of things that you can do with this extra tempo. It really can change the character of the position. When we think about positions in chess, we normally characterize them in one of two ways: open, closed. Positions in the opening that are very open, that means that pawns are not abound, that pawns are not really, like in this position, right? Where pawns are, this is a closed position because pawns are just
8 versus 8.
8 versus 8. You can't really get the bishops out, you can't really get the knights out. It's hard to do anything in the center. This is a closed position.
Right.
Tempi are not as important.
Exactly.
In positions where everything blows up, when you have activity on every side of the board, tempi are very important. And in this one with Christopher Yu, I mean, this is clearly an open position.
And I can't find it anymore.
It's the third one.
Thank you. I was like clicking through them all. Yeah, and it blowed open.
It blowed open. It's already open, and it's clear that every tempo will be important in this position. That's why we think that the position with the knight on f6 and the knight not on f6, it's a different evaluation altogether. That means that the reverse Blumenfeld,
playable. This one, less so.
Yeah.
All right, and Christian, back over to you. What has your attention?
I'm looking at this game between Ruiyang and Jennifer Yu. Quite an important game for the standings.
Absolutely.
Especially for Jennifer, who had a pretty tame start, but after that she managed to win 2 games in a row. So definitely on a roll. And we know that once she starts stringing those victories together, we remember what happened in the U.S. Women's Championship when she finished with 10 out of 11. Incredible score. Now, let's take a look at what happened in this one. This is a Ruy Lopez, a very long line of the Ruy Lopez. This is where the big ramification comes. Knight to d4 is one of the main lines. From what I remember, knight to a5 also makes a lot of sense in this position, and I believe this is what I play. I will have to recheck my files, but I do believe that I play knight to a5, c5, and then get the bishop back to e6. One of the things that I always shied away as black was specifically this type of structures. After knight d4, bishop takes d4, take on d4, knight to d5. It just always seemed to me like black doesn't really have a clear chance of actually winning or actually getting more than just a draw in the position. And in fact, the structures are not easy to handle. And it always seemed like white maintains a slight edge from a structural point of view. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. e5 came on the board, a pawn sacrifice. It's probably going to be regained, that pawn. You're going to restore the material balance. Bishop takes e5 doesn't make a lot of sense because after knight takes e5, take on e5, and then queen to e2, it does seem like white is getting its pawn back. Also, you can start with the move queen to e2 first. Now, the difference between knight takes e5 and queen to e2 first is that right now rook to f5 is actually going to be met with g4, and you no longer have the extra square g5 for the rook with the knight still on f3. So I do think that queen to e2, and I'm going to be able to regain this pawn on e5. After I do that, you're going to have a backwards pawn on e6 that I'm going to be able to target. Also, the pawn on c5 is going to become immediately a liability because I will have either the queen or a rook on e5 targeting that pawn as soon as one of them lands there. So e5, I like this move. I like this transition proposed by white. Most likely we're going to see d takes c5, and now the question arises, are you going to focus on regaining the pawn on e5 back, or are you going to try to just simply put this knight on e4 and play for a strategical edge? Let's wait and see what white decides to do in the position. Nevertheless, I'm looking at the position. I know the way Jennifer Yu likes to play very aggressive chess.
Right.
And I don't see as many pieces left on the board. This is not her style. This is why I'm a little bit concerned about her chances in this game. Nevertheless, Jennifer, and by the way, she took with the bishop on e5. Now, queen to e2, I think is quite important to be played by Ruiyang if she wants to maintain an edge.
Well, intriguing. I know that Ding Liren likes to play those black structures, but here we have a production team giving us a perspective of the playing hall, Alejandro, as they stroll around.
What a wonderful job they did with this playing hall. To think about a year ago, this was actually a vodka bar. And they transformed it into this beautiful playing hall.
Absolutely. It took over the entire building. In fact, there was restaurants as well. Remember the Bumblebee? Was it the Beehive?
The Beehive, right?
Yeah.
The Beehive, we had Brennan's.
And we took over the whole thing.
And the juniors get to see their faces on the wall because, of course, we have the portraits of everybody that plays a national championship here, not just the national championship.
Exactly, but I'm missing the group photos. They're behind, not Larry C., but behind Max Dlugy. You get an idea of what you were just saying, the portraits of the players of the class of 2021, let's say. But I want to see the group photos.
The group photos?
Yeah,
oh, the ones
class.
that we have upstairs, right?
Right? Yeah, those are really, really nice. Bishop takes e5. Your take on the Jennifer... the game of Jennifer Yu for just a second.
It's a little drier than Jennifer wants it to be.
Yeah.
I think it's a strange opening choice in general because I don't remember Jennifer playing an e4, e5 player. I thought she was a knight Orff player.
Okay.
But whatever surprise this brought, I don't think it was too successful.
Because the reason what I wanted to ask you was the idea that Christian mentioned, queen e2, rook
No, just
f5.
do it.
G4?
Do it. Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you, like, excuse me, but I've always thought that these exchange sacrifices, let's say, you know, if I could maintain...
But that's a big if, right?
Yes,
right? That's a huge...
If I could stop you from playing f4 and keep my bishop on e5...
That's a huge if.
It's a great exchange.
let's go
But
for
what if I don't let you? What if I play queen e4?
Yeah.
Immediately. The thing is, you just can't avoid f4.
That's a problem.
If I play g5?
It's a little hardcore, yeah?
Well, I wanted to keep my bishop, you know...
Knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5.
But this is a bit strange.
Because
right
knight
now,
takes e5, if we can put that on the
You do
analysis
have rook
board.
f5 after queen
Yeah, it
e2.
allows black to play rook f5, after which I think you don't actually get that pawn back. Not that white should be worse.
Not that easy to win the pawn. I
pawn
mean,
back,
because you can play g4, but then again...
No, now you don't want to play that.
You are leaving some weaknesses behind, and it's pretty clear that Jennifer will one of the best moves you can possibly play right here, right now, would be the move g4 back to g2. So
Slightly
g4,
illegal.
Yeah, g4 comes with some consequence. By the way, how is Miss Perfect doing?
That's an important question. Let's take a look at that game.
This was the Sicilian with bishop d3. Then what do you call them apples? Please, right? What does Lichess call it?
Sicilian defense French variation, because that does not help.
That almost fits, actually.
Right? The French,
Crazily,
strangely, right? Because it's a French structure. Three against three on queen side. Yeah, but you have four for black. I don't know, so it's 3 versus 3. 3 and 3 on the queen side and the king side for white.
Yeah.
And then black has this 4 and either the isolated A and C or the 2 with A and B. So this is actually a known French structure, more than a Sicilian structure. And everything I know about this structure is that black is completely fine.
Sure.
2 bishops outweigh the
You split pawns.
split pawns.
Yes.
Especially because you
exactly.
get a pawn in the center, that if this baby gets rolling, it's pretty dangerous.
From Sophia's point of view, I mean, she's got a kind of an easy idea, though. She wants to play bishop b2, rook d1, and on a good day, immediately take away the 2 bishops.
And that's the thing, right?
And
This
then
is
she
the
could
battle of
play-
strategy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep a close eye on that one, and we'll ask Christian, where would you like to take us?
Well, a very interesting game is developing between Maxim Dlugy and Nick de Firmian, because once again, Maxim Dlugy came with his usual London system. We know that he played only London in this event. And an intriguing response came from Nick de Firmian, throwing his opponent out of the book as soon as move 2 with this move b6, and it didn't seem like he knew exactly what to do. Knight to f3, d6, and we're seeing this battle for the move e5. If black manages to get the move e5 and put some pressure on the center as well as the bishop on f4, he's going to have a very decent position. Now let's see where we are right now. Knight to d2, bishop to f3, and queen to c8. I like this move. Don't exchange and allow my queen to get involved into play and then potentially land on c6. Put the kibosh on your position on the queen side. You don't want to see that. Queen to c8, I really like this move. Inviting the trade on my terms as black. I will take on b7 after that. I will go b5. Start attacking your pawn structure, putting some pressure. I like what I'm seeing from black. Nick de Firmian seems to be in full control in this position. And Maxim Dlugy, 1 hour and 15 minutes. Well, he's generally quite a fast player, especially in the positions that he enjoys playing. And I don't think this is one of them. e5, by the way, is on tap. It's coming very soon. I don't think he's very happy with the outcome of the opening.
He certainly doesn't look it, that is for sure. I mean, you know, it's like, what are you doing on f4? What are you doing on f3? I'd like to turn our attention to the game of Zoey Tang versus Rochelle Wu. Why? Because it's a Trumpovsky on the board. You know, whenever we get these new and different openings, d4, knight f6, bishop g5, you got to pay attention. Maybe it's a Zoey special. I don't know what, but check what she did.
You know, I'm a GM. I have a GM next to me. It's about time I ask. Maybe I'll ask Google.
Right?
Who's Trumpovsky?
I do not know.
Right?
I'm sorry. I don't know how it got attributed to him and
who he is, where he's from.
I mean,
I don't know anything about this person.
That's why we got Christian here.
No. That's why we have Alejandro with the Google situation there.
I see. But look what Zoey did, man. She just rushed her H-pawn up the board. The Ginger GM would be proud of her, Harry the H-pawn. She's opened up the H file for herself. She's planted her knight on the F4 square. She wants to castle, and I assume she wants some kinds of sacrifices with rook H6 and knight takes G6.
Why not?
And
checkmate.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Rochelle is on the back foot coming out of this opening, and I think Zoey surprised her. Looks nice for white. I mean, as soon as you castle and double up, I mean.
It's a pleasant sacrifice, right?
Right?
I mean,
I didn't sacrifice anything
sacrifice
yet.
what, man?
sorry, there's
about
no
to do it.
sacrifice.
It's the best kind of sacrifice, a free sacrifice.
Oh, that is bad news. I thought that actually white is a pawn down.
No, not at all.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
That is
fun.
bad news.
That
Very
is
bad
bad news. Quick check in on Alice Lee. Anybody who has their own, channel, I mean, got my respect. And you do it at 13, Alice Pawn Palace. Well, I must say, I like White's position here. Central pawn duo in the middle of the board. What's not to like? White's for choice. Alice is not getting the position she wants. Trumpovsky. You got it?
According to a book by, shout out to Edward Winter. He's a great chess historian. I went down this a bit of a rabbit hole, but the opening was apparently named after Octavio Siqueiro Trumpovsky, one-time Brazilian champion, played it often in the 30s and 40s. Hats off to Octavio.
Absolutely. And hats off to Edward Winter, too. I love his website, chesshistory.com. It's just fascinating, the chess history. And it's an enormous chess history.
You can get lost there.
Totally. Like the whole weekend goes.
Yeah, the weekend. Yeah, you can
it's not a few hours.
No, I feel like you go to the fridge, you grab a beer, and like it's like 4 a.m. and you're like, what on earth? You're reading about the most random chess historical facts.
But you're mesmerized.
You're really mesmerized.
Brazilian
Speaking
champion.
of chess history, guys,
Yes.
today's the 50th anniversary
There you go.
of the beginning of the Fischer versus Spassky match, July 11, 1972.
Wow.
Where were you?
50. I remember it very vividly, actually, because I was in Virginia Beach, Virginia. My family was moving from Virginia Beach, Virginia to Seattle. Virginia Beach, Virginia was marvelous for me. I was a surfer, lifeguard. And when I went to Seattle, it was like winter. It wasn't the summer. It was a cold, wet winter. And then I was stuck indoors, and that's how I became a chess player.
The good old school of it's too cold outside, we must play chess.
Right. Well, it was raining. It was too. You can't go out and go running or anything. Play football. So, and then it just happened to be Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky, and I was stunned at how fascinating chess was. I just fell right into it right away. And fortunately, I had a group of friends who liked to study the games, and I would analyze with them. Great stuff. 50 years. Wow.
50 years, a long time.
It sure went by fast. What were... No.
What are you asking? What was I doing in the 1972 match of Fischer?
Your dad was graduating high school.
My mom was 12, dude.
I get it.
My dad was like 4 years of age. I mean, come on.
Look what I have to deal with over here, folks. It's pretty tough. It's tough. Okay. Now I got thrown off. Where was I going? Jennifer, I just wanted to... Yes, she did end up playing rook e1 and not going for that queen e2. I think she wants to put her rook in front of her queen... rook in front of her queen with rook to e4. Great compensation, but I don't see this as being any advantage white, though. Like, let's say I play rook f5. Like, I play rook f5, you play rook e4. And everybody just builds up, right? Queen f6.
What you're saying is that we're just going to get stuck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You actually accelerated where I was going, but we just get stuck.
You kind of see it coming. I think that's the issue. When you're a GM and you think, okay, there's 3 pieces for each side, and all 3 of these pieces have a very obvious best square.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like black only has 1 half-open file. You put everybody on the half-open file.
Right.
And then white has 1 half-open file. You put everybody on the half-open file.
And you just
and then you
stand still.
And then you kind of get stuck, right? Because even the end game, as long as you don't mathematically lose a pawn.
Right. Draw.
It's just a draw.
Yeah. Okay. We'll keep our eye on that game. What about Larry Christiansen and the seniors?
Let's take a look.
How is it?
Looked at it in a while. I actually want to see the
Queen's
Akopian
Gambit
game.
Declined, by the way. Queen's Gambit declined with Queen c2.
Oh my God.
Most often is c takes d5, bishop d3. But Queen c2, rook c1 is another move.
Old school.
Old school.
Takes.
Takes. Bishop d3, h6.
I don't know this knight takes d5, but okay.
But it's interesting that Larry ends up playing h7, h6, because right here, one of the key moves is h6
for free because everybody plays bishop h4.
And you get the same position with the additional tempo of h6. That did not happen. Instead, we have this position. First blush, white's a little bit better. I mean, better development. Rooks are already connected.
It looks like a nicer version of the usual.
Right.
The usual is some kind of tension, c5, d4 in a queen's gambit.
Right.
White's better developed than usual. Knights on d7 and e7 don't cause a great impression.
No.
And, well, on the other hand, you did simplify a pair of bishops. But
yeah, and how do you improve a position? One of the, I remember, I think I kind of fell for some weird thing where I thought I was doing really well and winning, and I got hit with this. Oh, God. I felt like such an idiot.
happens, no?
Right?
Yeah.
So you don't get the break d5, but you do get to play bishop e4 and bishop check. I always thought that was very sophisticated.
To throw in the check?
And then you get your opponent's king to go to the h8 square.
Has it ever mattered, though?
Never.
Never, right?
I mean, but with understanding, you make the move, and it never turns out to be anything much that you force the king to h8. That's just great stuff.
Proper technique.
Right, but the proper technique. But you said you wanted to see the game of Shabalov?
I wanted to see the game of Akopian, but it actually didn't go anywhere. I was hoping
with Igor.
Yeah, with Igor.
Okay,
I was hoping
jump.
he took the pawn on d5, but
didn't.
he didn't. He shied away from the complications.
Oh, no.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. So now we have this isolated pawn position, which is, it's just a game, but black's fine.
It almost looks like one of those knight d2 French
French,
towers
yeah.
where you've got
but a terrible version for white, right?
Yeah, nothing special. You know, you still got to decide what this dark square bishop is going to do. How is this piece going to get effective? I know you're going to play rook e1, but black's play is very quick and easy as well.
G4.
Rooks rush to the center and bishop to g4. So I think Igor tricked Vladimir out of the opening and is a fine position.
I think sometimes it's just the move orders, right? You present the challenge. As white, you're not super comfortable taking on a challenge that you know your opponent just looked at and you probably haven't looked in like 35 years. So maybe not the time to dust the old theory.
Exactly.
And he decides to go for a position in which he's not better, let's be honest. He's just not better. He's wasted the advantage of white, but in return, he's obtained a playable position.
Absolutely. And again, let's go to the game of Shabalov versus Mr. Gurevich.
Mr. Gurevich.
Mr. Gurevich. Mr. Gurevich has sacrificed a pawn. And I see that this is all in the databases.
Apparently.
I mean, how deep do our databases go? Knight back to c6.
That's a curious little move.
Right? Well, you played knight e5 and then you retreated it right back.
Well, it does have a threat. Unlike, you know, vaguely isolated the pawns. Knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, queen takes e2 is actually a piece.
Right.
So you need to do something.
h3, knight takes, pawn takes. Notice that this rook is pinning the knight, and queen takes e2. That's an easy piece to blunder. I don't think he will, of course. I mean, but it is. Why? Knight f5, queen e5.
I know, but I think d2 is hanging at the end, right? Bishop takes f5, queen takes f5.
Oh, thank you.
Bishop h2.
And queen and rook on c8 is not hanging, right?
I didn't see that, but
I knew you didn't see that.
But I meant queen d6 check, of course. What do you mean? You throw in the check and then you take the bishop. You don't hang your rook. Come on, Yasser.
We all
never
know
mean that.
You don't hang the rook. You could throw in queen d6 check. Exciting stuff here. Suddenly, your queen is not trapped, of course. Queen takes d2.
It's actually annoying, right? It's not only not trapped, it's actually quite annoying.
Because it's sort of like it gets into your position.
Yeah.
Not like how do you get it to go out? Christian, we're going to turn it over to you. We're having too much fun on our end. What have you been looking at?
I've been having a lot of fun as well, looking at this position and ways in which it could develop. And once again, my speech was ready, and he played a different move, a completely different move than what I expected. I was looking at this bishop to b2, which was played, and after that, just simply develop the pieces normally, right? How do you do that? Bishop to e2, right? It makes a lot of sense. Castle, castle, rook to e8, right? You play the e5 to open up the e file, put some pressure on the square e4, and get this extra tempo, right? With the move rook to e8 on the knight. And I was looking at the position, and it does seem like if white has to go back to f3, black is most likely going to be just fine. Knight to c6 comes on the board. Whenever you go d4, that closes up your bishop, and also I get to place the knight on e4. I have quite nice control over the e file, but I have a lot more options than just simply knight to f3, the very natural knight to f3. Knight to d3 seems to actually be the better trajectory, but this is not what I liked about the position. What I liked about the position is that you can sacrifice a piece. Knight takes f7. Take advantage of the fact that there's no more pawns on the f file. You got rid of that when he took on e3. King takes f7 and now c5. Check this out. I'm opening up all the diagonals. The a2, ga diagonal towards the black king. So for example, if you take, I go queen to c2, in fact, first, targeting the bishop, then taking advantage of the pin, I'm going to take on h7, and then my bishop is going to come to h5. This is not looking good. Check this out. The rook is attacking, the bishop is attacking, the queen is going to be very close to the king, and then the bishop is going to come to attack as well. The black king is in big trouble with only a knight around himself. So, bishop to c7, for example, again, we see this type of crazy variations Bishop to e6, queen to h5. Everything is just simply coming with tempo. Rook takes f6. I was having a lot of fun with these variations.
Sure,
I'll tell you that. Take on f6, bishop takes f6. Yes, you are a rook down for the moment, but look at the naked king, right? A lot of things to calculate. It seems like none of this, unfortunately, is going to happen, or maybe it will, but in a different version. Because white played the move a takes b4, which makes a lot of sense as well. Can you take back on b4? Absolutely not. Queen to a4 is coming, and that's just going to win a piece, right? So how do you recapture the pawn? From a pawn down, the Blumenfeld gambit, now I'm a pawn up.
Right.
So what just happened in this position? I guess it's some sort of a counter gambit,
It is
full
a counter
gambit,
yeah.
right? Full counter gambit. Very interesting development in this one. Castle most likely is going to be seen on the board now. You do threaten to take on b4 if I play the move bishop to e2, or at least that's an option. But even though bishop takes b4, it does feel like you're losing a lot of momentum, right? So material balance is restored. Nevertheless, after castle, followed by this idea of knight to d3, all of my pieces seem ready and poised to create a vicious attack against your king, specifically on this f6 point of contact in black's position. So it's not looking good for black, I have to say. And if you don't take back on b4, you're going to be a pawn down. And what's your compensation? Where is your compensation in the position? Because I have the center, I have the flank attack on the queen side and the king side. I don't like it for black whatsoever. And let's take a look. I mean, Christopher Yu dominating the event up to this point, 3.5 out of 4. Well, he could be entering our rest day on 4.5, a massive +4 score if he wins today against Balaji Daggupati.
And for Balaji, a win catapults him right up into the lead. So you're absolutely right. A very, very big consequence for both players this game. Takes on b4. I kind of prefer bishop e2 and castles.
Speed, yeah? You value speed.
I like the development. I like that. By the way, in the game between Alexander Shabalov and Dmitry Gurevich, Shabalov heard you. The bishop on e2 needed some defending, and Shaba played rook on f1 to e1, inviting knight takes d4, pawn takes d4, and then this bishop is a little liberated. And don't forget, once again, that white's the one with the pawn in the pocket, and Dmitry has to prove his compensation. Alejandro, what do you have for us?
So I don't actually check the
You
games.
said so. I was thinking Wesley. The candidates, man, I'm still tasered. Sorry.
Wesley was not in the candidates.
Yeah, and he wasn't even in the candidates either. Wesley. Yeah.
I wanted to take a look at the game of Rochelle Wu. I don't actually analyze very often with engines.
That was the Trump, right?
The Trumpovsky, yeah. And a couple of things. First of all, yeah, we don't analyze with engines here. We give it to Christian.
Yep.
But we have so many games. Sometimes I take a quick look at what's going on. And I like pointing out when we're like dead off.
Wrong.
Like dead wrong. Because Rochelle played this move b5.
Say what?
And the move b5 to me looks like a
terrible.
huge strategical mistake, because you're kind of weakening all of your dark squares.
Maybe
even
some horrible
things.
Yeah, knight b3. Somehow there could be a dark square infestation.
Right.
But that's not the point. What you were going to say.
What I'm going to say is that the computer thinks that b5 is the best move and black's better.
Damn.
I know, right?
Right? You know, Alejandro, there was a time when I was a young chess player when I realized I didn't understand chess. But after decades of hard study, I now realize I'm no longer young. I mean, it's true.
I mean,
black's better?
Yeah, I just played around with the engine for a little bit.
Help
and it was
me.
explaining to me.
I go castles.
And you go, we can put this in the analysis board.
I want to play what I...
Yeah, no, I totally got it.
Right?
And then the engine comes up with this plan on
A5?
A5, right.
Okay.
You put a rook somewhere.
You're making a statement, I guess?
And then the defensive resources, rook A7, rook G7. And once you get there, white's kind of stuck.
So knight takes g6.
It just doesn't work.
It just does, yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know. It just doesn't work. Yeah.
Clear. Okay. I mean, I can win some pawns, but my intention, of course, was this, and what you just said was that the rook does an incredibly good job at just stop. You're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere, and at some point I'll get in a4, b4, maybe I'll get in knight e4. And your pieces look very pretty.
All dressed up?
All dressed up? No break, no sacrifice.
Wow.
No f3, g4.
Wow. I couldn't be more surprised.
Yeah, I'm as surprised as you are, because I look at this position and I think white is about to crash through.
Right?
I fed it into the engine, it's -1.
And the engine just says, no, the defense holds, you got no attack, forget about it. Wow.
Crazy, right?
Right? And Zoey did castle, by the way.
It's a logical way of playing. You can't blame that style of play. This is exactly what I would have done with the white pieces as well.
Exactly. Oh my gosh.
And
Sophie.
What was I mentioning? I was asking about Trompovsky, and I got a message on my phone. Shout out to Leonard. Leonard Otis.
Leonard Otis.
He's actually here in St. Louis, so we hope to have him for the second half as he's helping us with the DGT boards.
Great. And what did Leonard say?
Oh, he was giving me the information of who
The
Octavio
Brazilian
Trompovsky
champion.
was.
How dare you not know?
How dare you not know who Octavio Trompovsky was? Yeah,
Oh, boy.
I was cooled.
Thank you for that one. Sophie, how are we doing?
Sophie,
F5.
F5.
Let's go. F5.
Whoa.
Said
That's
Ellen.
That's committal.
I'm not waiting for you to play bishop b2 to e5. F5, attacking the queen. Queen went to c4, king h8, and man, talk about a telegraph shot. Ellen is winding up for e6, e5, followed by e4. Don't forget, h2 could be a potential target. What do you think about this aggression, I want to say, by Ellen? Can it pay off, or is it too risky?
My impression, again, without using an engine,
Right.
my impression is that this is rushed. I usually find that if black plays f5 and e5, without already having the bishop on b or d7,
Right.
and the rook supporting with
A8.
e8 or d8, it doesn't
Right.
matter. But as long as the rook is active. Before this happens, white usually has more than enough resources to gain an advantage. You trade off an important bishop, you establish a bind on c5. Somehow you take the oomph out of e5, e4, and what's left behind is a lot of weaknesses.
Right.
So my first impression is that this is rushed. I would have liked to see something like bishop b7 or d7 instead of f5. I didn't feel f5 was necessary.
Just back here, just a moment ago. After the move b3,
Yes.
you kind of feel like
Bishop
you'd
b7
like to
followed by
see,
c5 or something like this.
Yeah, if you're going to play f5, put your rook on e8
first, right.
Okay, but now having said that, you got to back it up with
actual moves, right?
With a move, because I understand what you mean. Like the knight could end up, like let's just put a move on the board for just a second, and the knight could end up finding some squares. Queen could end up going to h4, and maybe you've rushed, as you said.
Maybe you've rushed,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I did it the wrong way. I wanted to go queen to h5, and I wanted to do something like this.
But I mean,
then maybe I've rushed, right?
Yeah,
With this
you
attack.
can even ask for a move like rook a d1 after e5.
Okay, bishop b2, e5, rook a d1.
Yeah, and I understand that I'm losing a pawn after e4. Knight g5, check.
Are you losing a pawn? Queen d4?
I'm not even losing.
d6 is hanging.
I could play queen d4, but I wanted to throw in
Yes,
knight g5
please.
just to point in the idea.
That without development, this is the bottom line.
This is the bottom line.
I haven't developed, and this could actually end up
lost.
Yeah.
It could be, it could not be. You have to calculate these things out. But what ends up happening very often is that since you're not developed and there's a lot of weak diagonals, there's a weak back rank, there's a weak knight f7, checks mother mate hanging.
Exactly.
That you might actually be in trouble.
Exactly. This is the weak back rank, smothered mate kind of thing.
Let's wait for the analysis board there.
Sure.
Guys,
Yes.
just to give you kind of an idea of how difficult chess is, because we always talk about that, and Some of our audience might be like, no, you guys are GMs. I mean, you guys should know what's happening in the position. But chess is so difficult for us, for pretty much everybody. But take a look at this. After queen to c4, and you guys, for a good reason, were looking at bishop to b2, right? Bishop to b2, this seems like the most natural way.
Sure.
And after e5, try to make something out of these complications, right? But White has a much better alternative, and that is to focus right now that you committed to this move f6, and you no longer have the potential of, for example, let's just make some moves like this, f6, and going into this position once we exchange the dark square bishops, where I have a very solid center in the absence of the dark square bishop. So this is the key difference between this position, which is perfectly fine for black, and the position with the pawn already on f5. That's why the computer is recommending bishop to e3, and in fact it's giving white a tremendous advantage. The plan is very easy. I'm going to go bishop to c5 followed by rook to d1, and now that the pawn is already on f5, your whole position collapses because the bishop on c8 is going to be locked, and you're going to have huge holes on the dark squares, specifically this hole on e5. So you have to go e5 yourself first, but once again, bishop to c5, and now we see, in the absence of the dark square bishops, your pawn structure is going to be an easy target for my pieces.
Nice.
Bishop e3, bishop c5, definitely
E4,
not
e1.
something that you're looking necessarily at after you just play the move b3, right? B3 usually follows bishop to b2, but if she stops and understands the consequences of this sequence, specifically the move f5, and the weakness that it creates on the dark squares, maybe this idea of bishop to e3, bishop c5 will come her way.
Wow.
That's a beautiful transfer of ideas there. The long diagonal so compelling, but the moment you see bishop c5, Alejandro, stop the presses. I want to put the bishop on c5. I love that. I love that for Morris-Suzuki. Sophie, this could be +5.
This could be +5. We really like her position already, and she's shown great prep. She found this really fun and interesting line to play against Rochelle. And this,
today I meant. Sorry, but go on.
But also today, I feel that we didn't think much of her opening as far as a theoretical value. But she shows so far that she's understanding these positions better than her opponent, and that's part of preparation.
Absolutely.
Part of preparation is not just memorizing the moves here and there. It's actually understanding where the pieces go and what you're doing with them.
And the ideas behind them, and there she is, Sophie Morris-Suzuki.
Miss Perfect so far. Yeah, 20 years young, from New York, 2017 New York Girls State Champion. Composes music as well.
Fantastic. Outstanding. As we get ready to go to break, what's happening at Q Boutique?
Wait, what's happening? It's in front of you. We have a premium 20-inch vinyl roll-up board.
Very nice.
Featuring the official logos of the 2022 Junior, Girls Junior, or Senior Championships. You have them at the H1 and A8.
Yes. I got it on the wrong. I got them on the wrong diagonal. There you go. There they are.
There they are. They're standard squares, perfect for the on-the-go and travel. You can help us out and order them at qboutiquestl.com.
Wonderful. And we'll see you on the other side of this break, because we asked the players what they think of the club's great big expansion. And here are their answers.
The chess club is expanding. Are you excited for what's about to come, and what do you think the impact of that will be on American chess?
Well, it's got a great reputation worldwide now. St. Louis is a real chess capital, and I'm impressed by all the infrastructure, and restaurants, and the museum, and the general awareness of chess around here. I'm pretty impressed.
I think it's really nice because, I mean, in my opinion at least, the St. Louis Chess Club is like one of the most prestigious events. I mean, it takes really good care of its players, and I think it's a great thing that it's expanding even bigger.
Yeah, I think it's really wonderful. The vision that Rex and everyone that works here has for chess, just growing the game, and the passion and dedication that all the St. Louis staff here have. I'm really thankful that I've been able to, as a junior, sort of rise with the assistance of St. Louis and be able to play in such a wonderful atmosphere. I think every time I come here, I always really look forward to it. I'm really excited to play here.
I think it's really good because I think just with this going on, it's gonna bring more tournaments here and they're gonna be bigger and bring more attention, and I hope the boom just keeps going.
Absolutely. It did already humongous effect on the chess. I think professional chess in America would be in completely different shape without St. Louis. It's just basically, like almost the whole chess life is concentrated right here.
Oh, I love the expansion of the club. It's amazing, and it's definitely very, very good for U.S. chess. The conditions here are amazing compared to other parts, especially compared to other parts of the country. It's really nice to come here and have great conditions, play one game a day, rest day, great prize fund. I love it.
It's fabulous, and also that you're in such a prime spot, great places around. It's just a place anybody wants to be, even if they don't play chess.
No, I'm excited to see what the St. Louis Chess Club is going to do with it, because they've already done so much with promoting U.S. chess with all of these amazing tournaments. So with a bigger space, I mean, who knows what they can bring out here?
Oh, it's wonderful. I think it's great capital of that St. Louis is great capital of chess in the United States, and I play in this club, and it's probably one of the best places to play chess. Really, the players are taken care of, and its atmosphere is very chess-like. It should be always like that, but it's very rarely like that.
It's amazing. The chess club is beautiful. The playing conditions are fantastic, and I'm very grateful to have this opportunity to be playing here.
And I think it's great for American chess. So many of our top tournaments are held here at the St. Louis Chess Club. So I'm really excited to see what this expansion can do in terms of having more events.
Well, it's really amazing. It seems like I come here every year, and every year it looks different. But I just can't wait to see the finished product when all that space is operational. And so I'm just really on pins and needles, wanting to see more.
Every time I come here, it's actually pretty surprising to see they've conquered another place, another square.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here, round 5, the day before the rest day in our championships in St. Louis in the junior girls section. Sophie Morris-Suzuki, starting with a blistering 4 out of 4, is now facing Ellen Wang, and we like her position today.
Very much so. It might be 5 for 5. Can't she do it?
Let's find out. In the juniors, we have great matchup, but our highlights, I believe, will be Mishra against Hong, as well as Christopher Yu, leader of the tournament, against Balaji Daggupati.
Absolutely. And in the seniors?
In the senior section, Larry Christiansen is our leader. He has 3 points, and he is facing, with the Black Pieces, an old rival of his, Joel Benjamin.
And at the moment, I like Joel's position, so Larry will have to prove himself as he stays in the lead. I wanted to turn our attention, as we're jumping right back in. Anna Marie has overlooked a nice tactic, and Alice Lee, I think, is about to jump on the situation. It's a funny moment right here as we get this position. She did play knight c5, by the way. Knight d4, queen a6, and she's thinking that, you know, I'm not afraid of the move e5. I'm not afraid of the move e5 because I will answer it knight to f5, attacking the bishop on e7. So she played knight d2 to f3, prepping her own e5, but she's overlooked the tactic that Alice is quick to spot. Knight to c5 attacks the queen. When the queen moves backwards, for example, queen to c2, knight d3, that's an important fork, and there goes the exchange. So Alice is about to win material in her game after the move knight c5. An easy tactic to overlook, as you're kind of myopically looking at your own e5. What do you have for us, Alejandro?
Well, that was a big update.
That was it?
But Christian has something for us lately.
Excellent.
Well, I don't think you guys talked about Sophie Morris-Suzuki.
That's true.
The move that she found. We were talking about this move, bishop to e3, as being a very difficult move to find. She found it. She played it, and she might be going towards 5 out of 5, because right now, Black is having a very difficult position. Bishop to c5 is a very easy move to make. If you played bishop to e3, you know you're going to follow it up with this exchange of the bishops proposition with bishop to c5. Can you stop that with the move c5? Well, the problem is that right now we're starting to see a lot of tactics in the position. Rook fd1 or rook ad1 for that matter. It doesn't really matter. Rook takes d6 is going to come on the board. Now we see the tactics in the position. For example, if you go bishop to b7, rook takes d6, queen d6, bishop takes c5. I'm a pawn up. I'm going to regain my exchange, and you're still going to have some very weak squares around e5 and the central dark squares around in your position. So bishop to e3, looking really good for Sophie right now. And I was looking at the juniors as well and what's happening in that tournament, and at this point, after rook to e8, a takes before rook to e8 was played, Christopher decided to go knight to f3. Once again, the most probably practical choice in the position, because it is difficult to make the move knight to d3 and allow this onslaught that's coming your way. Nevertheless, it is actually just completely winning for white. Because I have the move knight to f4, covering everything up. And now, with an open long diagonal, you still have to lose a tempo to regain your pawn. And everything is coming in play harmoniously for white. Queen to c2, bishop to f3 is going to follow up. You dedicated so many of your pieces to the attack on the king side, but it didn't go anywhere. So right now, unfortunately, it does seem like white is in full control, probably a winning position from a practical perspective. He did not do that. He played the move knight to f3, and after bishop to b4, I have to say, with the knight on f3 instead of d3 and coming to f4, the position is completely different right now. And also the assessment is very different. It does seem like white still harbors a slight advantage. Nevertheless, it's not as much as it was if he would have played knight to d3. Still, I have to give it to Christopher in terms of assessment. White is still better.
Exactly. Thank you, Cristian. Alejandro.
Yeah, maybe we can analyze while we're at the juniors the game between Abhi Mishra and Andrew Huang. It's important for the standings, and some big things have changed.
Where is that?
The second game.
Okay.
White has somehow sacrificed a pawn with this break on d4.
All right.
And has obtained some kind of immediate pressure on d5. And I'm wondering, how good is White's position here? This is the current position. Abhimanyu up on the clock by a significant amount, almost 30 minutes. He's down a pawn currently, though. I assume that he can regain it in more than one way, but show me.
Yeah, right. Well, one visual that caught my eye. Let me just put it that way. I was thinking of c4, d4, queen c3. That was the visual.
Oh wow, that's pretty.
Yeah, I win the pawn back. So c4, I think, is one choice. But then I start to think, well, rook g5, bishop h3. Am I giving my opponent a free hand on the king side after c4? I'm assuming maybe I do that. I don't know.
Well, how do you specifically do this? Like,
okay,
let's find out actual moves, right?
Exactly. I'd love to be able to play a move like queen h4, but the only way I'm playing queen h4 is if my knight's gone. So knight g4, I don't think I want to allow knight takes d5. Okay, sorry. Actual moves. Let's make an actual move. Bishop to g4, tickling the rook.
All right. I don't really want to take on g4. Allow your knight to come in.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah.
Maybe knight takes, knight takes. I kind of follow it up. My rook looks a little puzzling, but if it ever does
get to h5, it's actually useful.
Right,
Yeah.
so maybe you're a little reluctant to capture my bishop.
Maybe I go rook d4.
Very attractive move, by the way, posting up. My goodness, I feel like I got to get my pieces into play. Try to make it as awkward as possible for you to win back your pawn. I'm trying to coordinate attack. I don't know what's going on. I think White's got
I like
good
White,
play,
you're
but
right.
Yeah.
It's hard to say exactly. You'll get your pawn on d5 back. It's not even so clear what I'll end up taking with. There are so many situations I just sidestep the pawn, go queen d2 and c5.
Right.
Yeah.
Very nice if you can pick up the pawn positionally. Now, having said that, I don't think Andrew did anything wrong. I mean, great.
But
congratulations. You played d4, right?
1 second.
Please.
Why can't you just simply take on d5?
After bishop g4?
No, just right now, instead of c4.
Yeah,
bishop takes d5.
That was a more direct way of getting the pawn back, but we didn't know if we needed it.
So why not? I mean, let's look at this,
Pawn's
right?
a pawn. Yeah.
Pawn is pawn.
Knight takes
c4, sure.
And it's check on d8, so I don't have time to do knight takes b4 or knight takes e3.
Check is check.
Check is check. You have to respect that.
And the problem is that bishop e6, I can take on d5 and you cannot recapture back because of queen to c5.
That's clear.
You're tied up.
But I thought if you take with the pawn and I retreat with the bishop to d7, how do we feel about that?
With that pawn landing on d6, I don't know.
I'd sure like to make I don't want you to capture on d5 with tempo. I'd sure like to bring my pieces out, but this knight on e3, it bugs me that I can't play a move like queen here and bishop h3, threatening mate. The knight is very well.
And I can just simply take with the rook, actually.
Now.
Weaken the pawn on e4 for yourself as well.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I want to take with the knight. Or
You do?
With the
Yeah, because
pawn.
bishop takes queen e4.
Okay, and now
If you go bishop h3, queen e4 is a problem. Yeah.
Exactly. Unfortunately, I have to play a lesser move, bishop f5.
Yeah, but you start looking at...
I like white.
I like white. You look at the structure and just start liking white.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I might even start to think, you know what, I should just play
Bail.
bishop, like some kind of a bail like this, where maybe...
After bishop f5, there's a funny variation, actually.
Yes.
If you get too greedy and you play the move f3 and say that, oh, you take on f3, I take on f5, and I win a piece.
mate.
No, no, no.
But it is a nice fork. I mean...
And unfortunately, knight e7 first doesn't work either because you go queen takes e7.
Oh, man.
Nothing works.
Nothing works. That's not good. Bishop takes.
But don't get too
Alright.
greedy, right?
But don't
get too greedy.
You don't have to. No.
Also, I think I can take with the pawn. I really like taking with the pawn.
I
Creating
know,
a
I
passed
feel like-
pawn.
I like the pawn, actually. I like
feel
this knight
that
on
this-
e3, yeah.
I know. This knight on e3 is really, really...
Queen takes c4 is still a problem that you have to deal with. So
Exactly.
And queen e5. Now I'm looking at some forks after knight to c4. Knight to c4, queen takes
Whoops.
d5, knight b6. Thank you very much.
That is a nice fork of the queen and the rook, no question about it. Whoops. Okay, so
No, it looks very
Andrew-
pleasant, right, for white.
Andrew is being asked some very salient questions, and that started from the move bishop takes d5, which begs the question: should I be even capturing the bishop? Great, you won your pawn back. Let me just, I don't know. I'll make a move. Queen c7.
Looks like he's ready to make a move, by the way.
He is ready to make a move.
Is he ready to capture the pawn? That's the question.
Yep.
And there
with
it
the
goes.
bishop.
Bishop takes d5 is on the board.
Okay, let's continue this line for just a moment. Queen c7 by Andrew. You've won your pawn back, okay, no harm, no foul, but I'm eyeballing, I'm going to keep my knight, and I'm eyeballing the move rook h5, and yes, I do want to sacrifice my bishop on h3.
But how dangerous is that, Yasser? Let's go c4.
Wow, okay, yeah, you threw down the gauntlet, and boy, I can sacrifice other people's pieces as good as anybody.
All right, let's go. Look,
Rook h5.
I can play g3, but let's go h3.
Yeah, I don't believe in this.
No?
Let's go h3.
I'm losing my
Look, I'll give you everything you want. I'll give you everything you want.
You think you can? You think?
I'll take on e4.
Yeah,
you know,
I think this is the
you
issue.
taught me well, Yasser. You taught me well.
Just take all the goods, huh?
I mean, that knight on e3 is a brilliant defender.
Yeah, the bishop's not bad either. I mean, this is just a check on h2.
And that's about it.
That's it. Just a check on
Just a
h2.
check. Friendly one, too.
No harm, no foul. Wow. Well, in that game of Zoe, I already had gotten tasered.
And queen c7 is on the board, by the way.
Queen c7.
Okay.
Okay, he's intimating that he's got threats. Whether they're real or not, let's...
Well, the problem is that, okay, queen c7 is a normal move, right? You
Right,
have
just
to get
getting off the
d file.
Right.
But after c4, rook h5 is already a very committal decision, right? Because you are moving all your forces on that side, and if your attack is not successful, then you're
Exactly.
actually in deep danger of losing the pawn on e4 and just losing the game.
Exactly.
I don't like it.
Just a
c4,
second.
I really like this move right now.
You guys may be bamboozling me. I'm surprised that you would allow me to do this.
Okay.
And let me put my rook. I hear you loud and clear. By the way, that bishop on g2, that's
Yes,
that's
but
shutting
I'm
the
gonna
window.
make one move,
What's
and
the
then
plan?
you're gonna give up.
What's the plan?
I was gonna go rook h3 mate.
Go king g2.
No way.
Come on, just defend.
Come on, you can't.
Rook h1. Come on, this is nothing. I don't believe you at all.
Rook
You have
h1.
nothing.
Oh wait.
No,
Here,
no.
here. No, I take with a pawn. It's fine.
You have nothing. No, it's
d5.
nothing. You don't have any pieces to
Yeah,
attack me.
C2 was defended. You lucky guy. He almost lost a piece.
But I didn't.
You didn't.
But I didn't.
Mastery, chess mastery. Keep your pieces defended. The knight on e3 is doing a great job. He suddenly. Oh no!
I forgot that because if you take with the knight first, you actually lose a piece.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. If you go knight takes, then I do have rook takes. Wow. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to go to the game between Brandon and Awonder because, again, they were the #1 and #2 seed coming into this event. If you had looked at the pairings at the start of the tournament, you say, aha, those two guys play each other in round 5, and that could decide first place. What's going on?
The funny thing about Brandon as a player is that he is a studious one. He definitely has a lot of interesting ideas in the opening. We saw it already twice in the Giocopiano.
Yep.
He's finding this idea that's very recent as well in the Catalan. But once he gets out of theory himself, it's like he just gets stuck. He was the one that proposed the variation. He knew the variation. He knew e3. He knew h4. But he's down on time compared to Awonder.
And he was actually down on
Only
time
by
also.
3 minutes, though.
Right, but I wonder. I mean, he was the one surprised by the opening, and
Right.
Brandon has made like 2 moves on his own. I mean, I think Rook FE1 was the first move he actually thought of.
Up to this. By the
Right.
way, where is the novelty in this game?
And that is actually the one between Justin Wang and David Brodsky on the screen that we're seeing right now, not the one we're talking about.
Oh, yeah, we'll get there. This is good.
Okay. I wonder.
The Knight B1. Yeah, Knight B1 is an idea that I saw also in the other game, the one that I was mentioning previously between Theodora Yuyangi.
Yeah.
Which is basically where you get this idea from Knight B1. The idea is that, yeah, you gave black a better structure because now you have a double pawn. But because your pawns are not on the way, especially this pawn is not on E3, the pawn on F4, I mean, you actually get access to some squares you don't normally get access to, like E5, you get access to the E file in general. And you're not so afraid of playing F3 sometimes. Yeah, Knight E5 is a move you can take on D4.
With the knight?
With the knight. I think both sides have chances.
But I like this bishop somehow posting up. I see good squares for black's pieces, and I'm not unhappy here, Alejandro.
I think in general, the entire play is based on the fact that everybody has good pieces except for black's bishop on B7. And if you can keep that a little bit under control.
I understand, but it is supporting the fact that it's not so easy for you to coordinate an attack against my D5 pawn. And the bishop on B7, you're right, it's a little bit passive, but doing some good work. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game as knight takes D4, in fact, on the board. And Christian, any games caught your eye?
Well, the game of Thalia versus Gracy Prasanna is quite interesting because we have some sort of a Benoni situation right now, and a lot of things are most likely going to happen in the next few moves because this move F5 came on the board, setting up a lot of tension in the center. Of course, you cannot, well, you can actually in this case take on F5, but generally you should be very careful about rook takes E3. You cannot recapture because of bishop to D4. Of course, in this specific case, if rook takes E3 comes on the board, then taking on G6 would actually win the game for white. So after taking on F5, you have to take back either with the bishop or the pawn, and you still have to worry about this move, rook takes E3. A lot of tension that I'm seeing right now in the position. Rook to E8 is the last move on the board, 48 minutes for Gracie, and Thalia, who escaped miraculously yesterday with the black pieces against Rochelle Wu, right now with 49 minutes, a very complex position. I like the way this game is developing, and I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks in this one. Now, I was quite shocked, I have to say, about this position's assessment. I thought that white has an advantage, right?
Right.
But not 1.4 right now. So
That's
this is a
big.
very significant advantage. Not only that, but after C4, if you go rook to H5, it's starting to already increase 1.7, getting closer to 2. This is a decisive
and so
advantage,
we can settle
guys.
this. H3, bishop H3 is nonsense, right?
Oh yeah, completely. No. Bishop H3 is...
You guys were falling for it.
No, forget about Bishop H3.
Nonsense, I tell you.
I had you both netted.
It's not great. It's
I
not
was
great.
about to fillet.
Surprisingly, it's not that bad. Okay, it's still decisive advantage, but it's not like +4 or anything. Rook
I love
to
that
E8.
compliment. It's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's only +2, which is significant. Nevertheless, the point being that if you don't go for this rook to H5, then what do you do?
Yeah.
What is your next move?
Exactly.
Once again, and we discussed about this at the beginning of the show, this pawn on A3 simply became a liability because your rook on A8 is going to be tied after this idea of C4 followed by queen to C3, setting up the attack on the pawn on A3. The rook on A8 is stuck to the defense of that pawn. If you do give me that, I will have a dominant majority, 3 versus 1. We know those type of majorities are extremely dangerous and pretty much decisive in any endgame. So after C4, I'm looking at the position, and I know Abhimanyu is looking at this move. It makes a lot of sense. It's a very natural progression of your last few moves. it's looking good for Abhimanyu. He might be scoring. Is this his third victory if he manages to win this one in a row?
He beat Awonder.
He Pedro yesterday.
Yep.
And has the potential of beating another one of the players that started off blazing hot, Andrew Hong, 2.5 out of 3. But right now, cooling off significantly after yesterday's defeat.
That's true.
Right. I just have to say that it's funny looking at the games of Thalia. Thalia likes the 4-pawns attack against the King's Indian defense. And no matter what she plays, it seems to mean that she's always getting a kind of a 4-pawns attack against whatever it is her opponent is doing. So nice just insight there. I think in the game of Alice Lee, Bishop takes d6.
Wait,
what? Hold on. I was going to say Alice was winning a lot of material, but I didn't think she was going to be winning this much. Bishop takes d6.
Why can I not take this bishop?
Right?
That's a very good question.
Right.
E5?
Salient.
I can just take on e1. I guess you're still up only the exchange anyway, right?
Gosh.
But it's a full exchange.
But it is a full exchange.
Yeah, but I was actually thinking it was going to even be like a whole rook.
I think it's just the exchange.
It's just the exchange.
It's an exchange,
you
but
drop
you take on
bishop.
b5, go bishop b8.
It's just an
is great.
exchange.
Exactly.
I mean, this is an easy version of an exchange here. Simplify the position so much.
True.
I think you probably want to start with queen takes a6 after bishop takes d6.
I mean, you can...
Just to mess up my pawn
Right.
structure.
Yeah.
Fair.
Fair. I mean,
Queen takes a6.
Yeah, this might not be the worst version for white, right? You take on e1. You got to take back on e1.
Agreed. And I'll move my bishop, and I'll take a pawn.
It's still decisive.
That's just
it has to be decisive.
Right.
It's just an exchange.
Let's
Guys,
turn to the seniors.
Yes.
Well,
Please.
before we do that, I
Yes.
still think we should stay with the juniors because this game is of high importance, the ones between Carissa Yip and Pedro Espinosa. And you guys were touting the Black Lion. I mean, it sounds dangerous, but
I didn't tout nothing. I said I never heard of it.
All I said is I got the book.
I bought the book. The guy's got a book somewhere. The guy's not recommended anything.
This lion is toothless, hairless, and I mean,
without fur.
he's not doing absolutely anything right now. I mean, check this out. Bishop to h7. Finally, you managed to castle.
Yay.
And you spend so many resources, so many tempis to get to that point because this battery was just accommodating you and you had to go knight d2, knight f3, knight h4. Lost a lot of tempis to finally be able to castle. And now, after rook to d8, the perfect setup.
Right, that's what we're talking.
For black, d4 came on the board. E takes d4, knight takes d4. Sure, let's exchange some pieces. Take on d4, bishop to d6. I'm looking at the position, and it is only black that can be better.
Clear.
You put a queen on d2, he's going to get targeted with knight to e4. So what do you do next move? Actually, knight to e4 most likely comes no matter what you do. I just have so much space on both sides, and I'm looking at your pieces. This bishop on g2 is going to get closed up after the move c6. The bishop on b2 is already closed up by your own pawn. I have space advantage on both sides. I already have my rooks set up on the central files, and you don't even have a good way to make the connection between the rooks because once again, queen to d2 is going to be met by knight to e4, maybe after defending the pawn on a5. It's not looking good. Neither it is easy for white to find a clear plan in the position. This is why I'm a little bit, suspicious of Carissa Yip's play and strategy altogether in this game.
All right. Definitely we'll keep an eye on that one, but I wanted to turn to the seniors as I saw that Dmitry Gurevich had sacrificed the pawn. How is it going for him, Alejandro?
Looks good. Let's take a look at the position that we have right now. This is, of course, Shabalov versus Gurevich.
We had gotten here and we'd seen, oops, that's the wrong move. That's not what I wanted to do. We saw the move rook e1. That was where we left it, right?
Yes.
Here it comes.
There you
this
go.
Is it go.
All right, so now queen e5, and we have a bunch of moves. So let's just update what's happened. g3, bishop g4 looks normal. Knight takes, rook takes looks normal. A lot of space on the king side. Queen h5, I guess. Yeah, bishop c1. Okay, rook d8 looks normal.
Okay.
e4, h6. Luft, I guess.
Luft. Rook d3. What? Bishop takes h.
Rook d6 didn't work last move, did it? No, because the rook's not defended on
e1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, so he plays rook d3.
Rook takes d6.
And
Ideas
E5
of
didn't
e5.
work. Yeah.
But as you were saying, yes. Rook to d3.
And bishop a3. Boom.
Challenge.
Challenge. Actually, that's not.
He
that
declared it.
Is it?
If
Wait a second.
Yes.
It's kind of hard, yeah. So you take on a3, right?
Then you take on e2.
I assume that I take with the. With what do I take?
Well, if you take with the rook, I'm going to take twice on c3.
That's horrible.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you take with the queen, I take on c3, and...
You maybe take on c3. I don't know if that's forced.
What would you prefer?
I don't know if I prefer it. I just say that knight g4 deserves being looked at, question mark.
Exclamation mark. Knight g4. Okay,
But maybe
that's a little surprising.
Maybe it just doesn't work. F3, knight e5, but you have bishop d2.
Yes.
Yeah, that's simple enough.
I'm just...
defending
yes.
everything.
Okay,
So I guess you take on c3.
All right.
Take on h5, take on h5, take on c3, take on...
Now, I got an issue.
Yeah,
here.
you have to take, right?
Right. Looks a little bit offside, but
Not the
nothing,
end of the world,
no,
right?
No, not at all.
Could play... Looks equal-ish.
Yeah, I don't see the problem there, but I mean, it feels like, wait a minute, why can't I take advantage of this? Can I play f3 and start kicking your pieces back?
I always have a check, right?
That is true. That is annoying. You do have a check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That is... I'm feeling kind of surprised. Yeah, I mean, you just played this move, bishop takes a3, and you've gone... You were attacking on the king side. That looks disharmonious. It's not in harmony with your play, but I don't see a refutation to it at the moment. Bishop f4?
And that most likely is just going to lead to an equal position, right?
Right. I'm trying for an edge, but I don't see it, Christian.
Yeah, I don't see it either, Christian.
No, there's no edge. Actually,
There's
it's
no
just
edge.
No.
So bishop takes a3 is a surprising move, though, right? I mean, when he played rook on
It's a
d1
shocker,
to d3,
come on. You're defending the knight and the guy takes the pawn on a3.
Anyway, right?
It's definitely a shocker, but it doesn't seem like white actually had a lot of good ways in the position.
Okay.
You
mean the black hat compensation anyway?
Full compensation, yes.
Okay.
And after bishop takes a3, it just seems like it forces simplifications, take on e2, so you take on a3, you take on e2. I think bishop f4, maybe bishop takes e2, and who's better at that point?
Exactly.
Rook takes c3, we exchange, and then we go into this endgame, and maybe you have like a very slight edge for the simple fact that you have rook and bishop versus rook and knight, but I do have targets.
Yep.
To worry about as white, and I don't think there's any
Shabalov
advantage.
just played a move, but it didn't look like it was a... Yes, it did.
Yes, it did.
It
It
did capture. Yeah, so it might be going into that equalish ending. Let's jump to the game of Larry Christian.
And the standings for the seniors, as Gurevich is, remember, on second place right now. Shabalov bouncing back from a loss against Vladimir Akopian with a win against Nick de Firmian. Finds himself in third place, tied with a bunch of people at 50%.
Mm-hmm. Just jumping to the game of Joel Benjamin and Larry Christensen for a moment, we saw the move h7, h6, castles. We had actually gotten here. We thought that Black still had to prove equality, knight f6, knight e4, but from the game position that I'm seeing, I think Larry will be very pleased with the outcome of the opening. This doesn't feel like he's got any worries here. After all, you know, he's already got possession of the open C file. Nothing.
0-0, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's neutralized everybody. Igor Novikov versus Gregory Kaidanov, they too have played very quickly. This looks like a Catalan.
This was a Catalan.
Okay, where you're somehow, you know, like...
I don't even have to check.
Vacuum.
I don't have to check the opening. This is Aronian's favorite line of the Catalan.
Right.
You can just tell from the structure, the rook landing on d7, the fact that something just took on b6. this has to be that Catalan that Aronian plays all the time.
Exactly. And I'm just saying knight e5 and rook
Rook
c2.
and draw
equality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Equality there. What do you have for us, Christian?
Well, staying with the seniors, a lot of things have happened in this game between Vladimir Akopian and Igor Khmelnitsky. This one we said that Black was just perfectly fine after the opening, right?
Right.
We were considering him to have solved all of his opening problems. But it's not the case, especially in the way he played it with this move bishop to g4. Very natural, by the way. You do want to set up this pin. The problem is, I really like what Akopian did. g4, bishop to g6, knight to h4. And right now, at this point, Black missed his chance to take on d3. Not an easy practical decision because in the absence of the light square bishops, this knight is perfectly placed to jump to f5. Not only that, but also the queen is coming to f3. It does feel like I have a lot of pressure on the light squares. Nevertheless, this move, queen to d5, is very, very important in the position. Taking away the light squares, queen to b3 is no longer possible to put some pressure on my pawn structure. Queen to f3 is no longer possible either. And knight to f5, I'm just simply going to challenge you on the e-file. And in fact, Black doesn't have any problems. You have a beautiful knight on f5. Unfortunately, you don't have any support for it to create any significant threats against my king on g8. So big moment, allowing this bishop takes d3, but he did not play bishop takes d3. What he did was queen to f6, but after knight takes g6 and f4, the two bishops are nicely supporting a potential attack on the king side.
Right.
And after king to h8, right now, White has the opportunity to play the move g5. With devastating consequences, it feels like, because after taking on g5, no, I'm not going to take back on g5 and allow you to go queen to f2 and then bishop to d6 and create checkmating threats against my king. I'm just simply going to go queen to g4.
With the idea of rook e6.
Exactly. If you take on f4, yeah, well, you're getting checkmated on this side. Bishop takes g6, queen to h5, queen to h7. The game is actually over. So you cannot touch the pawn on f4. If you do go rook a to e8, well, sure, we're going to exchange. Now there's no more queen to f2. I don't even have to hurry with f takes g5, which is good enough. I can just simply go rook to f1. And by the way, as we were discussing, this game, despite its flashiness, is just a draw.
Yeah, the equal end game. There was actually a perpetual found by both players there, queen c8, queen f5 at the end. Draw between Shabalov and Gurevich.
Happened very quickly. And back to what you were saying.
No, absolutely, guys. I think this one right now after king to h8, if White finds, and you don't even have to find the move g5, you can play this one slowly. I still have the two bishops. I have the better structure. I'm gaining more space on this side, and without, in the absence of the light square bishop for White, it doesn't seem like you can get to my king in any way, shape, or form. So I'm really liking the progression and the trend for White, for Vladimir Akopian, who might be, if he manages to win this one, get his second victory in the event and go to +1. He's a dangerous man once he starts getting those pluses.
I'm telling you, that move g5 sure has my attention. I like that move a great deal, and I think that big advantage for Akopian should he find g5 and queen g4. Dlugy, well, somehow, once again, Nick and Max have neutralized the position. Don't see any advantages there. Earlier, I had actually liked Nick's position. This just feels tepid.
Yeah, nothing much to talk about there.
Let's just jump to
Get back to the girls. We haven't looked at those in a while.
Once again, I want to go to Sophie.
Okay, because this game is dead.
Bishop c5.
Yeah, Sophie finding all the good moves so far. Taking a long time to do so. Only worried about that. 36 minutes for the remaining 24 moves. That's a lot of moves.
Until you look at the position.
Until you look at the position.
Easy moves.
Easy
Bishop
moves.
takes d6, rook d1. I mean, I can play these moves with just seconds on my clock. I like it for
I love
our
White's
tournaments leaders looking really, really
Great,
good.
right? Every dark square in the position is going to be hers.
Yeah, exactly. The moves play themselves here.
Excellent. Excellent prep here.
We had mentioned Thalia, and she didn't take on...
Not too many moves here. She didn't take on e4. She played the move bishop d7, did Gracie. Looks like a normal move to me. The preparing b5 at some point, connecting the rooks at some point.
Right.
It looks like a double-edged King's Indian.
4 pawns attack.
4 pawns / same edge / whatever.
Right.
Right.
Nice. Jennifer Yu's game, that was the one where we thought that it was going to be a static.
Not so
C6.
static anymore, right? Things happened.
Black got in C4.
And white got in A4.
And she got to the, I mean, it's not like you're going to take on C2 and get to the second rank as quickly as did white. The rook already posted nicely.
That being said, who comes in with some oomph to the ranks, right?
Yeah.
All right, let's say that I don't like releasing the tension, but I just want to analyze it.
Sure.
C takes D3.
Okay.
You take with the queen, right? Do you take with the pawn?
It's not automatic, but yeah, I think I do take with the queen. Not automatic. I saw C takes D3 as, supporting the rook. Here
Right.
I've kind of traded the guards of the rook on E4.
And how do we feel about positions, let's say, queen G5?
Are you walking into rook G5, or are you...
Sorry, what? Yeah, that's fine. I have a check.
You have a check.
All right. Go back. I'll defend this pawn somehow, G6, let's say. It's not... It's a little ugly, right? It's a little ugly.
My
spider senses should be tingling.
Right. I'm looking
Something
at
like queen B5, queen D7 might be devastating.
Queen B3 as well, but you know me, I'm a pawn grubber, so I'll go for the pawn. I know what you're saying, but...
doesn't feel enough, right, for black to play so chaotically.
I like the move C takes D3, but I would first like to tickle, maybe, back the rook up somewhere, like something like rook C7, just so that...
I have everything defended. Okay.
Well, yeah, okay. We'll keep a close eye on that. How are the juniors doing with the Blumenfeld Gambit?
It's been a while since we saw that one.
Exactly. Where are you, Christopher?
That's it?
Yep. Okay. Hold on.
What's going on?
It was like bishop b2. This is, I remember.
Yeah.
This is where knight d3 was
Christian was advocating for knight d3, right?
Exactly.
Knight c6, knight c3, bishop g4, and there's a reluctance to try to even go d4, just plays queen b3. First question.
Yes.
Why can't I
take a pawn?
Take the pawn.
Let's see. So if you take,
right.
Let's say I take with the rook, so that
it's
queen
defended,
takes
right?
d2 will be met by rook d1, and I don't have to worry about losing the pawn on e3.
And we guarantee the truth of that statement.
No
Not
guarantees,
really, right?
no warranties, nothing. You can take on c3, knight e4.
I can take on c3. I can go knight e4 also.
Immediately?
I mean, I could go queen d2 on knight e4, but I think it's just insufficient.
Say what? You can do this?
And then go knight e4, but I don't think it works out. You don't have enough pieces at the end. I was hoping that at the end I could take e3 or something, but...
Okay, but that's two, queen and knight for 2 rooks, right?
But I do get 2 pawns, and I get to take on e3, and it's kind of dumb, but then again, it's not that dumb.
Not completely
dumb, but nah, why do this, right?
Right. I mean, it feels like you're forcing...
matters for no reason.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So queen b3 does, as you say, ask the question. Let's suppose for the moment, the question is, you can't take the pawn. From white's point of view, is white threatening the desirable knight d5? Is this something you want to worry about?
Knight d5 is very annoying, right? Because the threat on f6 is so devastating. I don't have time to play bishop takes d2, for example.
Exactly, and the thing is a move like knight d5 exposes the bishop, opens up f6. So something that Christopher is eyeing definitely is the move knight d5. So it's not that easy for black.
First impression is I like white.
A lot of central control.
A lot of central control. The knight coming to d5 is a pretty big threat. And
right.
Again, it's because you have all these pawns in the center that you can jump around with the knights. Black doesn't have the same capacity in the center.
Also, this half-open f-file, it kind of feels like there's vague threats towards f6 as well as f7. Christopher Yu would be in great shape if he could score. One result so far,
only in the senior section. Alexander Shabalov drew his game against Dmitry Gurevich. He was up a pawn with Shabalov, but Gurevich seemed to have compensation from start to end, and the game finished in a natural result.
Yes, it feels so. In the game, by the way, between Justin Wang and David Brodsky, a game that we haven't paid too attention to, it almost looks like a Dutch defense reversed. These pawns on f4, e3, this one is a semi-closed position. I've always thought of closed positions as positions with 8 pawns for both sides. And a semi-closed position is one where 7, and then an open position is when you have 6 and I have 6, because then we got files everywhere and diagonals would be open. So a semi-closed position, one of the great practitioners of semi-closed positions was Michael Bodvinik. If you wanted to learn how to play positions with 7 versus 7, study his games. Rook takes b4, evenish, white's got an edge, space.
This bishop on e8 is so bad that I'd rather
really
be
is.
white, but
okay.
But it can't be that bad, right?
No, not when I'm controlling the open powerful moment. But that is you immediately put your thumb right on the issue. Strategically speaking, the bishop on e8 needs a role, a life. And until black solves that, I would think it's easier to play white as well.
Easier, but there's not a lot of targets in black's camp. You do have the control of the b file.
The toothless black lion?
Hairless, toothless.
Hairless, toothless. When we left,
I mean, I like black.
Okay, hard to argue, especially after the move h5. I don't see any reasons whatsoever that white will be proud of her play. No. Bishop could even come back to f5, and you could set up once again those ideas of trying to use some light squares.
I don't think the black is that much better, but
no,
I'd rather take black any day, right?
Easier
to play.
Definitely,
for
definitely.
Sure. Let us continue with the juniors.
Well, guys,
okay.
Maybe I can give you some ideas of where to go, because this one is getting spicy.
Okay.
That is against Sophie Morris-Suzuki versus Alan Wang, and we've seen this bishop land on c5. We knew that.
We loved it.
Once the bishop lands on c5 and we see this trade of the dark square bishop, white is most likely going to be better. But e4 came on the board, and now big moment right now, because if she finds this next move, she's going to fully take over the initiative. That is the move rook f to d1.
Right.
If you take on c5, I take on c5, I target the rook on f8, then I'm going to have enough time to either choose between the square d4 or e5 for my knight, depending on where you move the rook. That's not going to look good for your position. You have the bad bishop, you don't have enough resources to get any sort of an attack on the king side against my king. It looks like white is borderline winning at this point. So what can you do after the move rook to d1? If you cannot take on c5, or if you take on c5, you're much worse. If you take on f3, obviously after bishop takes d6, it's resignation time. So the only move seems to be something along the lines of bishop to e7. By the way, bishop e7 is not an easy move to make. And knight g5 comes. Continuing with the spiciness in the position, right? If you take on g5, I take on f8, and once again, this is completely losing. By the way, rook fd1 is on the board.
She's a boss.
She just played.
She is a boss. I mean,
she just played.
There's a reason she's 4 out of 4.
She's playing the best moves in the position right now. The best plans, the best moves. She's not falling for these ideas, residual ideas of bishop to b2 after the move b3. Very nice play by white. Sophie Morris-Suzuki is on fire right now.
Oh, absolutely. That's a great move for FD1.
And when you think about Ellen's moves, she's played f5, king h8, e5, e4, and all she's got to show for it is that her pawn's on e4 and f5, but she's got nothing. White is the one who's taking advantage of all of the weak squares. I love this move, rook d1.
lazy man's chess, bishop takes d6, rook d1, also better, but this is more precise.
Much more precise.
And one of the games that is most likely going to be over soon, still in the junior girls section, is the game between Anne-Marie Velea and Alice Lee. And I just wanted to point out this very classy move, because we noticed this sequence and we said that after bishop e7, maybe white has something, right?
No,
Bishop to a3. Check this move out. Very nice move, very classy move, just pretty much shattering white's pawn structure, which was the only source of counter chance or counterplay or any sort of initiative in white's position. After this is pretty much game over. Take, 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 we exchange. I pick up the pawn on c3. I exchange everything. Yeah, the game is over for white. Rook to a8 can be played, rook to c1, and then focus on the knight on d4. There's absolutely no compensation. Another one that most likely is going to be finished anytime soon is the game between Igor Novikov and Gregory Kaidanov. Nothing has happened in this game. That line that you were mentioning, Alejandro, Aronian loves to play this. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like white got absolutely anything out of this one. We're expecting a shake of hands in this one.
Thank you for that. And Mishra versus Andrew Hung, that was the bishop takes d5, and we were really looking at the positions after queen c7 and rook h5. Well, Mishra said, okay, let's go. Go ahead, put your rook on h5. I challenge you to try to do anything. By the way, don't forget, I'm going to play bishop takes f7 check. Like, for example, let me just put this one on the board. This is, I think, the trap that Mishra had in mind, you know, a puzzle rush check. And if you interpose rook takes, thank you for the pin, and a decisive win of material. So he played queen b3 to stop rook h5, and Andrew played the move king f8, intimating that he's still interested in playing the move rook h5 and challenge. Go ahead, if you like, play the move rook h5, rook d4, and we're up to date with the position, with the players. Times seems to be very favorable for Mishra, right?
Yeah, 45 minutes for Mishra and 28 for Andrew Hong. Still 16 moves to play. The position looks really good for Mishra.
Exactly.
It's just central control.
Bingo, central control. And it almost kind of feels overwhelming,
right?
Especially when you start thinking, okay, you still got to get these guys into the act. They've been off the battlefield up until this moment, so bring them in. Again, Christopher Yu, our tournament leader, bishop to
f8.
F8.
Well, that's tepid.
Right? Is that not inviting? Knight d5? I mean, you just like blast open this long diagonal. You start thinking that the rook on f1, the queen on b3 might coordinate. I'm liking what I'm seeing here for Christopher. He's humming right along.
This feels very bad for black. Are we missing something, Christian, in this game between Christopher Yu and Balaji Daggupati? We love the move knight d5, and we're having trouble even coming up with a response.
Right, I'm stuck.
Knight to d5.
Yes.
Knight to d5 is a very decent move, yes, but why not just pick up the pawn?
Which pawn?
On b7.
I assumed there was a rook b8 or something.
Exactly. I stopped there, and then we can continue with queen takes c6, rook takes b2.
Knight d5 is a very good move also.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Knight to d5, knight to e4 probably is the best move for black.
Knight e4.
Knight to e4, yeah. But leaving this knight on d5 like that,
it's scary.
It's hopeless almost, right? Because the knight on e4, if you look at the balance between the knight on d5 and the knight on e4, they're both centralized, but the knight on e4 doesn't do anything. It's actually a target for my pieces because I'm going to drop with a queen to c2, follow it up with bishop to d3, and you're going to have some huge trouble on the b1 h7 diagonal. So it's the difference between the pieces, right, that makes the difference right now. And it is in white's favor. Knight to d5 is looking really good for Christopher Yu, who might be able to move all the way to 4.5 out of 5 with a victory and pretty much take over this tournament.
Right.
That was great.
Yeah.
Right?
Again, just drop in on the Awonder game for
Yeah.
a moment, because this is the number 1 versus number 2. And
we have a result that we expected. Igor Novikov and Gregory Kaidanov have simply split the point. Not the most fascinating game.
No, that game never got underway. I'm going to go to the game of Brandon and Awonder for just a second, because we were looking at knight e4 and bishop f6, and I was saying I was beginning to like Awonder's game. Knight b5 on the board, queen e7, knight c3, queen c5, bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, and this is where I was having trouble right here, because I had it in my mind that something was hanging. Bishop takes e4 and rook d8 and rook takes d1, right? Bishop takes e4, rook d8.
And you have to play with this rook, otherwise I take on d8, right?
Or there was maybe a knight d6 or...
No, rook f d8, queen takes d8 wins.
I'm sorry, yes, because then I have to take with the bishop,
With the bishop, right,
and
yeah.
defend against mate. Sorry, that's a very important point, that the move rook d8 actually, whoops, queen takes d8, and now bishop takes d8 allows rook e8, whereas in the game continuation, Awonder's move rook on c8 to d8 means that queen takes, bishop takes is an awkward answer. Isn't white losing material after this move?
What about knight d6?
I think we could go knight d6, right?
Well, precisely. I mean, knight d4 is an awkward pin, but knight d6 is also a terrible pin. I mean, besides the fact that can take this pawn. No. I'm sorry. I'm not a. I thought it was even material.
No.
Yeah.
White picked up a pawn on e4.
Gotcha. But knight d6.
Why not?
Why not?
Well, why not is because it's a very awkward pin.
But what do you do?
How do I exploit it? You mean, yeah. Okay, obviously I want to play rook d7 and rook d8 and h6 and take the knight. So let's start with rook d7.
I'm gonna kick out your queen. Just
how?
b4 or something, just to defend the pawn.
b4. Yeah, get your pawn out of the way. Where do I end up with a lady? Okay, let's stay. Let's. Oh, rook c4. This is annoying. Why are you? Why am I getting kicked around?
Why isn't it easy, right?
Why isn't chess easy?
Why isn't chess
That's
easy?
a good question.
Yeah. Okay, queen h5. I haven't
now
given.
you don't have enough attackers, right?
That's the problem. I feel it too. But I mean, I still, it may be slower than I like, but I do have h6, rook d8 on my agenda. I want to take that.
So you're banking everything on this pin, pretty much at this point.
And by the way, the queen on h5 does have a use. I mean, if for some reason you were able to play queen c2 and knight
All right,
here.
let's try to get fancy.
Yes, fancy play syndrome.
I probably shouldn't do that.
I can go rook d1, I think.
Rook d1 to
Rook to
e1.
E1, yeah.
Okay, let me make. No, let me make Luft the other way.
You can do whatever you want.
Rook e8?
Rook e8, I think, anyway.
Rook e8. Once again, how am I exploiting this?
Yeah, it feels like white has their own play as well, right?
Well, whoa. I'm not giving...
Rook e7?
Which rook?
1 e7.
Rook 1 e7. Take.
No, white is just much better here. Right?
Now rook e8 check.
Yeah. Or queen c4, yeah.
Yeah, no, the desire, I was trying to exploit the pin. Couldn't do it. Not so easy. Knight d6. How does the engine assess this position? Because at first I thought, ooh, Brandon had walked into an issue. I didn't find it.
Supposedly still within the margins of equality, in fact, after rook to d8, which was a good move, by the way. Yeah. Knight to d6, rook to d7, probably the best move, but also just simply picking up the pawn, maybe from a practical perspective, a better alternative. Now, at the same time, if you do take the pawn, queen to b1, and then my knight gets out, it does seem like it's going to peter out into a draw. The best you will get is probably 2 versus 1 on this side, and say that my majority doesn't count on this one in a rook endgame, but I don't think that's going to be enough for black. So what you could try is rook to d7, as you mentioned, b4, and now queen to c7.
Okay.
Seems to be the best move. You want to hide the queen all the way to b8 and then ask white, how are you going to stop me from taking advantage of this pin?
Right.
One way to do so, it seems to be, let's take a look. I saw this move rook to e5 appear on the board at some point. Just to, let's take a look at rook to e5. Yeah, rook to e5 is one move. It doesn't seem to be very good after bishop takes e5. Not enough compensation, perhaps. Visually, it looks like I have enough
Knight on
compensation.
d6.
Sounds like enough to me, right?
Right?
Yeah.
But from an objective point of view, it doesn't seem like it's enough. Nevertheless, I have to say rook to e5, at least from a visual perspective, it looks like a decent move.
Right.
My question was, what if I go here after rook to e5, though?
Right.
Because rook to d5, once again, bishop to e7, you still didn't get away from this pin. Yeah. You would love to have the queen on d1 and the rook on d3. Unfortunately, that's not the case. A difficult position, and keep in mind, these moves are all engine moves,
right?
Engine approved, but not easy moves to make. Especially this idea of hiding the queen all the way to b8, not easy. Also, you're running into knight b5 at times. h5 seems to be the move that, in fact, maintains equality in this position. And the idea being that after rook to d8, I have this idea of rook to d1. And now with the pawn on h5, this g6 is going to be met by h6. Yeah, a very hidden idea, very, very nuanced idea. And you were mentioning you were trying to find the right way of making a luft.
Right.
You cannot make a luft with h6 because my queen controls that square.
Exactly.
The only way to make a luft is with g6. And if I have my pawn on h5, I'm ready to go to h6. Very, very difficult concept to see from afar, but very useful if you manage to get to this point. So rook to d8 is on the board. Let's see what Brandon will come up with. Knight to
we think knight d6 is forced, but
knight to d4 seems to be a move as well.
But the more you've been discussing this position, the more I'm thinking bishop takes b2 and just say, you know,
just
like,
call it a day.
Give me back my pawn, and then I'll
Let's call
figure
it a
something
day,
out.
Yeah.
As we prepare to go on break, we do have a nice Alice Lee. Looks like she's putting the finish. She's done the hard work already. She's an exchange of pawn. She's won the queenside pawn is the point. She's ready to play rook a1 check in the near future. I'm expecting king, I was going to say king e5. She decided on king f5.
It's funny.
Fair.
It's the last place you would have put the king, right?
Right.
There's a thing that grandmasters do eventually, where you put the king just the furthest
away from the knight, so you don't get tricked into a fork. But no, this is for sure over.
It's just easy.
Rook check, and the a pawn goes so fast. A little bit surprised that Annie is playing on here because there's no chance. She's down too much material.
Yeah, it's a lot of material.
Exchange and pawn. Jennifer, let's see if Jennifer.
Hold on, we might see. If she plays king f1, she's not resigning anytime soon.
Whoa. Jennifer might have some. What the heck is going on?
We'll wait for one more move in this one,
Okay.
and we'll switch. Nope, that's it.
Yep.
Anne Marie does resign against Alice Lee. An unfortunate blunder for her, just gave the game to her opponent. I mean, that's how it works in chess. Let's take a look at the Ruiyang Yan against Jennifer Yu game. You were mentioning that you're starting to like black.
Right, because you had mentioned. Remember, you had wanted to take on d3, and I was kind of hesitating. Could I recapture with the queen?
I was trying to bamboozle you.
Yeah, and I ended up recapturing with the queen. Well, Jennifer set a position now. This is the current position. And by the way, she did capture where white was forced to recapture with the pawn. And now it was like, whoa. The rook is making a very nasty introduction along the second rank with rook c2. And that's going to force white to drop back with her rook to e2 to defend the f2 pawn as well as the b2 pawn. And, you know, it was really funny. The moment I saw it, I wanted to play e4.
E4.
Just hang the rook.
No, not that good, Yasser.
Not that good, right?
Do you feel that black is playing for the advantage here?
Well,
because if you are, I mean, I can just perpetual you. I don't have to play rook e2.
That is true. No, I didn't know. I mean, it was just that I saw rook c2 and I went, yes, by the way, this is the perpetual that Alejandro was talking about, check and check.
Yeah, you never want to run all the way to like the c file or something. You'll get mated.
No.
So perhaps start with h5?
A temporary excitement, unjustified on my part. h5 I like. You make love.
Somehow I still like black a little more than I like white.
You get out of the back rank perpetuals, and you are setting up for
rook c2, right?
Rook to c2. Okay, Jennifer might have something she can work with.
Yeah, I feel it, right? Okay.
It's still a long way to go.
And h5, there you go.
h5. Just checking in on the game between Zoey and Rochelle. That was the Trumpovsky game that had us so excited.
It's an unrecognizable position.
Right, Rochelle, I think is improved. Whoa, g5.
That was a big decision, by the way.
Was that necessary?
Not only g5 was an option, but also you have the move knight to e4 that you had to consider.
Check,
right.
And takes, and there's this sudden discovered attack.
So this was a big moment, and I'm not really sure if she made the right decision. Nevertheless, you still look at the position and you think, okay, black is definitely in control.
Exactly.
What is actually, the more I look at it, the more I'm wondering what is white supposed to do here?
You're kind of losing g3, aren't we?
But I mean, that's
f4 is coming.
F4 is coming. G3.
Yeah, I was thinking that I have to play knight h5.
Yeah, but then I take on g3. Fearlessly, fearlessly take on g3. It's not my pieces.
Exactly.
But I don't see a problem. With
No, I don't either. I think bishop takes g3 is an excellent move.
Yeah, I was worried about rook g1, but you have bishop f2 and just finishes the game.
There is no rook takes g5.
That knight on b3 is so useless.
So useless, yeah.
Well, at least for the moment. I mean, you would love to get it to c5, but for the moment, it's completely useless.
Agreed.
Yeah, the tactical complications come in when the knight is still not playing.
Out of play. Yeah, exactly.
This looks great for black.
Very, very much so. Oof. Zoey. And as we get ready for our guest coming into the studio, a couple of results, Alejandro.
Yes, we had this result that was very big. Igor Novikov and Gregory Kaidanov both reach. That's not right, yeah? Igor's at 2.5? Ah, yeah, he lost yesterday. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, exactly.
They're both at 50%.
You were thinking, yeah.
The production's never wrong.
And our graphics are always right.
Always 100% right. Amarie Velea, 0.5 point out of 5. Rough start for her. Of course, it's a very strong tournament. Alice Lee certainly the more experienced player, despite the younger age.
Exactly.
And she wins an important game for Alice, honestly, as Alice is with us in studio with Christian.
Alice, first of all, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to St. Louis. We haven't seen you since the American Cup. How does it feel to be back?
It's great to be back here. St. Louis is just it's so nice here, and it's just one of my favorite places to be.
What were your ambitions coming into this event? Because we know how well you did in the American Cup. Did you want to win this event?
Well, that was certainly the higher goal, although my goal now is just to do better than I did last year.
Well, a difficult start for you, 2 losses in the first 4 games, but finally you broke through. Let's go through today's game.
Okay.
Tell us your critical moments, in your opinion.
Oops, just a second.
So,
let me get...
I think that the main turning point was when she allowed knight c5 to d3. That was later. Yeah. So I wasn't sure about the opening, but I thought that it went okay. I was able to sort of get her to develop her knight to d2 before taking on d4, because usually she wants to do like c takes d4 and
get the knight to c3.
Yeah. So I made some waiting moves that are kind of useful just to make her kind of move her knight before I take on d4.
And she did, and you timed it well. And now, were you surprised by this move, knight to f3? And how quickly did you spot this knight c5, knight d3 idea?
Yeah, so I was planning knight c5 to d3 with queen a6. Like, I think that was my main threat before she played knight f3, because I can't do e5 as it runs into knight f5. And then I should be much worse.
So if you don't have the knight on f3.
Yeah.
Yes.
So after she allowed this, I thought that here I should kind of be winning, because like I'm going to win some material, and I don't see that she has too much compensation.
Excellent. Let's keep going. And I really like this move, bishop to a3.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see it from afar?
No, I was thinking here like what I should do. I thought like maybe bishop takes e5, maybe bishop e7 or bishop c5. So I would be up in exchange, but I thought it would be cleaner to play bishop a3 after I saw the move, because now my pawn structure won't be too much worse than hers. Like, I was expecting b takes a3, in which case I'd play knight d5, and there's not too easy of a way for her to get to my pawns, but now I'm trying to play rook takes c3 takes a3, and also win the a2 pawn, and that should be winning also.
And after that, it felt like the conversion was quite easy. Alice, congratulations, your first victory in the tournament. A rest day is coming up. What are you going to do during the rest day?
I guess kind of mentally prepare for the next 4 rounds. I think I'll be playing Thalia as white.
That's a big game.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be able to end well.
Alice, congratulations for today, and we're looking forward to see you in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, Alice. Enjoy well-deserved rest day.
Absolutely, it's important for all of us.
Where would you like to? Oh, we were going to actually take a break.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to take a break. We'll be back in a few minutes as we come back. And we asked some of the girls how they prepared for the U.S. Junior Girls Championship. Let's take a look at their answers.
How did you prepare for this event? We know it's a very prestigious event. What was your training routine coming into this event?
I've been actually very busy this summer. I've taught a couple of summer camps, and overall just, spending time with family. But I've tried my best to still do some chess work and play some training games and things like that, and hopefully my training shows at the right moment during the tournament.
I've played a few tournaments before this to kind of get back into in-person chess, so.
Well, I'm trying to be physically and also mentally fit, so not only solving puzzles, reviewing openings, but also just exercising and relaxing so that I'm ready for long tournament that's ahead.
Before this event, I played in the World Open, and right before that was Philadelphia International, both in Philadelphia. So I didn't really have that much time to prepare. So basically, as soon as I got the invitation, I started researching my opponents and trying to see what openings they played.
I've just been looking at some of my opponents' games, trying to figure out sort of how they play, what their style is, what their openings are, that kind of thing.
I played 2 tournaments before this. They didn't go that well. So I'm just not thinking specifically about preparing just for the tournament. I mean, when the parents come out, I'm obviously gonna prepare as much as I can, but I just really wanna try to play the best chess I can.
Just the usual preparing, making sure that I am ready to start my games.
It's been a little erratic because I had college this whole year, except for one tournament that I played, but it did not go well.
I mean, I've just been playing games and checking what my opponent's plays and stuff.
Well, I mostly just worked on reviewing my openings. I've looked a bit at the players, but not too much since we don't know the colors. What order I'm playing the players until tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here, round 5 of our championships. We got the junior girls, and the senior 4U15 games of chess, a couple of which have finished in today's round.
Yes, we do. We have a number of results already.
We do. But let's take a look at some of our most important games. Yasser, where do you want to start?
Well, I was looking at the game of Ruiyang and Jennifer Yu for just a moment because, again, I had just one of those moments. And I stopped myself because I saw rook check, and I said, "Oh my gosh, did Ruiyang miss?"
As we can
rook
wait for your analysis, boy, 1 second. In the Ruiyang game against Jennifer Yu.
Right, because she played the move Queen E1, E2, just as we were returning from break. And it flashed. This is the moment. She had just played the move queen, and I thought, oh, well, wait a minute. I can play rook check, force the king away from the protection of the f2 pawn, and crash through and take the pawn. And if you take my pawn on h5, rook takes g2 check was one of the things I was about to investigate until you cleared the cobwebs and said, well, wait a minute, Yasser, throw in the check first. Very important before taking on h5, and you'll be able to take on h5 with a gain of tempo. For example, king h7 or king h7, check. And that changes everything. So no blunders, no blunder alerts, I wanted to say. Queen e2 is just fine. And that game goes onwards.
Yeah.
Christopher, you? Or this is actually the. You had asked me the question. How did Black get his rook to b6? You don't want to take the rook. You set up a discover check. So, but what is the rook actually doing on b6? I'm not exactly sure. And we have caught up with the players right now, and it sure feels to me like Vladimir is doing very well.
Rook a6.
I know. Why would you put your rook on a b6? It
Creativity.
Looks, sometimes too much. Nice. Nice.
All right.
Larry Christensen and Joel Benjamin. Again, Larry, our tournament leader. And wow.
I just call it a draw, yeah?
Yeah, precisely so. That looks even Stevens all around. And Max, again, not too much has taken place here either. Looks like both players are content to wobble their way towards a draw.
Yeah.
And again, how is, he didn't take on b2.
Oh, this is the game between Brandon Jacobson and Awonder Liang. We thought that Awonder would take on b2 at this point. Bishop takes b2, but...
restoring the material equality, but giving up ideas of exploiting the pin.
And Awonder is playing, let's call it more ambitiously, a little riskier.
Yes.
Rook d7, b4 defends this pawn, which is very important. No moves yet. B4 was the last move, as Awonder is considering between queen c7 and ISU, queen c6.
And we like queen c7 the best.
The best, yes.
Right.
We did analyze that.
But that is such a complex game that I think the most important factor actually will be the time situation of the players.
Okay, and that is?
What is the time situation?
14 minutes only for the next 14 moves for Brandon Jacobson. And he has a huge problem to solve over the board, and that is the knight on d6 and the pin on the d file, right? So if Black finds the move queen to c7, and Awonder still has 28 minutes on the clock, double the time of Brandon. Queen to c7 is a big one. If he finds it, he's going to create some difficult problems to solve over the board for Brandon. And all the action, I have to say, is in the junior section, because take a look at what's happening in the game between Carissa Yip and Pedro Espinosa. A lot of things have changed. We were looking at the position and we were like, okay, symmetrical pawn structure. It does feel like Black has the better placed pieces, but nothing is going to happen, at least immediately. That's not the case. Knight to e5, bishop takes c5 came on the board, followed by queen to b6. It might look like a single attack, but it's actually a double attack. I'm also attacking, besides the pawn on b3, the pawn on g3, because I'm setting up this nice pin on the a7, g1 diagonal. The pawn on f2 cannot recapture back. So these are some serious problems that White has to deal with. Queen takes b3, bishop to d4, rook to c8.
I'm getting close take advantage of the open file. Rook to c4, rook to c2 is on tap, and queen to e1 was played, which I'm looking at this move, this last move, and I simply don't understand it. Look, I get it. You want to take the pawn on a5, but what outside of that, right? What if I just continue with my usual plan?
Rook c4.
Rook to c4, attacking the bishop on d4. I mean, do you want to go to a7? Probably not. And by the way, none of this will happen because he played the move queen to a4. Still, the point stays the same. The position has evolved in such a way that I have to give black close to a decisive advantage.
Decisive
right
advantage,
now.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, it just seemed like Carissa's playing uncharacteristically
She
passive.
is. She is.
Yeah,
She is.
seriously. Yeah, this isn't going well. White's
She
direction.
is. No.
Pawn in the compensation.
I wanted to jump into the game of Christopher Yu for a moment, because when we left it, we were just like banging the table for knight d5. Come on, Christopher, knight d5, improve your score to 4.5 out of a 5. h2, h3, and black seized his chance to capture this pawn on d2, because in the game position, I was thinking to myself, aren't I missing a pawn? This shouldn't be a pawn on d2, but black did capture it. Knight d5 now, but this gave black the time he needed to be able to bring his queen back into the game. And, well, there's a lot of defenders. And
there's a lot of attackers too, though.
Yeah, but there's, how are we going to, I was about to say, what if we just push a pawn a5, a4, and I was going to ask you to prove it. But he played bishop to d6 in order to cover g3 square and maybe bishop e5.
So let's go with
rook f1.
Rook f1.
I don't know if
Rook e7, I guess, is kind of forced.
Yeah, just have to respect the threat.
Rook e7.
Maybe bishop f6 works, though. Does it work?
What?
What?
No, it doesn't work.
No.
You have queen g3.
That is kind of funny that I defend the bishop that way. But yes, you're right. I do have queen g3. Maybe c5? Not quite
Let's
sure.
try c5, sure.
Bishop back, I guess.
Let's go queen h4.
That's an unusual tickle.
It's also an uncomfortable tickle. Have bishop e4.
Do I have bishop e4 now?
Yes. That starts to hurt. Great activity for the white pieces. By the way, in this position, do I really have to respect the threat? I guess I do. Rook e7. I was thinking if you play bishop takes f7, I'm not unhappy, but I think it's rook takes
Rook
f7,
takes f7 is coming.
is the one that I'm unhappy about.
It's going to hurt a
Okay,
lot.
well, let's...
and rook f8 is probably going to be way too passive, right?
It feels uncomfortable at the very least.
Right. Okay, well, we'll definitely keep an eye on that one. And what happened in the game of Mishra and Andrew? We left it here. Bishop d7, rook d1, rook e8, b5. And sure looks like Mishra is enjoying the position more than...
How do you survive?
Right,
Like the next
because
move?
queen b4, knight b6 check.
Is queen c5 forced?
I think so.
Right?
Right.
Then I go rook c4.
Okay.
Queen...
Where am I supposed to go?
Because knight c7 is coming against most things. I guess there's a bishop. How do you survive this? Hold on. How do you survive for 2 moves?
That's a good question. Maybe queen a5?
Queen a5. There we go.
Well...
It's not pretty, but you're alive. Even here, knight f6. No, knight f6, bishop e6. That's the point. Okay.
Let's see if he finds it.
Knight f6.
Queen a5 is on the board.
Queen a5 only move, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Knight f6, bishop e6. That's fortunate.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
fortunate.
say.
Otherwise, you actually resign.
Right.
Yeah.
The queen a5 on the board. I suppose if white doesn't find anything else,
The
still
is
c4.
Strong enough.
You've got all of those threats that you mentioned. And black...
And this is another game in which, well, Andrew will have to keep an eye on his clock because they're going down to the last 14 moves with only 13 minutes to go. And the previous one, by the way, the one that we looked at
with Christopher?
Well, Christopher has 20-something minutes, but Balaji only 12 minutes for 18 moves.
12 minutes for 18 moves.
Yes, so Balaji in some sort of a time trouble situation as well.
That sounds
Some
awkward.
sort of, yeah, that's pretty bad.
You're there. I
Yeah.
mean, I just wanted to check in on Sophie, and she's a pawn up now, and
That's even better.
and doing very, very well. She's got
Pawn, the
this game
compensation,
right.
better minor piece. Yeah, this looks great. Sophie
Fantastic.
pulling in another victory, it looks like. Just clean game from her.
When we left it, she had played that very almost precision chess move, rook to d1, and let's just see how. Yep, that's how she won the pawn. Oh, beautiful play by White. Let's say, could she have been even more ambitious here? She played the move rook d2, which I think is just fine. But you also start, yeah, okay, good. And we're caught up to the players. Looks like Sophia, she could cruise into the rest day 5-0.
That's insane.
I mean,
wow, what a start.
I don't think we have the Bobby Fischer Prize. We have the Bobby Fischer Prize for the U.S. Championships, which is very, very, very nice, of course.
But there is a big prize in this tournament, guys. Let's not forget. The winner of this event actually qualifies to this year's U.S. Women's Championship.
Right.
And this is huge development, huge news that we just heard today.
Yes.
I don't know if the players know. I think they think that they will qualify to the next year's U.S. Women's Championship. But it is actually for
it's in the
this year.
regulations.
Yeah.
So that's a big item.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's very,
That is a
very,
big
very
item.
true. And in case they didn't know it, it might be not be in the regulations.
But it is.
Dwayne and Susan Barber
Also in the regulations.
gave 5,000 scholarship, which was matched by the U.S. Chess Trust, the United States Chess Federation's trust, so that 10,000 in scholarships go to the two winners of the girls and the juniors.
That's not bad at all.
That's very nice. No scholarships for the seniors.
We can fix that.
Let me in, Coach. Let me in there, Coach. When we left it, by the way, we thought Zoey was in real trouble with Rochelle, and I think it's still the case.
I don't think she's in trouble anymore. I think she's
bad, or
she's just kind of lost, right?
Yeah.
I think that if this pawn just pushes,
yes.
I don't think you're stop it actually.
It's true. I'm more worried even that you might win the F4 square, like H5, H4,
H3.
boot the knight, and then go.
There it goes. All right,
your lips.
The H pawn.
There it goes. Very, very nice. So we'll keep an eye on that. And anything going on in the seniors, Christian?
Well, absolutely. Vladimir Akopian, as you guys mentioned not a long time ago, is taking over this endgame. The bishops are looking beautiful. I have full control of the e-file. I have a lot of initiative coming your way on the king side with this pawn majority. And yeah, the position actually is completely lost right now. After rook to e4 is one of the moves. You can also go b5 trap this rook almost.
Right.
This is a very visual move. Very visual move. Now, at the same time, even if you do take that rook, and you probably will, you are giving up the dark square bishop, so maybe you don't want to go into that type of situation. To be honest, at this point, I would value the two bishops and the two bishop advantage more than just an exchange.
Right.
So I would play the move rook to e4, or maybe even take on h5. f5 is also a move. f5 actually visually, it kind of looks good right now.
Tactical.
Tactical, yeah. You take, I can go g5. I can also just take and then follow it up with bishop to g5 and h6 and open you up on this side.
Very nice.
Followed with the invasion of the rooks on the e-file. It just, white has a lot of targets while black's pieces are not doing much. Look at this rook on b6. What are you attacking with the rook on b6? The bishop on d6, not much. The knight, well, if you move the knight, I'm invading on e8. So you don't want to do that either. So it just looks extremely, extremely good right now for white. The game between Joel Benjamin and Larry Christiansen, this one is not going anywhere. is going to be a draw anytime soon. And Maxim Dlugy versus Nick de Firmian, definitely white nursing a space advantage, but no targets. And to be honest, I don't see it going anywhere but in a drawish position after a potential rook to e5. Let's exchange some pieces, and this one most likely will be over as well. So the only decisive result, it does seem, as we are entering the rest day, could be Vladimir Akopian against Igor Khmelnitsky, who, well, unfortunately, well, for him, he won a game yesterday, but he was struggling in the event against Joel Benjamin. This would be a huge victory and a very important victory for Vladimir Akopian if he wants to stay in contention for the title.
Agreed. Christian, in the juniors, I want to drag your attention to actually Christopher against Daggupati.
I was just looking at this move by Pedro, by the way, Queen e3. He retreated the knight. I couldn't understand. And then it was like f3 and the knight retreated some more. It was like, what? I was expecting this rook c4, rook c2 stuff.
Where are you going, Pedro?
Yeah, exactly. Like, wasn't the knight good?
I guess he wants to go to e6.
I think he goes to e6, yeah. Knight f8 and you could put it on e6.
Okay.
Now we're talking.
Fair.
Okay. Makes some sense.
Okay, sorry, you were going to take it somewhere.
The Christopher Yu game against Balaji Daggupati, because it's such a huge one for our standings, the tournament leader after all. And bishop e7 was played instead of what we expected, the move bishop c7, actually move rook f8 instead of
rook e7 as well.
To begin with. Bishop e7, and spider sense is tingling, right? Can I play bishop g7 or rook hg? Does something work here?
Exactly, because you think to yourself, rook g3, I'm killing you on the g file, but bishop h4 turns the tables.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because unfortunately, I take your queen, you take my queen with check, and oops, I lose the rook. So then the question is, well, can't I change the move order and play bishop takes g7?
Yeah, how do we feel about that?
I feel very good about that. Gift me the pawn.
I guess I have to take this. Let's stick with
well, if you played rook e8 to f8, you don't want to. So take it with the king, get off the dangle.
I guess. Rook g3, and I assume bishop g5.
Right.
So let's go h4.
Right, and I'm assuming h6 or f6.
No, f6 you can take. The rook on f8 is hanging.
Precisely. f6 would be a whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
That would be very, very unpleasant. So h6 is box, forced.
Take on g5.
Take on g5. Smack, smack.
And how do I improve my position right now?
Well, check is going to be met by f6. That is pretty clear. So can I play bishop e4?
I was just thinking that. I think you can. I think it's just mate.
No, that's not.
Not by rook h3, right?
Ah, that's nasty.
It's starting to look good.
It looks like
it's starting to look a lot like Christmas.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow. That's just the activity of the pieces,
right?
And the rook on a8 and the knight on d8 are really not contributing. Bishop takes g7.
Perhaps to finish that variation,
yes.
The one that we were just looking at.
By the way, this game has ended in a draw. We called it some time ago between Joel Benjamin and Larry Christiansen.
Larry will go into the rest day feeling very, very good about his first 5 rounds. Undefeated, +2, and again,
the leader, what can you say?
Leader, you're very, very happy. Sorry, Christian, you said you would like to continue this variation?
Yeah,
HG.
just finish it up after bishop to e4. Where's the mate after you take on e4?
I take on g5.
And I go king, let's say h6.
Wait.
No,
Why don't I
h6, you go queen
What's going on?
f6.
Queen f6 before this.
And I got
you go
queen
queen
f6
f6 first. Yeah. I think that's much easier.
Actually, both work.
No, king h6, queen h6 for sure. But what about king h7
Just a
first?
second. Let me show Christian how I can. What did you want to do, Christian?
King h7 first.
King h7 first.
Or h8. I don't know exactly where it's better. So you give another check, yeah?
Why not? King g6
yes.
is forced.
At least, no, king g6, king g7.
King g7?
But queen f6, I keep forgetting
king
about
g7, queen f6 is made into,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to do this, but maybe I'm not, maybe I'm
wrong. I also thought queen takes e4, queen f6, I thought it was just much easier, but whatever, guys.
Yeah,
that's much easier.
You're probably right.
Yeah.
I mean, simple.
Yeah.
Simple chess, lazy man's chess, as Alejandro would like to say.
And practice.
Very well practiced. Bishop G7 looks like a clincher or winner.
It's not recommended by the engine, by the way.
It's not?
It's not?
No, it's not. So bishop takes G7, queen takes G7. Rook to G3, bishop G5. Let's go through the variation. And after H4, knight to E6. Seems to be the only move.
Okay.
Okay.
And how do you continue?
I was going to take on G5, but
Yeah,
maybe.
But now I don't have to
good,
take
right?
back, right?
Right?
Now I can just go rook C8 or queen E5.
Wow.
I don't have to take back anymore. So that might be a problem. How do you continue? Maybe queen to F5?
Okay.
But then queen G6. It's not as much as I would like it to be.
Right?
So perhaps bishop takes G7 a bit rushed.
Rash?
Yes.
All
And
right.
what does
what does the engine want?
And rook F5?
Queen E1.
Ah, so it's not check.
No. Queen to E1. Yeah.
Oh, so it's
Threatening
just not
rook
check.
G3.
It's just thrown as rook G3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, rook G3 is hard to stop.
But this is a very difficult move to see.
No, but I think anything, right? King H1, King H2, Queen E1, anything. King H2,
King
for
H1,
example.
I go knight E6.
And what's the difference
the
after
difference?
rook G3?
Rook G3,
Ah,
I
you're
have bishop
defending
H4.
G7.
Oh.
So now you take, I take, and not that easy anymore. In fact, actually, you're not even better anymore.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah,
clear.
we'll accept
So
that.
you have to be careful.
But queen E1, ooh.
And I guess queen to E1, the big difference is that after knight E6, rook to G3, bishop to H4, you can just take,
And take on E6.
and
Yeah,
take with
take
the
on
rook on
E6.
E6.
That's just over.
Nice.
And the bishop is no longer protected after you take on F2.
Wow.
Oh
Sweet.
man, these engines are so strong.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty good at chess.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, yeah? Queen E1 or King H2, and there's a huge difference.
So this
Right.
one, after rook E6, you take, and then the bishop is protected on F2.
Defended, yeah.
So it is actually black who
For
is
choice,
better
yeah.
right now. So
Wow.
big moment.
If
Queen
he
to
finds
E1 is
queen
one of
E1,
them.
that would be really remarkable
man,
because
queen
that's
to
not
E1.
that's not
uh,
suggestive whatsoever.
No.
Whoa.
No, not at all. King H1, I understand. King H2, kind of.
Right?
Taking on G7, I understand. Queen E1.
Wow.
Alien chess.
Good stuff. I just want to check in on Justin and Justin Wang, David Brodsky. We mentioned that this bishop on E8 was the issue. Well, White hasn't made that much progress. I think David is a favorite to make a draw in
Right?
this one.
You think so, yeah?
I do.
I think so, too. It's too locked up.
Yeah, very hard to break through still.
By the way, he
unless
did not
H5
find queen to E1. He played the move rook to F4. And now the big
He's
question
human. He's
Yeah.
human.
Right, but after rook F4, I go knight E6. How do you continue?
Just a second. Let me catch up with you there. Rook F4, you're going to go, I beg your pardon, knight E6.
It's pretty much the only move in the
So
position.
in the game
right?
of Christopher Yu and Balaji,
Knight E6.
Balaji Daggupati.
yes,
There you go.
knight E6. I'm assuming Christopher wants to play the move Rook G4.
We lost Christian.
I think we did. I heard crickets. I mean, just
All right,
sequoias. What do they? I mean, there's a great chirping insect. I hear it late at night. Have you guys picked up on that on your walks?
The sequoias.
Yeah, they're very, very loud.
All right, so what do we do now, guys?
Well,
you have an
you're the
engine.
guy with the engine.
No, forget about the engine. We have to find it ourselves. This is the task right now. We have to
hate
find it
task.
ourselves.
Yeah.
All right, let's go bishop G5, right?
Okay. Without 96.
No,
but bishop-
96. Knight
Oh
E6.
my gosh! You want to walk into a pin? Okay. I'll fall for it.
You'll fall for it. Okay.
Me first.
What if I go
You go what?
H5?
I'll take your two. I
Yeah,
got
this
two
is
gorgeous
It
bishops.
was just dead lost.
You think it's enough, yeah?
Yeah, especially with the C5 pawn.
Wow.
Yeah, this is dead.
Wow. Yeah, no.
this is
I
a
like the
problem.
two bishops in that position. So rook f4 puts the challenge to black. What are you going to do? And the times?
Let me take a look. Sorry. We have
7 minutes,
13 minutes for Christopher
1.
and 7:30 for.
Okay,
Daggupati.
guys, you bamboozled me again.
I did.
What?
I
You
did.
bamboozled me
I
again.
did.
All right, with your very confident ideas.
Yes.
Rook G4, Bishop G5, H4, you're worse after Bishop takes E3.
I guess you are. Yeah.
Actually, you're
Not
much
even
worse.
that hard. Yeah.
It wasn't that hard. No,
You're
of
much
course not.
worse. And this was not that hard.
No,
but
no,
you
no,
guys
no.
go so fast.
I
with the
know.
moves.
We just
H4.
By the way,
I got you on a pin. It's over.
You said 96 was only move and Bishop G5 was played. So there was clearly another move.
Bishop G5 was played.
Bishop G5, yeah. Well, decisive advantage after Rook F5, but once again, nothing actually happens
F5.
immediately.
Because
Yes.
Rook G4 you play
You
96.
can't play 96.
96,
After, yeah.
96, yeah,
But Rook
96.
F5, you can't play 96. 'Cause-
I think we're going to see
and he
Rook
played
G4.
Rook G4 almost immediately.
Yes, I think
Yeah.
we're going to see. I mean,
Just a transposition, right?
it makes no sense not to play Rook G4. Now, Balaji is shaking his head. That means that maybe he did not see this idea of knight to E6 right now.
Well, he doesn't
Well,
have much choice.
not a lot of choices
He's going to
here.
find it. I can tell you that. It's a
No.
Wait a second.
H5.
No way.
But then I just simply go Rook G3 back.
Rook G3 Bishop H4, no? I know.
No, not anymore.
Because it's pinned, because
You're
there's
in-
nothing taking
you're
on
in a
G6
pin.
at the
Exactly,
end. Whoops.
exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, that is nasty.
And Rook to
Stefan.
G3 reinforces the threat of H4 now.
It sure does. Same idea. The pawn on F7 spin. Once the pawn on H7 went to H5, there goes the queen.
Exactly.
Whoa.
And now if you go knight, you no longer have the move knight to E6 after Rook to G3, I think, because of H4.
And is that true? The same
Yeah.
reason as before?
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
no,
of
because
course,
when
right.
you take on G6, you don't have H takes G6 anymore.
Yeah, you have to take with the F pawn, you're just dead.
You take with the F pawn, I take on E6, and if you take on D4, that allows the pin to get back into play. So if you take on D4, I just simply take back on D4,
That's a nice
reinforcing the pin.
That's nice. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Don't.
So after Rook G3, I think Balaji is in big trouble. Guys, but we
Awonder,
have...
by the way, like we have to go to a Wonders game. Like
We should,
like
yes.
ASAP.
Number 1 versus number 2
This
seeds.
changed dramatically. What?
We left it in that.
No, it
was
didn't
that
change
pin.
dramatically. He just blundered.
Okay,
Look at
B4,
Brandon.
Queen C7, Rook
Let's
to
look at the analysis
C4,
board so we can see what happened. Yeah.
Queen drop back to B8.
Okay. Rook C6 holds the knight.
But now we're in this nasty
pin.
pin. And how did Brandon deal with it? Oh, he's looking to play Rook C8. And he captures. Okay. So, ooh, F7? That's
okay.
tender.
You can take that.
Just a
It's not going to
second, I
help you.
can.
It's not going to help you. King H8.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, all right. Well, it's just visual. Rook C8, and he's thinking, Brandon is that, go ahead, take my rook. I'll take on D7.
Did he just miss Rook takes D6?
I mean, rook takes D6.
He looks shell-shocked right now if we
He
look
does.
at him.
He's just
on
down a
the
piece,
camera.
right?
Well,
take on D1.
It's over.
That's a check. And
This is
two
over,
rooks
guys.
and a bishop for a queen,
That's just
not even
easily
a
winning, yeah.
contest. That's material. Ooh.
What are we missing?
No, we're
No,
not missing
nothing?
anything.
Oh,
We're not missing
no.
anything. He just missed
forgot
this
about
idea
Rook
of
takes D6? Not like this. Oh, what a painful loss.
Oof.
Let's give it to Awonder because he did find and put a lot of pressure
Right.
with that
With
move Queen to
Queen
C7.
C7.
And
And I
by the
think
way,
he's
this game is
resigned.
over.
Yeah.
He just
He
resigned.
resigned.
Yeah. I
Oh
mean, look at
no,
him.
what a blunder by Brandon.
Wow.
Incredible.
And for a wonder, this is his second win in a row.
He needed it.
As he climbs back remarkably to 50%. I mean, we're talking about the number 1 seed here.
Remarkable, remarkable. In the juniors as well, I think Pedro Espinosa is putting those final touches
Against Carissa.
on Carissa. He's up 2 pawns.
Oh my goodness, what
Oh,
just happened
really?
here?
Yeah. What a day. The 4th one.
Yeah.
Pedro Espinosa, the lowest rated player
Might be getting
in
the full
the
point.
field, is taking over the initiative against
What do you mean the
Carissa.
initiative? He has up 2 pawns.
Well, we left it at this point, and you guys were mentioning that Black
Yeah.
Pedro has this idea of establishing a knight on E6, but Rook D2, he said, you know what? I'm a pawn grabber too. Let me just take that one. I don't see any compensation.
There's
Is
zero
the time to either play b5 or no? Fancy play isn't needed. Just b5.
I don't see the issue. It's 2 pawns. They're just rolling down the board.
Push him, baby.
Yeah. Looks over. What else do we have? Oh, how is Andrew doing, by the way? Abhi Mishra against Andrew Hong since we're the juniors.
Are we going to have 5 decisive results in the juniors?
No, I think Justin Wang, we gave that.
I don't know about that. Justin Wang has a lot of space.
Has a lot of space.
Okay.
Okay, h2, h3. We sure like Mishra's position against Andrew. We think Andrew's on the back foot. Well, h2, h3. No, sorry, he needed to make luft. Capturing the pawn would be too rash. Bishop here, h3 on the board. Okay, Andrew definitely on the back foot in that one.
Yep.
Okay, let's see what else we've got in the ladies. Oh, I think Rochelle is just
cruising to victory, right?
Really, and now she's got ideas of rook takes e2 and knight g3. This looks really, really one-sided.
It's resignation time.
Yeah. What about Zoey? Oh, pardon me.
That is
Ruiyang, king h7. What is going on? Tough. Jennifer.
Well, 2 minutes for Jennifer to find a way to break through. White's defense, but is there a way to break through?
If White is able to get in moves like h4 and f3, she's going to be so safe and secure on the king's side that I think so. When you play rook takes b5 with your king side.
So why isn't she playing a rook to c5 to defend the pawn on b5? You have to defend that pawn, right? Otherwise you're losing both b5 and e5.
Right? And you kind of start thinking that you want to get rid of this rook on e4 too, right? So rook c5. What's the time situation, Alejandro? The clock
15 minutes for Ruiyang and 2 minutes for Jennifer Yu.
What, did you say 2?
2 minutes.
2?
2.
How many moves?
A lot. I think 11.
2 minutes. Dang.
In fact, 12 moves for Jennifer.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not the cool common collector that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Suddenly oftentimes you can walk into a tournament hall and feel the players' tensions, right?
Yeah.
There is a very hidden resource that Jennifer has.
Okay, tell us.
At her disposal right now. Queen to c1, which she played.
Yes.
Rook to h4, which was Ruiyang's response. And instead of queen to g5, just repeating the position, king to g6.
Okay.
Now the idea is clear, right? If you do spend some time on taking this pawn,
now
rook to c2 might be problematic.
Clear.
But what happens after g4, right?
Right.
Because
g4
seems like I'm going towards your king. Your king is getting checkmated as well. Rook takes f2.
Dang.
Queen takes f2 and now rook to c2.
Okay.
And this position looks pretty bad for White. The king is just simply too weak at this point.
Okay.
So if she does not find that,
she played queen c1. She played queen c1.
That's fine.
But against rook h4,
that's okay. Ruiyang will play rook h4 instantaneously.
A whole minute. She burned half her time.
They were already here.
Yeah. And rook h4 was played the last time they were here. Not a lot of choices. Now, you might think as Ruiyang, though, you're up against the player with 1 minute, right?
Right.
You have to play rook h4 fast.
But on the other hand, rook c2 is rocking the white king. I mean, rook c2 comes in, crashes on the f2 pawn.
But after king g6, right?
Yes.
After rook h4, you have to find king g6, and it's not an easy decision with only 1 minute on the clock.
No. Certainly not.
She hasn't found it with 5 minutes on the clock a couple of moves ago. Let's see if she decides to go for it with 1 minute on the clock. It's not an easy decision.
Right. Could I ask a question? After king g6, rook takes h... Oh, queen f4 check. I think that answers the question.
Yes.
Sorry, queen f4 check. Because the desirable rook h... Whoops. I'm getting my rook back. But queen f4 ends the game instantly.
Ruiyang has to play her move fast.
Whoa,
There's
whoa,
no other options right now. Rook c2 is a big threat.
Yes, precisely.
You don't have time to take on b5. You're going to get slaughtered after rook to c2.
She's done it.
Okay, the question is, what does Jennifer do in this precise moment? Because she could just repeat and call it a draw, right? And I think she's counting.
She's looking at the score sheet.
Her score sheet, right?
Is she going to
I think
ask
with one,
the arbiters for a draw right now?
Yeah, but with 1 minute, I think you kind of do it, right?
Right.
It's a practical choice.
But it's funny, the rook looks so awkward on
no.
h4.
Guys, she's going for the king.
That's Jennifer with 30 seconds. She's going to go for it, isn't she?
She's going for king h6.
We didn't see that. What's the difference?
King 8, not king g6.
It's
king
good.
h6.
It's good. It's a good move.
It's a good move?
It's a good move.
Engine approved?
Jeez.
Engine approved.
USDA approved.
Not as good as king g6, but to be honest, the next move is insane for white. The only
Insane.
move, in fact, in the position to defend this one is insane.
Queen g4?
No. Queen g4 is completely lost after queen to f4.
Yeah, that endgame is lost.
My rook on
Your rook's just
h4
trapped.
is
Yeah.
trapped. That's hilarious. Okay, so hold on. It's not queen g4. Just rook e7. I want to start punching.
Maybe
Don't
rook
tell
e7.
me f4. That would be ridiculous.
Yeah, rook
Again,
rook e7 makes sense.
You only have one move, and it's so difficult to see. It's rook f7.
Get lost.
Rook f7 is the
I
only
was
move
not on my radar, seriously.
to stay in the
Christian.
game. Exactly.
No.
It's not on your radar because you've been focusing on the b5
Now
pawn.
we know why the king belongs on
Get
g6.
out of here. Get
King
out of
Abhi.
here. Come on.
Don't allow rook f7
What is
in these
this?
situations,
This is alien
Alejandro.
chess. King
Come on.
h6, rook f7.
Right?
Well, with the king on g6, rook f7 doesn't work. Well, I can
That's
also
what I'm
take. I can also
explaining.
take with a rook, right? Because my king goes to f6 all the time.
So what is the follow-up here? Like if I go rook c2? What's
Probably
going on?
queen g4, and now the endgame is not that easy, right?
Because after queen f4, I can actually take it a moment ago.
Exactly, and then I can take on f4.
Right? Remarkable.
Jesus.
I mean,
Rook f7. Let's see if she finds it.
no.
It's a difficult move to find.
It's a difficult move to think of.
I feel she's going for g4. The way her hand gesture.
No way. If she comes
I
boss
think she's
chair,
going for g4.
rook f7, what a, I mean, that's such a hidden.
That's a shocker.
Yes.
Actually, if she finds rook f7, I think Jennifer might be in trouble.
No. I mean, there's not that many moves, right? You simplify into the endgame.
But
You can
here's
draw.
the problem that Ruiyang is facing. It's sort of like, what's another playable move?
There's so many moves.
You want to play g4.
Yes.
But you're falling into rook f2 and rook c2.
And that's pretty clear.
And that's very clear.
I think rook e7 is an easy trap to fall.
Okay,
rook e7 is very normal.
Rook
move.
e7,
That's a very
yes.
logical looking move to my eyes.
It is. And it all comes down to the assessment of the endgame.
After?
After rook c2, rook e6,
Yes.
g6,
Yes.
and then queen g4, queen f4. She needs to understand that this queen g4, queen f4 transition with the rook still on h4 is completely deadly.
Okay.
Her rook on h4 is just going to die there.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's not as easy to understand
No,
right,
not
from
at all.
afar.
No, we don't have that on our analysis board. We're going to just keep a look at, well, the tournament board.
Yeah.
But you're right, Christian. Rook e7 is a very
tempting move, right?
Yeah, you want to throw some punches at your opponent's king, and certainly rook e7 takes e6 check.
All right, guys,
Punches
your
the king.
prediction. She finds it or she does?
No way. No
it's,
way.
it's just not a move you're looking at, right?
No way.
I'm going to go with she finds it.
No.
Rook f7 would be
It's a spectacular
remarkable.
move. It's a
Remarkable.
spectacular move, yeah. All right.
No
She's
way.
reaching for something. That hesitant. What a tense situation right now. 1 minute
Right.
for your opponent. Your kings are both hanging.
Exactly.
And you know that a transition for an endgame might just be deadly for white.
Exactly. And you're thinking about, you're looking at, your mind's furiously calculating.
No.
Furiously calculating all the forcing moves.
So this is the same, I assume, because
right,
yes.
and to keep connection with the b5 pawn.
This makes a lot of sense to me. The move rook b6 is a very logical move. Rook
Right?
f7, jeez. But
rook f7.
Rook f7, get out of here.
I know.
Rook b6, I assume the main line would be the same. Rook
She
c2.
has to go rook c2 right now.
There's no choice, right? There's no good way
It's
of
a very
defending.
forcing line,
Forcing
though.
line, right?
You can go rook c6, but that's
No.
not conclusive at all.
No.
No, rook c2 makes a lot of sense, yeah.
That would just encourage me to trade rooks, and then I really start thinking seriously about g4.
Is she going to go for it, or
Yes.
is she going to take the passive
30
approach with
seconds.
rook c6?
By the way, is Jennifer like a thrill seeker? I mean, she's like...
She loves it.
I mean...
Time pressure's always
time
been part of
trouble.
her. It's part of her chest. She actually goes for the
she
sedate.
goes for rook
c6.
c6. How could you not play rook c2?
Well,
It's not
gets the pawn
so
with
easy
check.
to allow the pawn with check. The capture with check is not easy
It's
at all.
easy not to give those pawns up with check, right?
Yes.
But rook c2 was so attractive.
But Yasser, it's all about that queen f4 move.
I understand.
If,
So
if
it
you don't
was-
assess it correctly, then you don't have any other options. You cannot take on f2 because you get checkmated.
Correct.
If you go to g5, then probably the position after that is not as conclusive.
Well,
Queen takes g5, and then I go to, not that one, queen g5.
I understand.
Yeah, but rook g5, actually, that's a nice trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that falls for a checkmate.
Wow. But
she plays rook c6 instead.
Rook
What do we think
c6.
about this? Rook c6.
But now I can just take and rook e4, and I'm never losing that anymore, right?
yeah, I think once you get rid of that
pair of
extra
rook.
rook, you're so much safer on the king side than you were before.
Looks equal.
Yeah. I mean, it's like an enormous sense of relief. But sorry, excuse me, why do I have to play the move rook e4 when I do have g4 as well?
That's a good question.
Cricket.
Good question, as usual. Okay, so how is the endgame after rook g5?
Rook g5, gift me the pawn.
Right, but I mean,
I
you're
have
not better,
ideas.
right?
No, I'm just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2,
Equal
3,
pawns.
4, 5.
Equal pawns.
Well, these queens and eggs. Let's go back to the game position because this is wow. With time trouble looming. Well, we're here. What am I talking about? Looming.
Looming is right there, yeah.
We've achieved time trouble.
Yeah, maybe we can take advantage of the fact that it's Ruiyang to play and update quickly without moving from the video. Actually, she's taking on c6, sorry.
Oh, it's already done?
It's already
Queen takes
done.
c6. Jennifer happy to get in one more move of the time control.
Back
Now
to
up
over 1 minute, but still 8 moves to go.
Right? I must say that rook e4 so tempting. Just bring that rook back into civilization and just...
But which side has the easier play right now, is the question.
Neither.
From my perspective, it's white for whatever reason. I don't know why. I cannot explain to you why. But I just feel like white has an easier play.
The double pawns on the
they're
e-file. It's a extra. But
And by the way,
you always have
G4
to
is a
worry
very
about
serious
G4.
move. It's a very serious
By the way, this game has ended in a draw. Justin Wang and Brodsky, they never went anywhere. Not a real reason to go to that
I
game.
didn't think it was going to be a 5-0.
Well, Christian did say that he had a big space
Yeah, I
advantage.
know, but you know.
Not much, right?
Christian, you got to take his predictions with
a grain of salt.
Well, I was thinking 2 pounds. Not a pinch, but a lot.
2 pounds. It's like my ginormous amount of salt.
Exactly.
Let's go through some results while we're waiting for these moves.
Round 5 results.
Joel Benjamin did draw against Larry Christiansen. Larry is cementing his position in the lead with 3.5 points. And then we have Brandon Jacobson, who blundered very badly against Awonder Liang and allows Awonder back in the tournament with 50%.
For both players.
For both players, that's right. And in the last result that we have recently, Justin Wang has drawn his game against David Brodsky. Both players now, well, they reached a halfway point.
3 draws in the seniors tournament. 2 games remaining in the seniors. We're expecting Max and Nick to share the point.
And by the way, Christopher Yu is just dominating right now.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go there.
I was going to say also, I think that Vladimir is equally so dominating Igor. But
I think we're just going to see a resignation in Christopher's game very soon.
Can we put up the board, please? Yep. There we go. 1 minute and 40 seconds, by the way, for Balaji Daggupati. What's going on in the position? Materials even.
That's the Andrew versus...
There we go.
There we go. Mishra. But we're
That's the end of the equality.
Material even, yeah, sure.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just falling apart.
Truly.
Queen h5 played, and where's my mate? There must be
all
more
right,
than
all
one.
right, all right, guys. Queen h5. Check this out. Queen h5. Bishop g4.
Yes.
All right, rook takes
Rook
f1.
f1. Bishop takes h5. Knight g3.
No, knight g3. You have queen h4.
Pity. I mean, then it's over.
I was going to play rook
the game is
h3
over, guys.
myself, but queen h4 is
Understanding. I
quite-
apologize, rook g3, which is the easier calculation.
No, queen h4 also. Oops.
There's nothing. I mean, it's over.
So bishop g4 just
It's like, let me get a piece of Christian. You have your style.
I'll bring you guys after the rest of these packs of salt, northern salt. Bishop g4 is just winning.
He's reaching
and
for
he's
it.
reaching for it. He knows it.
Yeah.
A couple of simple but easy to calculate tricks. They don't work.
No. It was
Yeah,
that
there's
H5.
no life in this position,
It was
guys.
really that H5 move by Balaji that really turned the position south.
Right.
I think we should go to Pedro's game.
I think we should stick to bishop g4, guys. Just a second. See, he's
wanna
about to
see
play
it?
it.
You
I
wanna
want to see
see
the
it?
react. Whoa!
No, whoa.
That wins as well.
Well, and instantly rook g8. A little.
Well, let's adjust
little,
everybody. Let's adjust everybody. Queen E7
Seven.
threatens mate. Rook G8 instantly on the board.
Okay, how do we finish this off?
I think Rook G5, right?
Rook g5 followed by Bishop g4 is one way.
But no, that's not that clear anymore. Rook G5, Queen H6, Bishop G4. It looks like you've got everything under control, but Knight G3 defends H5 and hits the rook. At least I don't have to resign on the spot.
Even rook ff5.
I
I understand what you're saying, Yasser,
Right.
but there must be a cleaner way, right?
Well, he played Queen E7 with some very clear ideas of a follow-up, and he's
rook
G5.
G5?
Queen
by
h6.
Christopher.
Okay.
Queen h6 is box.
Yep.
And then what? I mean, I expect there to be a completely finishing blow. Why can't I find it?
By the way, do I have to go Queen H6?
Yes.
Can I go Queen E8?
No.
Why?
I can.
Because I... Well, you don't have a threat.
I
Go
take.
bishop
I
g6.
take. No, I take on e8.
I go bishop
h5,
g6.
bishop h7.
Guys, allow me to be pretty, man.
Right,
Queen e8, bishop g6.
And I was going to go check.
Nah, you're going to get mid.
He's going for bishop g6.
Well,
And he did play Queen H6. as
bishop
we-
g6 instead of bishop g4. So, I mean, rook h5 is still a humongous threat.
That's
That
the huge
controls
threat.
e8 square also. It's very important. There's no more rook e8.
Yeah,
for
that
black.
means that the queen remains very, very powerfully placed
So-
on E7.
Knight
defending-
g3, just rook f4. That's it.
Rook f4, even rook ff5, I think is.
Yeah,
Oh, rook
this
f5
is
actually you
over.
take.
No, rook f4 is just
Yeah,
simple.
this is good enough.
This is nice.
Yeah. This is game over, I
I
think.
think we can
We can put this one to rest.
Well, you just
Exactly.
simply don't have moves, right?
agreed. Everything's frozen on the queen side, the king side.
I guess you can go rook d8. All right, where's the finishing touch?
Let's
Just
do
play
it.
rook d8. Just play a move.
Well, Alejandro alerted me to the idea that the knight on G3 is going to be undefended. By the time you get to play rook H1 and rook H1,
Oh,
it's a little bit embarrassing.
That's probably it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's simple. Good enough.
And
Knight
he's done
G3
knight G3.
played, yeah. Rook f4
as
is what we
expected.
expect. Probably other moves win, but rook
I
f4
suspect
looks
there's
the easiest.
Right.
Total
Rook
domination.
f4 followed by rook g4.
That should be enough. Just going to check on the game of Carissa for a moment. Did Pedro? Yes, he did. He's pushing his pawns, and now Carissa, after the move b5, Carissa said, look, the only way I'm going to save the game is by creating some threats against your king. She's played the move g4. Oh, I was almost certain she was going to play h5. You know, once you play g4, and you're in that desperado mode, you know.
You have to be.
Yeah, exactly. You start to think h5 is almost forced. She recaptured, and
rook c2 and h5. Well, h5 is move 40 for Carissa, and it'll be move 40 for Pedro. So
okay,
not a big deal. But Christian has a guess for us.
We are indeed with Rochelle Wu after a very important victory for her. Rochelle, welcome back to the studio. Yesterday, a difficult game against Thalia. What happened there?
I was like completely winning the entire game, and then I decided to like not win.
Did you spot after the game this move rook to d7? Did anybody show it to you?
Yeah, I was okay. Like I checked it myself and I saw it, and then my mom texted me saying she saw it, and I was just like really annoyed already. But yeah.
Well, today you came guns blazing with the black pieces. Did you expect this choice of opening by white?
I mean, like, kind of. It was one of the lines I expected. I thought she would go, like, e3 first instead of bishop takes f6, but I looked at this too.
And one thing that we had actually problems with, we thought white is doing perfectly fine, and then we looked at the engine, and the engine was saying, no, black is more or less okay, maybe even better. Did you feel that way?
I felt like I was doing better. Like, after b5, I was like, her bishop is pretty immobile, and, like, I thought this would be like a lot easier for me to play than her. Like e4 and g4 are pretty weak. I didn't know what she could do other than like throw her pieces at the king side, but I felt like I was pretty well defended anyways.
Well, definitely assessed it better than all the GMs on the panel.
Hey, speak for yourself.
What on earth? Like, threw us under the bus like that. What on earth, man?
See what we have to deal with, Rochelle. It's a rough crowd.
Let's keep going. And when did you feel like you're taking over the initiative, Rochelle?
I mean, I already felt like I had the initiative here. Like, I thought that e3 was really weak. I played bishop d7 pretty quickly because I just thought I could like double on the e file, and I had threats of like rook takes e3 and bishop takes f4, and I thought it was just like really easy for me to play here.
Let's keep going. And
just one thing, Rochelle. One of the nice ways of doubling rook, sometimes you can play a5, rook a7 to e7 too, not just moving the bishop. But okay, we liked your position too. What you did was very, very good.
And this was the critical moment after g5.
Yeah. So I was like,
what did you calculate here?
After she played c3, I regretted playing a5 like immediately because I was gonna go g5 here.
Instead of a5.
Yeah, I was kind of like I was scared of like bishop takes f5. I think, and I was looking at like g takes f4 immediately. G takes, and then I was like wondering if bishop takes f4 here works. So like e takes, bishop takes f5, or no, rook takes e1. Sorry,
rook takes e1.
Bishop takes f5.
But then I can take on e8, right? With a check.
Oh wait, what did I even look at? I could have. Okay,
So maybe you can start with bishop takes f5 first.
I was looking at stuff here. I was kind of scared of just like, instead I could have, instead of taking on f4, I could have just like taken on f5, I guess. I was kind of a little bit worried after queen takes.
I think just take on
I was definitely like pretty worried here. That's why I didn't go for it originally. I thought I was just gonna slowly play it out with like a5. I was expecting knight c5, which I was gonna play like bishop c8, and then I have like, I could either go like knight d7 or bishop takes c5 and then knight d7 because b2 is also hanging. I thought this was just like, I thought I was going to win this position.
Definitely looks good for black, right? It doesn't seem like white, without the g-file open, has any initiative. So let's go back. She played this move c3 and you followed it up with g5.
Yeah.
Now she took this passive route with knight g2, after which it just feels like you're
Yeah, I was
pretty
really
much
surprised
winning.
she played that, actually.
Knight h5 felt like the only way she could continue.
Knight takes h5?
Knight takes h5.
Bishop takes g3.
Yes, and I think at this point rook to e2.
I mean, yeah, I guess. I thought I always had, like, if I needed to, I could play f4. Or, like, maybe rook takes e3 at some point.
Right, and I think this was the critical line. Rook takes e3, rook takes e3, bishop
F4.
f4, and now bishop takes f5.
Whoa.
Oh, wait, what? I did not see that.
And this allows white to come back into the game, it seems like.
Wait, yeah, I literally did not see this at all. I did not consider bishop takes f5.
But she played this move, knight to g2, which
Yeah, I was really surprised she played that, actually.
pretty
I
much
was relieved, though.
opened the gates for your attack to flourish. And yeah, beautiful victory.
Thank you.
Rochelle, congratulations. You're going into the rest day on a high note. What are you going to do during the rest day?
I don't know, probably, like, sleep.
Get some rest, re-energize, and we'll see you the day after tomorrow.
As this game is over, Christopher Yu takes a full point against Balaji Daggupati, and that means that Christopher is a huge leader with a massive 4.5 points out of 5. Excellent start there for this young man.
That's going to be 1.5 points ahead of his nearest competitor.
That does not sound right because we think Mishra is also winning.
Yes.
Mishra, yes.
Yes.
And
Congratulations
to
Rochelle.
Rochelle. As we see on our screen, she did play a very clean game, a very nice game against Zoey Tang.
2 wins for black in the girls' championship there with 3 games going.
And I actually expect another one to finish, if not soon. Well, as we see at Christopher Yu, 4.5 points now that he won against Balaji, who stays on 50%. Topsy-turvy tournament for Balaji. But in the girls' section, Thalia is pretty
Doing
much
great.
I think she's
just great.
waiting for her opponent to resign, right?
Indeed, because I'm looking at queen g6 check, and I'm looking at knight e7 check.
Guys, but have you seen Mishra's position recently?
Not recently. This is, we were just looking at the Thalia Cervantes game
that we think
against
is
Gracie, and we're
over.
thinking it's completely
This is
winning.
over.
Yeah, this is over.
Just queen g5, knight takes d6,
Yeah,
queen g7.
I agree.
This is over.
Yes.
No, but take a look at Mishra's position. guys.
Alrighty.
Because I think we're going to see 2 queens on the board very soon.
Oops, that's the seniors, I'm sorry. And this one. Andrew, oh, yes.
Rook
I
takes
see.
d1, we're going to see a second queen.
Jeez, what?
Land on the board very soon.
And I can't go. Well, Rook c5 is just the worst version.
Rook
takes
takes
d1.
d1.
But how do we assess that position? Okay, let's say queen to e5.
That's a
g3 is
check.
forced. Yeah.
Let's try to transfer our bishop to e6. Make
Protect
some
our
space for the
king.
king.
Exactly.
So bishop f5. How easy is this position?
Clue.
I don't think it's play on one go. I still think 3 results is possible here.
Well, 3 results might be a bit too much because I think I do want to exchange 1 pair of queens.
Easy for you to say. I want to exchange.
have 2 of
I want
them.
to exchange a pair of queens.
I want 25 million bucks, yeah, but I don't see anybody giving it to me.
Let's go queen c7.
Queens, one of the queens to c7.
Which queen, Christian? Which queen?
What do you
The
mean?
one
I'm
that
not going to
was
go
attacked.
queen
The
b7
one
to
that's
c7
attacked.
and give up a queen in one move.
Nice.
It's not as
okay,
early here.
So just a second. So we are in this position. Why did we reject rook c5 right away? By the
There's
way?
queen c6, by the way, on the board. Not c8 queen first, but queen c6.
Right,
Oh.
just putting the king maybe
In a worse
little-
square. I like
yeah,
this move, queen c6.
A very
Yeah, very
important
much.
intermezzo,
Intermezzo.
by the way. And after king,
Is it a worse square, king g5?
it
It
feels,
feels like a worse square, I'll tell you that much.
Well, a queen.
A
does
queen
come
with a
the
threat of mate.
Should be worse, but wait.
King
wait,
g5
wait,
on the board.
Wait. because
I'll do the same thing.
Yeah, I do
I'll
have
go queen
check.
e5 and bishop f5. I'll do the same thing.
Right. Let's have a look-see. Queen g5 check. g3 again, as you said, absolutely forced.
Bishop f5.
Right.
Guys, you go h4, I'll go king g4. I'll try to checkmate you with my king.
Yeah, it's not so easy, actually.
h4 check. You'll try to checkmate with your king. Those are some very bold
I'm
words.
joking. I'm joking. I'm not going to checkmate you with my
fighting
king.
words, Christian. Then be some fighting words.
Boy, just like start.
I don't know what's going on here.
It still feels like white is to be preferred, right? Queen c3.
Right.
Maybe not
I
h4.
believe you, but I wouldn't be able to guarantee that.
Queen c3, but that's the thing. I'm forcing the trade of the queens. I think this is key.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can create too much initiative as white, as black.
Yeah, the moment I get in something like rook d2 and or e3 in this case would walk into f4. But yes, white's king is also a little bit vulnerable. I wouldn't be so dismissive there. Just wondering, just a second. Man, I have a hard time here. I'm thinking about h5 and trying to hide my king to h6, but we have a special guest.
Oh, thankfully.
Thankfully.
All right, Christian, take it away.
Christopher, a brilliant 4.5 out of 5. Brilliant start for you. Congratulations, first of all. How does that feel?
Great.
Going into the rest day, 1 point, it seems like if Mishra manages to win this one against Andrew Hong, how would you assess your chances to take the title, Christopher?
I feel like my chances are pretty good, obviously.
Absolutely, yes. Well, let's discuss today's game in that case. Christopher, take us through the opening phase. You came up with this Blumenfeld gambit. How did you come up with this strategy?
I just wanted to get a complicated, fun game, so I thought it made sense to do some sort of gambit or something.
But the Blumenfeld gambit, usually you see it a couple of games at the top level and then it just disappears for the next 5 years. You wanted to bring it back into the mainstream?
Yeah, I guess.
And it seemed like it worked. Were you surprised by this move e5? Because we were.
Yeah, it was definitely kind of funny because right after I tried to gambit, it's like he wants to gambit back just to be on even grounds. But I didn't really think it made that much sense to gambit his central pawn.
And let's keep going with the next few moves because I think not as much has happened after that. Another big decision after bishop to e2, rook to e8. You put the knight on f3. Did you consider at all knight to d3 and keep the f-file open for it, potentially your rook?
I did. I think I was slightly concerned about knight e4.
Knight e4 and castle, which
Queen
definitely
h4.
looks a bit dangerous.
Yeah.
Queen to h4, knight to f4.
I thought maybe g5.
g5. And you were worried about this?
Yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. Well, I think perhaps g3 you can take on g3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, complicated position, definitely after this vicious attack coming your way, but you decided to go knight to f3. What was your assessment at this point of the position? Did you feel like you were in full control?
Not really, but I think I preferred white.
Preferred white, of course. Always a good idea to be confident in your position. Let's keep going. Tell us the next critical moment, Christopher.
Maybe h3 was a critical moment.
h3? Wow.
Yeah.
How come?
Because knight d5 looked very natural, but I was slightly concerned about takes on d5 and then knight b4.
Knight to b4. And now it's not that easy to defend this d5 pawn, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay. h3, critical moment. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And I think we were analyzing your position and trying to understand how you should break through at this point. Rook to f4, you came up with this idea to transfer the rook on the g file. Rook to g4. Now, this was probably his last chance
Instead of h5, knight to e6. Did you consider this move?
Yeah, I thought I can just take the pawn on b7.
Oh, bishop takes b7. We did not even look that direction. Bishop takes b7, guys. The training is not working, Yasser. We did not even consider this bishop takes b7. What's wrong with us?
Nothing's wrong with taking a pawn. I'm with Christopher. I don't know what your problem is. Take the pawn. Listen to Christopher.
Take the pawn. I like it. Bishop takes b7 probably would have kept an advantage in this one. He played the move h5, and after that, you converted nicely. Christopher, congratulations. Big victory for you. Big start in the first 5 rounds. Guys, any questions?
No, congratulations, Christopher. 4.5. Outstanding result. Keep it up, and we'll see you on the other side of the rest day.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Christopher. What a way to start the tournament. 4.5 out of 5. But there's only one better way to start a tournament.
5 out of 5.
Let's take a look at see if Sophie is putting her finishing touches on that game. Sophie
When we
Morris,
left it, she was a pawn up and doing really, really good.
and I don't think.
And nothing's changed.
Actually, something has changed.
She might be a second pawn
She's
up.
up 2 pawns and doing great.
Right. What's better than 4.5 out of 5?
5 out of 5.
And what's better than 1 pawn?
2 pawns.
Sophie. I mean, she's a girl after my own heart, I can tell you that. Look at her go.
It's over.
Yes,
Yeah, it's too much.
absolutely. Yeah. She's got this game wrapped up. Boy, sometimes everything goes just like perfect, and you ask yourself, what did I do?
To deserve this, yeah.
Right? Like, and how do I duplicate it again?
Yeah, what do I do the next time?
Exactly. H5, that's not going to help.
Is not gonna, that's not actually
cause.
Does that have a threat?
No, I don't think it does, actually. H4, rook g4. So just push the
him,
pawn.
baby, yeah.
D7.
D7. It's time to do it, yeah.
Exactly. D7 looks like it's going to win.
Just going to win. Okay, great.
Well done.
But guys,
please.
Jennifer Yu is keeping close to Sophie because she is taking over this game right now.
Time trouble too, as well, right?
No,
I think they already made
Ruiyang is
41.
It's
41 actually.
We left it at rook c6. What happened, Christian?
Well, let's take a look. Queen to d2.
All right, f3, h4.
This was the position where I was saying white has secured her king side.
G3.
I'm not a fan. B5 and B3, always introducing the ideas.
I like this push. I really like this push for black.
It's like having a pawn on h3 against the king, right? That you can always, it's close. Jennifer for choice?
Oh, absolutely. Not only for choice. Jennifer, right now, objectively, is completely winning.
Completely winning.
Yes.
That's more than I expected.
More than 2 pawns advantage. Minus 2.2 right now.
Wow.
Okay.
Incredible.
Wow.
Well, how do
Why?
you defend against this move, queen to c2? So what do you play next?
What? But why is queen c2 a threat?
Let's say I pass.
Let's say I pass.
But I'm not so easy. How am I going to pass? Okay, let's say I go queen f2,
whatever,
you go queen c2, and I go back.
Yeah, well, let's pretend
And
that.
then you go back, and then I make a waiting move, rook to g5, let's say.
It's not a waiting. This guy. You said a waiting move. He said a waiting move. It threatens h4. It threatens h4. It's not a waiting move at all.
King g5. Okay, forget about rook g5. King g5. Play king g5.
King g5.
I mean, okay, some obscure h4.
Did you hear that obscure h4?
Let's go king g5.
Nothing obscure about that.
I'll make a waiting move.
But the problem,
I promised a waiting move, I'll make a waiting move.
It's takes. If I come back with the rook,
e4.
I'm afraid of this breakthrough e4. Takes
Rook
and
to b5.
b5.
Rook to b2.
And
Not looking good, guys.
No, that's just over, yeah.
And now I'm stuck. And
So wait, you're telling me that white's basically zugzwanged?
Tom loves it.
Tom loves it.
That's the one concept in chess that he's got nailed.
The deadly Zugzwang.
The deadly
I got that far,
Zugzwang. Wow. Okay.
What a turn of events. And with a victory right now, Jennifer would be on 4 out of 5, only 1 point behind Sophie Morris-Suzuki. You start with 5 out of 5, and you expect that you're going to have at least a 1.5 point, 2 games cushion.
Right?
You don't have that. You only have 1 direct encounter.
And we will look
That's
for
right.
that pairing between Jennifer And so
is it happening in round 6?
Is it?
I don't know. Producers, do your magic.
All right, very good. We'll check for you there, Christian, as we see this game. I wanted to tell you. Let me just see. Every time I check in on Thalia, like it's weird things are going on in her games.
It's round 7.
It's round 7.
Round 7 is a key matchup of Sophie versus Jennifer Yu.
And I'm expecting that Thalia will play the move Queen F6, which she's just done, and that is a real clincher. And Jennifer will have black in that key matchup between Sophia and Jennifer. Thalia is winning. Let me go to the seniors just for a second. Nothing happening there.
Nothing is happening in that one.
And this was the game where I thought Igor was in deep trouble, and wow, it's just over.
Oh, that's a lot of fun.
I think it's time to resign, right?
And they're coming on the queen side.
I mean, you're getting checkmated if you move the rook away. If you move the rook away from the e-file, I go king g4, rook h5. The game is over.
I mean, the game is over.
So just go c6,
Sure.
c7, c8, and then king g4.
I'm kind of surprised that Igor hasn't.
Oh, I guess what he wants is a stalemate.
So yeah, some kind of d3. Somehow you get rid of this pawn.
So c6, b takes c6, b takes c6, d3. And now if you take on d3, I go rook e3.
And that's the crazy rook, right?
And now after king g4, I don't take your bishop, but I go rook g3.
Oh.
And then I take your bishop.
Then it still might be lost.
And you're still you're still losing.
I'll be very happy to go with my pawns, right? I mean, just to make sure I don't make
I'm not sure about this.
No, I don't want to make a stalemate.
No, but
so if I go
rook
rook
d5,
h5
right?
and king.
Yes, sir.
What?
Rook d5.
Yeah, but you're losing here.
Oh, rook d5. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, but you can do something. You can do c7, I think.
Okay, guys, let's not get too fancy. This game is super dead, right?
Yeah, it's super dead. But it's just nice that there's a stalemate trick.
It just answers the question, why is he still thinking? Right. He's just trying to make sure that he's not going to fall for
I was actually wondering why Nick de Firmian is still thinking, do we have a relay error there somehow? Because he's been thinking on rook takes e5 for what now feels like forever.
This might be already a draw, right?
Right.
Can we get the camera on these two players?
Rook takes e5. Well, I guess he's thinking he might be better after queen takes e5. He might be better after d takes e5.
Well, he actually played, so I guess he did take that long. All right.
Okay, queen c1, only move.
Exactly. Queen c1 only move.
Why would you be better?
Well,
I have the d file.
Well, no. Well, the question was
queen c3.
If I could get in queen b4 or not.
But I go rook d5. I don't know. I don't see it.
Rook d5. No. Okay.
I don't see it, guys.
I will give it a rest.
Well, to be honest, taking with the d pawn doesn't make a very good impression on me. Queen c1, queen c3, followed by rook d5. And once again, I'm starting to feel like it is white who has better chances. I can follow it up, if you allow me, with the move c5 after that. I don't know. This change of structure doesn't inspire me at all.
Well, it was based on the idea I was playing queen b4 and trying to...
But that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I was trying to get to target the pawns. But
Actually,
queen c3...
Does it work? So maybe just go there and then after rook to b1, rook to d8, and rook to d4.
Probably that's a simple equality.
And now I guess I do have a plan. I do want to get my king to c5.
Carissa?
Stop. What is this? Come on, there's so many interesting things while looking at this endgame.
Fine.
I want to go back to the Carissa game against Pedro Espinosa just because things happened, and I'm not really sure they happened in the favor of black. You still have two extra passed pawns on the queen side. I assume black's winning, but...
The queen's kind of cozied up over here.
Yeah, this queen, you got more counterplay than you think. Also, at some point, I remember black's rook was on like a2 or something.
Pedro! What are you doing, Pedro?
The rook was on a2. Oh, but it got traded.
Not sure why I'm trading it on purpose, but whatever.
This is not easy. This is a 3-result game right now.
It's kind of a mess, right?
It's a complete mess.
Because rook b8, he played rook b8 and he went.
Because bishop takes g4.
Not bishop g4. I go probably e6.
Maybe
right?
e6.
Yeah.
And, okay. And
This is a complete mess.
Okay, let's see what's going on here.
To be honest, I think Carissa has great chances to win this one.
You think so?
I'll call it right
Jeez.
now.
You're
will
gonna call
right
it?
now. She has great chances. I don't know if she will be able to win it, but she has great
That's not
chances.
calling it.
Well, okay, so go ahead. So the idea is that if I play g5, what you need to do is put the bishop on this diagonal, right?
But that's pretty lethal.
Yes,
Let's do it.
exactly. Right. So I'm saying that these are the things as black that I'm fearful of.
Yeah.
But if I go knight f8, just how do you?
Knight
This
F8,
bishop
he did play knight f8.
Let's go
because the
bishop
bishop.
e3.
But what if
Okay.
I reroute the bishop? Bishop e3, bishop
e3.
g5.
Yeah, yeah.
This way makes perfect sense to me. Whoa, the desirable queen c7 has a flaw.
Slight flaw, yeah?
A small
I think
issue.
it's time for a break soon.
Oh boy, oh
But
boy.
it's kind of a mess, no? Knight f8, bishop. I don't see anything super clear.
Can I, if I could trade
Knight
queens
f8
at
played,
game?
by the way, yeah.
Oh, knight f8 played.
Yeah, but go
I was
ahead.
about to say, if I could trade queens, I would be overjoyed. But
How do you trade queens?
I mean,
gonna
I take on g6.
Exactly. No time for queen g5.
Not only that, but I have a feeling that I have some ideas with rook c7
Yeah.
at the end.
Like this.
Never mind. Not rook
this.
c7, but
None of
bishop
this
takes
is-
d5.
We
I
have a
think.
move, actually. Bishop
Yeah.
c5 already played.
None of this has been played. He went queen h6. Oops.
Bishop c5.
Let me refresh my board. I apologize. Bishop c5.
That's a decent move.
Well, the threat's obvious. How do I get rid of the threats less obvious?
Maybe queen d8.
Queen.
Queen
Queen d8 is very
threatens
clever.
queen h4 check.
Yeah, and it protects against bishop takes f8 because you take with the queen.
Which is a gain of tempo against the queen.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I like
let's
that
put
move.
it. I love that move.
Love that move.
Great defensive move. Queen d8. You see, the blind chicken finds the seed.
Is that the expression goes?
Yeah, no, that's Victor Korchnoi.
That's
But he was describing my moves. Sometimes the blind chicken finds the corn, I think is what he called
You
it.
see, the bullied kids become the bully themselves.
Guys, can we go back to the Akopian game and,
It's fun?
and guarantee that it's actually winning?
No. Don't tell me.
I have no idea if it's still winning, but he did fall straight into it.
Did he really?
Yeah, he straight into
The
it.
the one trick that exists in the position. Igor played the move rook
but king
e8
d4
instead of
sorry,
resigns.
No, but king d4, guys, wow. Oh, wait, never mind. Rook to e3?
What are you talking about?
What is this
Christian?
move, king to e4?
So did the game end? Can we switch to the camera view of Akopian against Khmelnitsky?
No. That means white won. So
White won.
Yeah, the white king is on e4. The
I
black
don't get
king
it.
is on d5.
I am
why did he resign?
more than confused about everything that's just happened.
Guys, why did he resign? He just got his rook on e3.
The one good cheapo in the
Yes.
whole game.
What?
I don't get it. I don't know.
I wouldn't resign.
I don't know what happened.
What happened?
Because we're a little confused. So
That's
the whole
when this is
point
when the game starts. Finally,
is king takes e3 is a
That's a draw.
stalemate, and
That's a
this is the
stalemate.
whole thing that black is playing for. Is please take my rook. So you would have, for example, shacks, and we call this the mad rook, where you get some kind of perpetuals. But in the
That's
game,
not a-
the final, I know, but in the final position, he has king g4 as a way of avoiding the mad rook because you can't go here. Oops.
but Yasser is not a mad rook after king f2. King f2, rook f3, king e2, rook e3, king d2. If you take on d3, I take back. You can take on g6.
Ah, thank you. You're right.
No, but you just take the bishop, right?
Yep.
After king f2, you just take the bishop.
And the game flares anew.
Right.
But we're assuming king g4 is why he resigned.
Rook g3, king f5, and I mean, okay, sure, maybe you're winning, but
I mean, is it based on rook c2 and c7? Is it based on, I don't know.
At least you try, yeah, you make that guy play.
You played up to this point,
right?
Yeah?
You played it up to this point. You don't resign after rook e3.
It was like the girl who resigned in the drawn position against
Gracie,
Sophie.
yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, okay. Strange.
Wow.
Bizarre.
Well, I'm sure we're going to have Akopian
1-0 on the relay.
We do.
So we are assuming Vladimir has got this. Sorry, Christian, you were...
Perhaps
Queen
that was
D8.
just, guys, maybe that was just an analysis on the board. I would assume that was just some sort of an analysis. Maybe Khmelnitsky was showing him what could have been. That's the only explanation that they can come up with.
We'll have somebody soon here to explain it to us. It is played at the St. Louis Chess Club, and we are at the St. Louis Chess Club. So I think somebody could tell us in a second.
Queen D8. Is good.
Queen D8 was not. This is definitely, absolutely, 1,000% not the finishing move. That position is illegal.
Illegal.
Thank you, producers. But let's take a look at the Carissa game against Pedro.
Bishop E3. No, that's the Queen H4 check.
Yeah.
Then she's misplayed it. The move Bishop C5 was false. That was a false step.
It might have been, but I have the move Queen E8, not Queen D8 on mine, Yasser.
Okay.
I don't know if it makes a difference, but...
Well, let me refresh in any case. If the queen is on, you're right, it is on E8, not on D8.
Right.
But that makes a big difference because
that's not a threat,
we were eyeballing with the queen on D8, the H4 square. We're no longer.
Does it change anything? Like, do I have a threat here?
I'm wondering, can I somehow play bishop to D6 and rook to C7?
You can play bishop D6. I just don't know if I care. Like, if I play B3 and...
I was going to go rook down anyway.
B2?
Yeah. And bishop here will maybe be met by a queen sacrifice.
Yeah?
Yep. Wow.
Yeah, I don't see
Holy
anything.
smokes.
It's turned a little more suspicious than it should be, right?
Right? It feels like there might be some tactic in the air, but if not, no.
Guys,
Wow.
I think Sophie might be putting the finishing touches right now, so perhaps we can look at that game.
Sure.
I think a resignation will arise on the board very soon.
Oh, rook takes G7. That's another pawn.
Boy, I tell you.
I think it's not only a pawn.
Yeah, that unveils the black king as well.
And after queen takes G7, D8, I think that just kills
that's
you.
game over, yeah.
Kills you with checks.
Nice. Very nice.
Take on D8.
Queen takes D8.
Queen takes D8, followed by rook to D7.
Rook to D7, as well as queen takes H4.
So
check.
Let's keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, and I
We
think she's
might
about to promote.
Resignation may be imminent after the move rook takes G7. Oh, she's already played queen
She
takes?
already played queen takes G7, and she already promoted to D8.
All right.
And this is
just
game over.
resign.
5 out of 5, guys. What a
Blazing.
start.
Blazing.
That's amazing. I haven't seen this since
Wow.
Fabiano Caruana.
Has she resigned yet? No.
No,
She's
but,
still playing.
Okay, but this game is over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm still impressed also by Christopher Yu's 4.5.
Guys, remember the rule. We have to see the handshake. We have to see the pain.
I tell you, watching that one game of Awonder Liang, where he turned a win into a loss, that was the pain. That was
serious pain.
I mean, that was tough to watch. And she has captured the queen on D8, and very quickly Sophie said, I will take your rook.
She's having the tournament of her life right now.
It's
incredible. Everything is just clicking.
Everything works.
Yeah.
You get your prep in, you're playing the good moves, and your opponents resign.
And your opponents resign.
That's very nice. Ellen Wang loses then to Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Our Miss Perfect, simply unstoppable. Nothing seems to be working for anybody else. The moment you play against Sophie,
Boom. Jennifer, you will play black against Sophie in round 7.
In round 7.
Who will Sophie play in round 6?
Well, aren't you full of excellent questions, Yasser? And I have the answer for you. That's a surprise. She's playing Ruiyang Yan with the black pieces in round 6.
Okay, a challenge. And we have a guest with Christian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are here with a newcomer into the U.S. Seniors Championship, Vladimir Akopian. Welcome to St. Louis. Welcome to our show. How does it feel to be playing here in St. Louis?
Very well. I'm very happy to play here. And in general, it's a very good opportunity, of course, for players over 50, like me. And I would like to thank, of course, everybody here who made this possible, and especially, of course, Rex Singfield for this opportunity.
Now, take us a little bit through your tournament up to this point. You started off with the white pieces. You got a winning position out of the opening in that one, but unfortunately weren't able to convert. How did you deal with that loss?
Yeah, by now I'm losing very good opportunities. Not only the first one, of course, was very striking, but also in my game with Gurevich, I missed yesterday. Also, it was a very good position. Okay, what to do? Yeah, as a chess player, I mean, I'm used to this, so it's normal losing winning position, winning lost positions. Yeah, of course, it's somehow very painful when you get this, but. Actually, I can tell you what happened. I had to play, of course, on this on the 39th move, of course, Queen B5. It was much simpler, but somehow I felt about this E5 move that this is wrong, because this was such a move. Bishop on D5 was standing there, and now E5. So I figured out that Queen A7 should be right move. The only, of course, the thing is that you should, of course, calculate the 40th move at this point.
40th move is
but but what I did, I did not see at all the Queen D7 move. But somehow I saw Knight F5, and I thought, okay, after Knight F5, at least I keep a draw. So there is draw after Knight F5. Only to discover after Rook F7, of course, it's a move that I was calculating, and my intention was to play Queen A6, of course, not Queen F2. And this is what I had to do, and it's still a game. Yeah, it's still a game. It's probably draw. I mean, it's possible to hold. But the point was after Rook B7, my calculation was Knight E7 check, and then I have this draw everywhere. Only to discover already after 40th move that King F7, and when calculated, I had calculated Queen G6. King takes C7, Queen takes G7, and just completely forgot about Bishop F7.
Bishop F7, yeah.
Yeah, and somehow I discovered this, and at this point, I was very disappointed. I thought that it's just lost position. Yeah. Any move would lose. I even saw after Queen A6, Rook B7, B3, C takes B3, but for some reason C3 only. Calculated, not C4. And okay, I decided that, okay, I miscalculated, I'm just losing. So Queen F2, I thought, okay, I had to do something or resign immediately. Yeah, and this is what happened, actually.
But after that one, you did bounce back with a victory against Shabalov in round 3, and now finally with another big victory with the white pieces. Take us through today's game, actually.
Yeah, today's game, I mean, I analyzed this line. Of course, Queen takes D5 and Bishop C4 is the main line. I analyzed this some time ago, and my conclusion was that somewhere in the end game, White was much better, but I just could not remember. I mean, of course, I did not expect this today, this line, and I just couldn't remember. And if you are not remembering this, you cannot afford going into this line.
Right.
With my king somewhere on E2 or D1, and I tried to remember, but I just failed. And then I decided, okay, probably no advantage, but I just
play safe.
Yeah, I just play safe. Probably nothing. I mean, I believe Black is just in total control. I mean, any move. I mean, I don't know D4 should be played or not. It's possible, I believe, without D4. After D4, say Knight H4, Queen F6 was strange. I thought just Bishop takes D3 and Queen D5 next. I believe it's also normal. I don't.
This is actually what the engine was also recommending: Bishop takes D3 and. Potentially Queen D5, try to take it.
Yeah, just Queen D5 centralization. I mean, I don't know if something, but it's probably just Black is a normal position. I thought maybe Queen F3 I have to play, but okay, this is just.
But he played this move Queen to F6, and this allowed you to take.
Yeah, this should be better for White, but somehow I believe I was not playing well. I was. I mean, I have everywhere some additional opportunities, many of them, and I was choosing something bad. I believe. Yeah, this I calculate something. No, my main calculations were like rook e4 for some reason, but then 97, 95, 93 quickly. I did not like this. Again, maybe somewhere miscalculated, but king g2, another move that I was calculating here, but king g2, g5 somehow I did not like. And then I decided, okay, maybe queen e2, I just keep this position, I don't allow rook e8, maybe queen g2 at some point, so that...
I think that's a very safe and precise move, in fact. G5 maybe would have been a bit more decisive, but queen e2 maintains a pretty significant
here again,
advantage.
I didn't know. I mean, I beat x4, probably possible. I don't know. This is also possible. And then a5, I secure this winning endgame everywhere. But then, okay, this before, I don't spoil my position yet, but somewhere around here I started spoiling, I believe, this all. H4, b5, very unfortunate, I believe.
I think h4 was fine as well. No?
Yeah, but b5 is different. G5, rook e6. Here somewhere, I don't know, something happens here. I don't know if this is all right or not.
It's still more or less all right, yeah. You're still winning, completely winning.
Yeah, here somewhere already winning, but in b5 I did not like. I was just cursing myself for this b5 move. a3 is always hanging. Any move would do here, I believe. G5, rook e6, maybe simpler. Especially already like approaching time trouble, playing something like b5, very, this anti-positional move. But I just somehow I could not actually understand what is going on here.
I think you're too much of a perfectionist, Vladimir, because this one was pretty good as well. And after that, tell us what happened at the end. We were a bit confused because let's go all the way until the end. And this is the position we saw on
king g4
our broadcast. Okay. So we saw the position after b takes c6, rook e3, and then a king on e4, and we were like, okay, what happened?
No, b takes c6, king g4. Yeah, this was.
But you played king g4 first. Yes.
Yeah, I played king g4 here. After b takes c6, I can play king g4. Yeah. Black can take first b takes c6 and then d3, but then maybe rook d2, something like this.
And this
so after b5, I'm still winning, yeah?
Yes.
But probably spoiled already, something.
No.
Not yet.
Still very significant edge. Congratulations, Vladimir. Guys, any questions?
No, Vladimir, nice game. If anything, the critical moment for me was I was surprised by queen e2, which doesn't spoil anything. You have a very big advantage. But I was really surprised you didn't go for the very forcing line with g5, h takes g5, queen g4, because this just looked like, you were just taking complete control of the game. If he takes on f4, beside rook e6, you can also play bishop takes. And it just, wow. very impressive.
Yeah, definitely. Probably g5 should be played. I was calculating this, every move the g5 is possible, but somehow I thought just, I was afraid to spoil everything. I thought that, okay, as long as white's position, positionally very good, I should not spoil this. So if queen e2 keeps some edge, then my g5 possible, but again, I was concentrating on this rook e4 mainly, king g2, and queen e2 move. Yeah, queen f3, 95, something. So I was g5 possible, but again, I don't know. I just probably this is right. Yeah, this is like decisive way to treat this position.
Congratulations! You're fighting your way back into the game after this hiccup, I want to say. But looking forward to the free day.
Yeah. Okay. What to do?
You're tired after 5 rounds.
Vladimir, not to put too much pressure on you, but you were my pick to win the event, so keep it up.
Okay, I will try.
Thank you, Vladimir. We will prepare ourselves for a break, but before we go, a couple of results. Alejandro.
As we have seen, Thalia Cervantes did win, converted that position against Gracy Prasanna.
Very nice.
And, well, she's now 1 point away from...
She's keeping contact with Sophie.
Yeah, and in the...
And by the way, when will Thalia also play against Thalia?
And the last round.
The last round.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And Sophie, as we saw, did win against Wang.
Right. That was the 5. The perfect.
And look at Sophie's score. Look at this. 5 out of 5. And she's with us.
She is indeed Sophie Morris-Suzuki, the only perfect player in the event. Congratulations. What a dominant performance.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's funny because the first time I played in this event in 2018, I lost all my first 5 games. And this is like my last time I'm playing in the event because I won't be age eligible anymore after this year. So it's only fitting that I won all my first 5 games. So.
Let's take a look at this last game before the rest day. Let's take a look at this one. Tell us the critical moments, Sophie.
Yeah, so I think the first critical moment was after, I think after Queen C4, it was, and then
Queen C7, yes. Knight to F3.
Well, yeah, we'll get there. Yeah.
So she played this move, F5. How did you assess this move? What did you understand the consequences of this move, F5? What was your thought process at this point?
Well, I expected black to go for F5 and E5 because I thought that was that's just kind of what you do in this position. So I was, I was more or less expecting it. And I was at first, I was planning to play bishop B2 and then maybe rook D1 and I don't know.
This is what we thought you were going to go for
I calculated a lot of things here and none of them seemed to work for me. And then so because of that, I thought I had to come up with something else. So then I found bishop B3, which is actually, I'm kind of proud of myself. I think that's a pretty good move.
It's a great move. It's the best move by the engine and the best plan in this position. It's so difficult to find because you just play the move B3, right? You feel like you want to put that bishop on B2, but then you change course, perfectly change course, and take over the initiative. Now, any other moments in which you felt like maybe she has enough compensation for the pawn, or you just felt like you kept control of the game?
Well, there was around this point, for the next few moves, I mean, for a while, I was just kind of shuffling, and I was like, I don't really know what I'm doing. But I guess I managed to arrange my pieces in, some good squares that I liked, especially knight E2. I thought once I was able to get this, I was pretty confident. At first, I didn't play. At first, I was really hesitant about this because, I hesitated to play knight E2 because I always thought there was rook F3. But then H4, Queen G4, rook takes F3 wins. So I only was able to play knight E2 once I saw this.
Absolutely, and that was pretty much the last critical moment. After that, you converted precisely this game. Sophie, 5 out of 5. You are watching the game, I would assume right now, the game between Ruiyang and Jennifer, because these are your next 2 opponents in round 6 and 7. How do you feel about those 2 games?
I hope the rest day is gonna help me, just just I don't know, just chill out for once, and then, hopefully I'll be informed,
Do you have any favorites in that game that's still pending right now?
What's the position currently? I think last time I checked, it was kind of I thought it was a little scary for white.
There
but
it is. It's a rook's endgame. Right now, the queens have been traded off. There's a pawn on B3. It looks really scary. But how would you assess this one?
Oh, this is looking closer and closer to, I think, a draw.
A draw?
Maybe, I don't know. But there's also, black can play rook G8 and rook C8. I don't know.
Still feels quite complex,
Actually,
right?
Maybe not. I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, you took care of business in your game, Sophie. Congratulations for an incredible first 5 rounds. Look at that score lineup. I mean, this is just dominant. Congratulations, Sophie. We'll see you in the rest of your games. And right now, we will be taking a commercial break. We will be back shortly. Stay with us.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everybody, as we return round 5 of the championships in St. Louis, the junior girls, and the seniors, as we are entering what should be our 5th hour of play. We still have a bunch of games left.
We sure do. It seems like every day we're the players, some of the players are playing to the very, very last drop. This game of Mishra is going to be a long game still. I mean,
yeah.
I've got a feeling, I know, in case not everybody knows, that this is Alejandro's last day of broadcast. He's on his way to Zagreb because he's got to get ready for the Grand Chess Tour. We're going to miss you. But we're not letting you go easily. You're not escaping like that, Alejandro. You're going to be here for a while.
Mr. Abhi Mishra is making sure that I will be here for another couple hours. Let's take a look at the position right now, because we have a situation in which we have a queen against a rook and a bishop.
Exactly.
Certainly the rook is
the queen.
The queen is the stronger piece than
Right.
the combination of pieces, but I don't know you can actually win this.
No, I'm quite confident in saying that Black should make a draw here. You could play for ideas of G6, King G7, H5. That would be my approach to try to get in the move.
The problem is, I
H5.
think you lose a pawn if you do that.
Okay, if I go G6?
Queen D4.
Sorry, Queen?
Queen D4.
David 4?
Queen G7.
Okay, and I go H5.
And then I take.
And should I check you first?
That's
or?
okay.
Okay, I'll take.
Queen G5.
Uh-huh.
And?
I take.
And check.
F3.
F3.
F3, of course. I'm blind. Sorry, I was blind.
What I'm saying is that it probably is a draw, but your king is still not in the best position.
Right.
And it's not as easy to bring it back.
If my king was on G8, it'd be simple.
I was thinking about getting
Guys,
G5
this
and
is
King
going to go for a
G7.
while. Let's switch to the Jennifer game, because that one is over in moments.
that one
We
is
can
done.
actually put that on the live screen. Maybe we can have this
Right.
shot of the players. 'Cause
Jennifer did bring her rook all the way back.
Yeah, we're expecting
when we left it.
resignation.
She brought her rook all the way to C2.
Oh, this is over.
And that's where she's forced the trade of rooks, got herself into a king and pawn endgame.
Wait a minute.
Oh, King E2 is just over, yes.
Oh, there's a pawn on D4. I didn't see that pawn.
That was a
this is
very
over.
important pawn. And that should do it.
That should be a queen.
D3 check.
It's a big victory for Jennifer. And there you
There's
go. Ruiyang Yang resigns against Jennifer Yu. Complicated game, start to finish.
All 5 games in the girls' championship were decisive. Wow. Everybody swinging for the fences in this one, Alejandro.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Ruiyang Yan, 2.5 points against Jennifer Yu, surging 4. She started very slow, only 2 draws, but she's bounced back with 3 wins in a row.
She was seeing what Sophie was doing to the field. She said, my goodness, I've got to keep pace.
Right.
And she's come with a brace of victories, hat trick, in fact, 3 in a row for Jennifer.
And I think we should probably take a look at what Carissa and Pedro are doing as well.
This should be over soon, right?
That one, yes.
I
but
thought
there's still some
Carissa had-
trickies in the position.
She had been fighting back, but then...
She actually fought back all the way to equality. I was checking this over the break.
Wow.
Which is very impressive. And when she just had it in her...
She let it
slip.
She blundered it away.
And this is the current position now with the move rook f6. I don't know if there's an actual threat in this position.
Exactly. The question is she going to... Well, you
Might
have
as
to
well,
try
yeah.
something, right?
You have to, right?
Rook takes E6.
I think you're just kind of hoping that black goes b2.
Okay.
Which actually doesn't win.
Really?
Yeah, because you have
the
rook
rook
g6.
takes.
No, this I don't think has a threat. You just promote.
Right.
But rook
that
G6.
was what I wanted to do.
But rook g6 actually does force you to take. And
because of the mate on G7?
And kind of shockingly, I actually take on c2.
Oh.
Yeah, and then not only that, I actually also capture the pawn of b2.
Oh.
Which is the only way of blundering the position. But he's played the move queen e8, which I like a lot.
I mean, that's a safety move.
It's a
right?
safety move.
You cover both
You cover
the E6,
everything, yeah.
G6, even the potential of rook takes F7.
And I
is
think
gone.
this is
By the way, the white queen is trapped.
That queen
right?
is
Queen's not
so
going anywhere.
sad.
Yeah.
It's such a sad queen.
I mean, allowing black to have played the move g5 was very,
egregious.
very wrong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I also think that bishop c5 move, it wasn't convincing in my eyes. I really like that idea of bishop e3, bishop g5. She had a big opportunity there to put some serious problems.
But I even thought that after the move bishop d6, if we can go to move, yeah. I thought rook c8, rook takes c8 is actually fine for...
I have to take with the bishop.
No, you can't.
Oh, I was afraid to allow this.
Well, that's fine, but if you play bishop takes c8, I play
Bishop
e6.
takes d5 or... Ooh.
Yeah, that's...
e6.
I know it's an incredible shot, but it's a really nice shot.
I can't play queen takes e6. Queen takes f8 check. Oh.
And if you go knight e6, you go bishop
But if
e5.
I take with the rook, I was afraid of bishop here.
Well, yeah, that's a scary position.
And
right?
perhaps this is what you have to defend
And then
after knight h7.
But now you
And
can
then it's
take
just a draw.
And I think it's just a draw, yeah, you take.
So maybe...
Yeah, rook c8 was...
Rook c8 would
an
have been
opportunity.
just fine.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Carissa!
She didn't
What
do
did
it.
you
She
do?
went rook h1.
And actually, rook h1 was fine. I put it in the engine as well.
Really?
Yeah, with the idea of opening up the h-file. Knight h7 is best, which is also shocking.
Okay, you want to open up the h-file. I get that. Okay, knight
But now
h7.
you have to take on g6. I mean,
I see.
the time has passed to do anything else, because allowing
This was
g5...
the moment.
Yeah. Allowing g5 just traps the queen.
Oops. She forgot
I
about
forgot about g5.
Yeah. And this is how they got to the current position. Oops, we're not going to play queen e8. Pardon me, that was on the board. Let me just refresh my board for just a second.
And b2 played, and I think that's pretty much it, right? This pawn, hard to stop when you don't have any counterplay and a queen.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. Carissa's approach to this game, again, she's just playing against the lowest rated player in the field, so she feels like she has to win, but she also feels like I'm going to win by not playing any theory.
Yeah, no, not how it works.
Not exact, and black got actually a very good opening. Pedro
But we have to
kept
give
him
it to
advantage.
Pedro. He played a pretty good game.
He did.
Maybe he missed his chances, his best chances, and allowed Carissa back into the game. Nevertheless, he did find a lot of good moves. He got into a winning position. After that, I know it wasn't easy to handle, right?
Right.
And still, none of the players handled it perfectly, and now he's still making the last mistake, and that's the most important thing in chess.
B2.
Rook g1, I think just a move. I don't think it really does anything.
Isn't it? Is queen a is queen a4?
It's, I mean,
a timely move.
Take your pick, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm kind of ding ding. This knight on h7 is beastly. It's trapping the queen, covers f8, covers g5. What an awesome knight. The pawn on d5 stops. Never mind the fact that bishop is already pinned. It stops bishop e4. The knight on h7 is just holding up the entire fort. Great.
Yeah, beautiful position and beautiful conversion by Pedro, I have to say.
And once again, the game of Mishra, let me just bring this up. You were saying that the king on f6 is awkwardly placed, Christian, that's giving white
some chances.
Some chances. Well, how does the engine evaluate the position, therefore?
The engine doesn't really understand very well what's happening right now. It's close to a 2-point advantage. Nevertheless, it doesn't find the exact way in which to make progress.
I think that would confuse a lot of people.
Yes.
Your comment that you just made, like my mom, if I said to my mom, the engine doesn't understand the position, my mom would say, but aren't the engines the strongest chess players? Aren't they the highest rated chess players? Yes, they are. So how could the engines not understand a position?
I don't understand. I mean, the engines understand the position. What are you saying, Christian? What do you mean they don't understand
Well, because
it?
of the fortresses.
It's a fortress. So
what is
the engine
evaluation
is
of
saying
engine?
the engine
Plus
is
two.
saying by the way, not after the move h4. Before the move h4, it was giving a +2 advantage for white. Now, we consider that as an objectively winning advantage. Nevertheless, given that this is a fortress, that means that the engine doesn't see far enough to understand it's a fortress. Therefore, the engine is wrong. Does that make sense, Alejandro?
I get it, but was it actually a fortress? Like, do we get there? Because every line that I see
after
of the
h4
engine,
is definitely a fortress.
Yeah, after h4 I agree.
Because I can go g5.
And this seems to be the main difference, because I was playing around with it. And it does give +2, which is not a winning advantage.
Right.
But you also have to shed the h-pawn as black, like straight up shed it. Not even for the h-pawn of white.
Oh, I see.
And then those positions I'm not so sure are a fortress.
Okay.
But at this moment, yeah, I think this is just not so difficult.
And we have a guest with Christian.
We are indeed with a lady that won her 3rd consecutive game. Congratulations, Jennifer. Welcome back. Take us through the feelings that you have right now.
Thank you. So I honestly don't really know how to feel about my game. I think I was definitely pretty happy with my position out of the opening because, I mean, she kind of just gave me a pawn and it was like, okay, so it's like a kind of like a playing for 2 results. And then at some point, I think I made it a little bit too complicated. I was missing some details here and there, so I tried to like fix it with like king h7 when I played that. But I gave her some time. I'm not exactly sure what the evaluation position was. It was really complicated, and I spent too much of my time. So then I was just like, you know what, I will just play this. And
I think the first surprise for us is that you chose the Ruy Lopez instead of your usual Sicilian. How did you come up with that strategy?
No, I do play this like more often, but I don't play like the this knight f6 very early because I looked at her when I prepared her. She always plays like d3 right away. So I was like, okay. I mean, I didn't have anything that special, but that's what I was expecting. And instead, she did. Yes, she did. Well, she did d3 after castles, and well, I wanted to. Well, my prep was I was to play some like brighter, but I don't think there's like knight on c3. So then I wasn't really sure what to do, but I think this was okay. I don't know exactly the opening, but I thought like knight f4 instead of h3 might have been just like I like that better for white, but maybe it's just
and
fine.
the idea being that you go h3 now and you don't have any squares for the bishop.
Yeah, because I was afraid of getting a bad bishop versus good knight.
Right.
And then she kind of made sure that didn't happen, so which really was really nice for me.
And she gave you this pawn with e5, but you took with the bishop, and now instead of taking with the knight, did you consider queen to e2 first?
Yeah, that was my that was what I expected. So I was really surprised when she took on e5, and then also when she played rook e1, because I thought queen e2. I mean, here rook e1 makes sense because I thought rook e4, but the opening of the queen side did help me a bit because otherwise I think she could just take the pawn pretty easily. So this was just some counterplay.
Now, you're a pawn up, but obviously there's some clear compensation and quite a difficult path towards making any progress at this point. Were you playing for a win right now?
Yeah, I mean, I did like my position. I mean, it's definitely a little bit difficult, but like when you, if you go back a few moves, and when I played king h7, that was just because like I wanted to play queen c1, but I think there's rook takes d4, and then like I was looking rook c2, but I just don't have enough time. Rook d8 and then queen e4, I think, and then white just stops everything. And
let's show that maybe queen to c1, rook to d4. No, at that point instead of king h7.
Queen c1, yeah.
Rook takes d4.
Yeah, because it just works out perfectly for I
think.
Rook
to c2.
Yeah, rook c2, rook d8.
King h7, and now queen to e4. And you don't get to her king.
Yeah, I'm just like a move too slow, I think, because then rook d7.
Yes, that looks very conclusive after rook d7. Nice calculation, and you decide to prepare that with the move king to h7. Now, I want to take you to this moment. Rook to b7, queen to c1, king to h6. So you repeat it once. And then with 1 minute on the clock, you play the move king to h6. Were you worried that she has something at this point? And did you see anything?
I think I saw some things. Well, even after she traded the rooks off, I think white is okay there. There should be some moves.
Did you see this move, rook f7, right now?
No, I wasn't expecting rook f7. does it? Yeah, what is happening? So I guess the idea is rook
c2, queen g4.
Queen g4, yeah.
Yes. And then I think you have to force this endgame with queen to f4. Queen to f4, which is still probably slightly better for you, but very much close to equality.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of like a worst case scenario. If queen g4 ever happened, I always have queen f4. Like, I couldn't figure out, like, obviously I couldn't figure out for sure if whether king h6 was safe or not, but I mean, I have this position, and if I took a draw here, I would just feel horrible. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was worth the risk, even though I definitely should not have done this with like 1 minute on the clock.
No, I think it was a good decision, practically. King to g6 was indeed, just because you're not allowing rook f7, was the more precise move, but king h6 still a fighter's move at this point. Rook to b6, rook to c6.
We were surprised by rook to c6.
Yeah, rook to c2, it seems like it would have won the game right now.
Okay.
I would assume you calculated rook to c2.
Yeah, but I wasn't sure. So rook takes e6,
G6,
g6, and then I think queen g4.
Queen to g4, queen to f4.
Queen f4. Oh, and then just
And now the rook on h4 is stuck.
Wait, I thought I looked at this. What did I do? Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, this is right. I played rook c6 because I was planning this right away. And then I just played rook c6 because I was like, I can't figure out for sure if I'm not missing anything.
Well, you also had like 30 seconds on the clock.
But I remember because I thought if she played rook b8, I would do, well, I couldn't play rook c2. Wait, no, that's a different thing. If she played rook b8 here.
I think you can play rook c2.
Just rook h5, right?
Oh, rook h5, king g6, queen g4. Yeah, this works.
Yeah, so I would have to play g6 after rook b8.
Good point. Yeah, and once again, whenever she goes queen g4, you go queen f4, and you go into that winning endgame. Very nice, but it seemed like she was getting close to achieving equality. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, I did, but I mean, here I'm not so sure about this g4. I mean, the second she let my pawn to b3, I thought I had just much better chances. I don't know objectively what it is, but also we were both getting low here on time. And after this, I think this endgame has to be winning.
It's winning.
Okay.
Definitely
Nicely
winning.
done, yeah.
Jennifer, congratulations. Now, 4 out of 5 in a conventional tournament would be a pretty high score. But there is one lady on a perfect score, 5 out of 5. You're going to be playing her in round 7. Are you already looking to that forward to that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, she's playing really well, so I think it'd be an interesting game. But yeah, I mean, I kind of believe in like making your own luck. So like, if I have a shot against her, then I'd have to take it.
Perfect. Congratulations, Jennifer. We'll see you after the rest day.
Our congratulations as well, Jennifer.
And this one is over. Pedro with the big upset, a win against international master Carissa Yip, and that is huge for our top seed, bottom seed of the event.
Wow.
Pedro, wow.
And
what a
also,
victory for
crazy
him.
developments are going on in the game between Max and Nick. When we left it, it was just a major piece ending equal material. We had been expecting a draw, but Nick got bamboozled. And somehow he's given his opponent, I mean, it's still equal material, but White is the one who's got the outside passer, and Nick is suffering. Maybe he's not suffering that much, but I would prefer to have the white pieces.
He's suffering for sure. I mean,
yeah,
rook on e6 is not very active.
Right?
Not at all. But this one is going to be a long, drawn-out endgame.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
Let's go to the remaining game. Abhimanyu against Andrew Hong.
Right.
We have a bunch of new moves.
We do.
And we have a very pressing question on our hands.
Big decision right now.
Right.
Where's the moment?
Yeah, h5. Do you take this pawn?
You have to.
You what?
I think you have to.
I don't know if I have to.
What else?
King f6 just feels like something could go wrong, right?
Yeah, Queen D4,
But-
Queen G7. You mean.
Okay, if I have to,
You have to,
and
yeah.
let's say I have to.
But this endgame is an easy draw, right? No, Rook G5.
Sorry, what's it?
Oh,
what
I
would
thought that you just take on E6 and go Rook D5.
No, but that's lost.
Sorry, what should I do?
Take on E6 and go Rook D5.
He's taken on
or-
H5, by the way. But this is lost. What do you mean? It's lost with an E or a D pawn. It's a draw with an F or a G pawn.
That's why I was trying to keep my F
That's
pawn,
how you understood
actually.
the endgames too,
Yeah,
right?
right? I was
Right,
trying
yeah.
to.
What
like-
about with an H pawn?
And the H pawn is dead lost.
So
Okay.
I know if the pawn is on G7, it's an easy draw.
Yeah, with the pawn on G7, it's an easy draw. But with the pawn already all the way in G4, geez, I don't know.
H6 and G4, I might be losing this. I mean, okay, like for example, what does it
Oh,
say?
wow, I have a table base. It's a draw.
It's a draw?
Yeah. But it's losing with the pawn on E6.
It's losing with the pawn on E6,
Yeah.
which we kind of thought. By the way, he did take on H5
F5 played. We're
quickly.
expecting...
Andrew to capture on G4.
Yeah, King F6 doesn't
That's
work, which is
key.
funny.
So Rook to G5 is the big move, right?
King F6. Oh, excuse me. That is funny. You want to play Rook to E5 and win your opponent's queen? You're welcome. Thank you. And let's go. Push him. So, yes, we want to take on G...
Rook E6?
Ooh.
What?
That feels a little dangerous, suspicious. Why did he play that?
No, that cannot be good. He wants to keep the pawn on F7, but
I'm
excuse me, what if
thinking I have the time now to take on H5. You can't move your king.
Can I go to F8?
No, but Queen D4 is a tempo.
Queen D4 and then check.
Ah, you have a check on B1.
Ooh.
Actually, not so easy, huh?
Okay.
Oh, no, never mind. You have Queen A8 after King F8.
Yes.
Queen A8 check. That's a check.
10
10 seconds for Mishra.
everybody.
Now, what's the end game?
Mishra, what are you doing?
No, with the pawn on H5.
Take on H5. What are you... F6.
Wow. I didn't see that move coming.
Check. You can't take it because of Queen D4. But is he sure that he's going to have enough checkmating threats? F6, a very committal move.
Does this work?
The bishop could not move. I was expecting G4 takes H5. Andrew, how much time does he have?
He has 20 seconds.
Oh boy.
Okay.
What's our evaluation now? I like white, but
I don't think you want to know.
no. What?
F6 just spoiled the advantage.
Oh, did it?
From what to what?
From like +5 to zeros.
Wow.
Tough. Chess is tough.
And then you die.
Yes.
That's a check.
That is a check. But doesn't this give us a moment that we need?
A Rook D6?
Yep, that's...
Yeah, it looks like it.
He wants to take on H5 with the queen. Is that what he wants to do? But that does make a lot of sense because you want to...
Yeah, you actually want to have
I
a
thought
passed
you wanted
H1.
to take...
With a pawn,
Yes.
right? Yeah, it does make a lot of sense.
Well, Andrew is really getting tested here as his clock is ticking down as well.
On the other hand, the Maxim Dlugy versus Nick the Firmian game is about to be over.
Because
it's just dead lost now.
Dlugy's going to capture all of the
Nick's pawns. Yeah.
Nick's pawns.
King C6.
King C6.
What? I mean, it might be a good move, but what an insane move.
Hard to guess.
Right?
Hard to guess.
Why not keep the rook around the king?
Right?
It's still a draw. It's still a draw.
Still a draw. Okay.
Still a draw.
Wow.
20 seconds for Mishra.
By the way, that's one of the things that the seniors know. They see a wounded animal and they say, "Okay, Nick, you lost against Shabalov."
But what is the point of
I'll
giving
play.
all these checks?
Not to flag.
Not to flag. That's the,
Yeah, it's a pretty good point. The guy had 6 seconds. He needs to make a move.
That's a
but
good
now
point.
King B7 kind of like asks you, how are you going to check me now? G2?
Well, you still have queen e4, right?
And this is over. Actually, Maxim Dlugy did beat Nick de Firmian in a long game.
Ooh, I think Nick is not going to be pleased with this when he realized
that's a tough loss.
He absolutely spoiled. Now king b7. I like that move. I think that's just perfectly timed, actually.
And if I take on h5 and just play on?
Yes, I'm expecting that, and I was going to go rook to b5, and maybe try to stick my rook on f5. It sure doesn't look completely settled, actually.
Well, that's a check. Answers your question.
Queen e4 check.
Okay.
Fair.
So how do you do this?
Well, I tell you, to make these decisions with only 30 seconds, it's tough.
This is a tough endgame, as
right?
it is. Yeah.
Even if you had a
an
day or
hour,
two.
yeah.
So the dream for Mishra is...
Wow.
King a6.
I would have never considered this move.
That would not have been on my radar either.
Now you have queen a8, right?
It
Seriously.
looks awkward enough to meet queen a8. It might not even be a big deal.
Right.
It's just strange.
Exactly. Why don't you go king
Why don't you go
c7
king
or
c7?
something?
Somewhere normal, right?
Right? You kind of put your king way out of civilization.
But I guess as long as... I mean, I'm so close as black to make a draw, right?
Right.
Queen a4, king b7. Gaining
like
some
that?
time.
I love that move. Played it a little slowly, but I love that move.
I could have come faster.
And I think we're going to see queen e4 check as well.
Oh! You went that a little slower?
Look at Andrew. Now he's picking up the pace.
Yeah, it's like borderline not okay to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to see a repetition right now.
No.
Forget about it.
No. I think we're going to see a capture at long last on h5.
Queen a8,
No,
finally.
queen a8, and then you take, I think, on h5.
Right.
Maybe you throw queen e8. No. All right, so we begin the endgame. This is kind of the beginning position.
Right.
And now
I think you want your king at c5, your bishop on d5, so your rook will be attacking the pawn on f6. I'm worried about queen h8 captures h6.
It's a winning threat, so you need
That
something.
is a very... And by the way, we have a winner with Christian. Let's sneak in Pedro as we keep an eye on this game as well. Christian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with Pedro Espinosa, who scored his first victory at the U.S. Junior Championships. First of all, Pedro, congratulations. How does this victory feel to you?
It feels really good. So far, it's been a rough tournament. I missed a win against Balaji, I missed a draw against Christopher, and then I kind of got mixed up out of the opening against Abhi Mishra, who got crushed in that game. So it feels good to win a game, finally.
Today against Carissa with the black pieces, a difficult opponent. Every opponent is difficult in this tournament. Were you surprised by her opening choice?
Definitely. So I spent a while prepping like some e4 lines, and I had actually like really good preparation there. And then she just goes like 1g3, and I was like, okay, I mean, whatever, just play chess. Like.
And Chelsea, you did play. You actually set up your pieces nicely. Let's take a look at the game. Tell us the critical moments.
Yeah, so out of the opening, it was sort of like this weird position where she just puts her pawns on like g3, b3, a3, h3. And I wasn't really sure like what my plan was, but she doesn't have like a clear plan either. So we're both just sort of like waiting around, and then eventually she goes for like d4, and we sort of, simplify a little bit. I think at some point she missed that I had like this queen b6 resource, and I managed to like win a pawn, and then I was able to sort of consolidate.
How did you assess the position at this point after d4 and all these simplifications?
I wasn't really, it's probably like equal. I mean, it's very symmetrical. But I mean, there's still a lot of play to be had, of course.
Did you feel like you're on top though? The piece placement is a bit better?
I mean, the bishop on b2 is like a little bit awkward, I think, because it's kind of being blocked out by the d4 pawn. But it's probably like still like equal. I can't imagine black being like much better here. But I think she got a little bit too ambitious, and like takes, rook f1. I think she missed queen b6 and the points that I can hit b3, but I also have knight takes g3 because there's a pin on the king on g1.
Exactly, and there's no way to defend. Queen f3 force for knight d2.
I'm not sure if this was like a blunder or a sacrifice or something, but I managed to win a pawn, and then I won a second pawn, and I thought it was going to be easy from there. I was like, oh, I'm going to win this game, right?
Right.
But she had like this counterplay. I mean, from what I've seen, Carissa's very good at like creating counterplay and like being very tricky. So even after I won the second pawn, it was still very, very tough. And
And let's go all the way to the point where you played that move queen to e8, and then she started sneaking that dark square bishop in your position. Were you a bit concerned at this point?
Yeah, here, I mean, I was getting lower on the clock, and I was like, am I going to like lose this position? Because like, I really wasn't sure, like, maybe she can go like rook h1 and king g3, and she can go for some sort of like h file attack. The bishop on d6 is very good, and my pawns aren't like that advanced, so I wasn't totally sure here. But I wasn't really able to find any like direct like win for her or any way through. And if she can't get through, I just go like b3, b2, and I win.
But you must have been playing for a victory at this point.
Well, yeah, of course, of course.
So let's keep going. She did not find the right moves. She played this move rook to h1.
So just, what was your intention, just Pedro, after rook takes c8?
If she takes on c8, I'm not totally sure what the point is. Like queen c8 and like maybe like bishop. Oh, bishop e7. I missed that. What's happening here? Is this still equal? Or?
It's probably just a draw. Like
Yeah.
you have to go knight h7, and then it's going to end up in a perpetual.
Yeah.
Take on g6.
Taking
Take,
G6, yeah,
bishop f6.
And just perpetual.
Just perpetual. And she did not go for this one. She went for a rook to
And it makes
h1.
sense because rook h1 is like very intuitive because like, you don't want to trade pieces like you're attacking. So I think she just like probably didn't even consider it.
So you actually think that she was still playing for a win at this point?
I mean, I think she's playing for counterplay. Like she's just trying to like if you just like sit around and do nothing, like you just like lose. So you have to sort of go for something. And then I was able to go g5 and kind of like trap the queen. And then from there, I think it was pretty easy. I just like pushed the pawns and she can't do much. You have to be like a little bit careful because there's some like rook f5, rook f6 ideas, but you stop those tricks and you win pretty easily. Just queen and
nice conversion after this one. Pedro, congratulations, a big victory for you with the black pieces just before the rest day. How are you going to spend your rest day?
I'm probably gonna go hang out with some of the friends I've made here. I've been hanging out a lot with like Brandon and Andrew. We've been doing some preparation together, and it's been really fun just being here and just being in St. Louis and getting to know all these people and play all these great players. So I do some preparation, have some rest, and hopefully keep playing well.
Go get your hangout, go get your rest, and we'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Well done, Pedro. Our congratulations as well. It's always nice to go to the national championships and get a win.
Absolutely. And we have one game remaining, guys. This is that key matchup between Abhi Mishra and Andrew Hong. And Queen e7 would be an immediate perpetual, but of course, Abhi is not interested in that. He is playing from the side of strength.
Absolutely.
And Queen b5 check played. Not really sure how that changes much. I assume King c7?
Right. I mean, I want to kind of get my king back to the king side. Maybe not too close that I will walk into a mate.
And how are we doing on time, guys?
It's 54 seconds against a minute. Like just under 2 minutes.
He has plenty of time to think about it right
2 minutes for Andrew. What's the computer eval?
It's zeros for a very long time.
Zeros for a very long time?
Since f6. Since Abhi played the move f6, nothing has changed in terms of assessment.
I guess that's not shocking, right?
Well, was there a reason why black didn't, pardon me, why white didn't go queen h8 takes h, like why did he just play queen b5 check? Help me out here. I'm a little bit befuddled.
Queen where?
Queen h8.
I think you just go rook d5.
And I take
and then
pawn.
bishop g4.
And I don't know.
The problem is I take with a bishop on h5 and then I defend the rook with my king and that's it.
That's it.
Clear.
Yeah.
That will be an easy fortress.
So you're just simply not in time.
No.
Gotcha.
Well, if you're not on time to take h6, there's like no plan at all here.
Exactly.
You have to somehow win the pawn on h6 without losing the... No, you're not ever that's never happening.
No, because of what you've just said.
Yeah.
Rook to d5. The rook is beautiful there.
Beautiful, yeah. Actually,
it's protected.
Yeah,
it's
actually, as
h5.
soon as you play rook d5, this game might just be over, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
In fact, that's
the
move.
The threat, yeah.
Rook to d5 is a threat. Yeah.
What a save for Andrew this would be.
Wow.
Right, it felt he was unpleasantly from the beginning, from the opening.
He was in big trouble.
Yeah, he really was.
But guys, with this result, Christopher Yu is going to be going into the last 4 rounds, 1.5 points ahead of Abhi.
It's one point, but yeah.
1 point.
Yeah.
So if Abhimani would have won this, it would have been only half a point.
It's very good.
My goodness.
True. Yeah, but what you were saying, when you're like, when you go +5,
Yes.
you're expecting you're lapping the competition. Not that they're only a point behind you, and two players a point behind you.
Yeah, but
too.
a point is a lot. Yeah, with
Right.
with only 4 rounds to go, that's a huge advantage.
Right.
And 2 categories have been finished for today's championships, guys, as Carissa Yip did lose her game against Pedro Espinosa. Pedro getting a full point and actually leapfrogging over Carissa.
Right.
And in the senior section, we have Maxim Dlugy winning a long game against Nick de Firmian, perhaps a little unnecessary to get into those complications.
I think so as well.
For Nick.
Yeah.
And we only have 1 game remaining. As we have the standings. This is the junior girls. Miss Perfect! Sophie Morris-Suzuki, 5 out of 5. Impressive. But she's followed closely. Well, not that closely. Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes are a full point behind, but going into the rest of it, they're going to try to sharpen their skills because both of these ladies will be playing Sophie in the second half of the event.
Precisely.
In the seniors, we have Larry Christiansen, I believe, should still be in first place.
Right.
Sounds
And he
correct.
is.
And he is, yay. Dmitry Gurevich, Vladimir Akopian, and Maxim Dlugy are now on second.
All trailing at +1.
All trailing on +1, as both Vladimir and Maxim won today.
Absolutely. And that leaves, once again, just this 1 game remaining. I'm sure it's an empty playing hall. Did you like playing in an empty playing hall?
I hated it because
Me too.
every time you're in an empty playing hall, it feels like somebody's trying to set up for something for the night.
Right. They're trying to put the flags out. You know, somebody's got a vacuum
the
cleaner.
vacuum cleaner came out by this point. Do you hate it when like the vacuum starts and you're like,
absolutely.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. And there it is, a very, very empty playing hall.
By the way, guys, there is one trick in the position.
Please.
Just don't go to C7 with the king. Because
After
if you
queen,
do go to C7, for
which he
example,
didn't.
with a queen on the 4th rank, I can go queen to F4. Pin
and then the rook's pinned.
and attack the pawn on H6. So that's the only trick in the position.
Nice.
And is that winning?
Probably, or maybe not.
What do you mean,
So,
probably?
in other words, in this position that we have on the board, king b7 is fine.
You can't see the nails.
Queen b4 check is fine. What Christian is saying is just don't go to c7 because queen f4 stops you from playing that rook d5 and bishop
This is
g5.
a draw too, right?
You're probably
like
going
if
to
you
lose
go
this
king
one.
d7, this one I know is a theoretical draw. King d7,
From
king
a,
takes h6, bishop g4.
from a practical point of view.
And then because the pawn is on f7, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Yeah,
Right.
on f7.
On f7 it's a draw. On I don't know on f6. On f6 it's
I'm
a
gonna
loss,
say
right?
that the problem is you can
You
get
get behind. Right. I
you
think
come
so
from
too.
behind.
Yeah.
Okay, but sorry, let me refresh my board only to say that that was the trick. And we see the move queen e3.
I guess it's rook d5 time, right?
Rook
d5.
Rook d5.
Let's go.
You've got to play rook d5, followed immediately after queen takes h6 with
He's
bishop
going for it.
g4.
Yeah, he's going for it. There's another logical move here.
And
yeah.
he's done it.
All right, you might as well take. No.
But there is no more. There's no more tricks in the
Yeah, I
position.
think that's the end
This
of
is
the
it.
tricks, right?
This is it. I'm going to defend the rook with my king.
And the
Even
bishop
if you
with-
manage
yeah.
to get the queen to e7, I'm going to go king to c6. There's no follow-up.
And do the computers understand now that it's a fortress?
Oh, since f6 they understood.
Since f6. F6 was
It's been about 25
what
moves.
was the giveaway? And there we go. Queen takes h6, bishop g4, very quickly played by Andrew. Andrew's saying, why isn't there a pawn on f2? That would be
this is
so
over.
sweet. With the threat of rook d1 mate.
Nice save by Andrew.
Oh, it's huge.
Yeah.
And it's huge for us. It's huge for the standings. It's huge for his chances to stay in contention because Andrew
Exactly.
starts blistering strong, but lost yesterday. Remember
Right.
that?
With the white pieces against Christopher Yu. That was a huge victory for Christopher as those two players were tied going into that game.
So
And
what
Christopher
is
had the black
Abhi
pieces.
thinking about right now? What is he still trying in the
Well,
position?
he can go queen e7 check, but it's
That's
an
fine.
empty check.
King
Bishop
c6.
takes h5, The bishop will eventually find an anchor square on g6, and there's nothing you can do. The rook will keep out white's king along the 5th rank.
So I guess the cleanest is to just put the rook on d3, right?
There's nothing that's more clean than anything else at the moment. It's just very dead.
Right.
Right? Like, I
Very
mean,
dead.
you just don't you don't attack the rook ever.
Right. Well, I'm thinking it doesn't really, yeah, okay, I'll go king c6, I'll put the bishop on g6, and I'll go rook f5, rook h5 forever.
That's
Just
yeah.
keeping the rook along the 5th. White's king can never cross the 5th rank.
I would put the rook on d3. I don't want you to cross the 3rd rank.
I'll take your bishop on g6, and my king will be on e3.
You're tricky, Yasser. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, this is bishop to g6.
Man, I would be so pleased with the move bishop g6, because then, you know, I can't be double attacked. I can't be tricked.
Yeah, it's it reminds me of that Ray Robson game in the American Cup. He just puts the queen on g1, the pawn on h2. Says,
Right.
Do your worst.
Yeah, you know.
Do your worst.
That was good. That was good. By the way, I really want to say that I've called so many tournaments, but the American Cup format, the double elimination that we did earlier this year, was really one of my most favorite formats I've ever
Oh, that was
had the
fun,
pleasure of
fabulous.
calling.
It was long days every day, but every day we had action and fun.
Exactly.
And look at Andrew.
Andrew looks like he's just like spoiled something, when in fact this is his best position that he could get,
I
that
think
he
there's
could
a little
achieve.
bit. I think there's a little bit of relief. Yeah, the understanding that this game there's no more tricks.
Exactly.
Well, there is a trick though.
Rook d3 check.
There
rook
is a trick here.
Rook d3, king f4, rook d4, and if you go to e5, rook e4 checkmate.
Ooh.
Oh, wow, the trick. I did not see that one, Christian. Thank you for enlightening me. You don't see those very often.
Checkmates. But you're making a good point. Rook d3 check, king f4, rook d4 check. If
Really?
You
You
go
wanna-
king
you-
g5 all the way to g7?
I don't want to allow you to go to g7.
I mean,
Of course you do.
You go to g7, you might.
No.
Nah.
There's nothing still, but I don't want to allow you to go there.
I think I'll go back. Like king f4, I think I'll go back.
So you think king f4, rook d5?
I
Yeah.
think so.
What's the over and under on that wager?
I got $10 on rook d5 and not rook d4.
I'm not taking that bet.
Understanding.
Great
Alejandro.
understanding.
Alejandro is ready to give Mishra a scholarship.
This is Andrew, but yeah, both of them I think are good.
Yeah. When do you guys start recruiting? Do you start recruiting when they're in early high school, or even prior to that? You have your eyes, I'm sure, thinking Mishra
You
will
keep
be...
their eyes out for a while, but usually about a year, for me, about a year before they start is
They're
when I start.
eligible for university, college?
Yeah, like their senior year, basically.
Senior year of high school. How about you, Christian?
Pretty much at the same time, yeah. There's so many prospects out there, and there's a very limited amount of scholarships, so you cannot make plans too far ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also don't know how strong they're
Right?
Especially in the last few years.
they might be, right?
Especially in the last few years with the pandemic and everything. Not a lot of players have played a lot of games. So it's, first of all, don't take on f6.
Yeah.
Don't
You
touch
mentioned
that
one
pawn.
trick for white. How
Please
about
don't
one
touch
trick
that
for the
pawn.
black? Yeah. So roughly the same time, the senior years of high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's the more logical time to do it.
But nothing earlier than that. I mean,
You
you
kinda
can
keep
see
your- I
that
mean, you keep
Mishra's
their
gonna
eyes
be
on them, right? I mean,
an
I know.
enormous talent.
I don't know.
For
The problem with Mishra is that he's going to be 2,700 before I can offer him a scholarship.
He'll be in the candidates.
He'll be
or
in the
something,
candidates.
you're
I'm going to
like,
be
"What?"
chasing him behind a guy.
Please come to St.
Please come to St. Louis University. He's playing Fabi, right?
Right. We'll have Fabi as one of our assistant coaches at the university. Mishra, I'm not sure.
Mishra is
Are
not-
we expecting King David 6 here?
We're not expecting.
No. We're expecting Rook d5.
Are we?
What?
Why not?
Rook d5. No, rook d5
f5,
is
rook
fine.
d5.
I was trying to force the queen back to e7
No, come
with
on,
king
just go rook
d6.
d5.
I want to.
Guys,
Yeah.
guys, come on.
Great
understanding.
understanding. He understands the junior players very well.
Wow. You guys have too much experience with the juniors. I can't compete.
King d6, that's too complicated. You're being fancy, Yasser.
I was going to go over and play rook takes f6.
You're
and-
trying to make things happen. There's
Right.
no reason for that. No,
Right.
no. Nothing has to happen right now.
And a reminder that we have upcoming tournaments, guys. Grandchester, Croatia, Rapid and Blitz will be starting
Where
on July
you're
20th. I'm going to Croatia tomorrow, so I actually have to set up early. Grandchester will continue with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz here. August 25th will be our first round. 24th is day of arrival.
Right.
And immediately, as soon as the Grandchester Rapid and Blitz finishes, we have the Singfield Cup.
Wow.
And
really.
remember, for both Croatia and for the Singfield Cup, we will have Magnus Carlsen participating in the event. Great stuff there. And immediately after, does not end, guys. Champions Showdown starts Chess 9LX, that is Chess Fisher Random, September 13th to the 16th, and the US and US Women's Championships will be on the 4th to the 20th. And remember that the winner of these events in the junior and the junior girls qualifies for that last tournament that you see on your screen, US and US Women's Championships, October 4th through the 20th.
Wow. Nice.
King to c7.
C7. See, there I would be more inclined myself to stay in touch with the rook. King to
Yes.
c5 would have
Yes,
been-
I agree with you on that one, Yasser.
Right. Not that it makes that great a difference.
It makes zero difference.
Well, if you were going to play king d4, king e5, and try to grab the pawn on f6, which is what I was trying to do.
I think it's time to make a draw, guys.
Right?
What do you think?
Think that
Mishra,
was-
what do you think?
Come on, bishop. Okay,
No,
I'm going to
Queen
play
B8,
bishop.
let's go.
Bishop h5 check.
Playing
Yes.
for the trick.
Bishop h5 check.
Sorry,
bishop
what
g6.
tricks?
I don't know, man.
I don't know what tricks Mishra's playing for, but you can play two moves very quickly now. Check and back to g6, right? Would you do that? I do it quickly.
I do it instantly.
Right.
Like, there's no reason not to, right?
Right?
Yeah.
How about you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Bishop
you go
h5,
bishop
bishop
h5.
g6.
Yep.
Don't go bishop f5 to allow king g5, but bishop h5, bishop g6 makes the most
Yes.
sense. What you're looking right now is to not change anything in the position. Like, don't shy away from the path that already you know is going to take you to a draw.
Exactly. Rook c5.
Slim understanding.
Slim.
Slim. I like that.
Slim understanding.
And you see, that's why social media, they will take this out of context, and they will argue that I'm hating on the players.
When you're not.
When I'm not, of course not.
But have you ever had those games like this one, where obviously your opponent is just pushing the pieces around, but they sometimes overdo it. And then, like, you end up winning the pawn on f6 for just no apparent reason.
And then you start playing
And
for
then
a
you
win.
start thinking, like, I should be playing for a win, right?
That would be that way, like the way the game should go, yes.
Right?
The best, well, the worst actually, that my opponent did was losing a rook and knight and 4 pawns versus rook, knight, and 3 pawns. And I had the rook, knight, and 3 pawns.
You had the weaker side.
Right, and I managed to win that.
On time or on position?
No, on the position.
The strength.
Oh, wow.
Understand.
Against,
endgame understanding.
Against Alejandro's student, actually.
Who?
Akshat Chandra.
Oh, my God. Talk to Akshat about this.
Nice.
Okay, rook f5.
That's a check.
That is a check.
King has to move. King e4 loses. Everything else draws.
Ooh, king e4 loses, yes.
King E3, but...
And now the rook D5. It looks like a repeat of the position earlier where there was a rook D3.
I think
check.
the king was on G3 at that point.
Okay.
But okay, I mean, I think Abhi Mishra needs to finally accept the fact that this is a draw. There's no coming back from this.
No.
And also the next, wherever you put the rook without the check, the queen without the check, I will go rook D3 followed by rook D5. That's another repetition.
By the way, the 50 move counter.
128. Move 128.
Boy, were you ready with that answer.
You like that?
Oh, man, you're Johnny on the spot, boy. Boy, Alejandro woke up and just, I got this. Nice.
Oh, man.
Boy.
Okay, does that lose a queen? Nope.
No.
Guess it's okay.
It doesn't.
Okay. Rook D3, rook D5, fast.
Yes. I might put down rook D6 just because my opponent's tiredness is a factor.
No.
No, of course not. Rook D3. Isn't this the same checkmate, by the way? King F4, rook D4 check, king E5, rook E4.
Yes. So this
He
might
played,
be...
he played rook D5 before, right?
Yeah, I'm just
This might be the
wondering if
second. Yes,
it's
this is the second
It's the second repetition, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Not that I have any idea. I mean, I guarantee you they have zero idea there's a
Right.
repetition. It's almost impossible to keep track of these when it's not consecutive repetitions.
Yes.
It's almost impossible. That happened actually to a certain Linear Dominguez. He actually had a threefold repetition against Judith Polgar.
Okay.
In one of their World Cup Blitz rapid games, whatever.
Right.
He didn't notice it was threefold.
And continued to play
and lost. Because they were not consecutive.
Right.
And they were sometimes very difficult to remember.
Exactly. Bobby Fischer had an example exactly the way you described, but he did understand it was a three-move repetition, and
Guess
called
that's
the
why he was
arbiter.
Bobby.
Yeah, I mean he had to visualize in his head the pattern.
Well, I'm glad we have three commentators for this.
Crickets, as we're waiting for. I just don't even see any.
There is
tricks.
nothing. There has been nothing for the last 25
I mean,
moves,
there's
yeah.
just no tricks here, Mishra. What do you even? Yeah, I mean, I understand playing for cheapos, but
there are no cheapos.
Give me a concept of.
Give me a way in which somebody blunders something.
Exactly.
Guys, sometimes silence is the best path forward.
Especially for commentary. Yeah.
Right.
This is what Tom teaches us every day.
Right.
Queen to E7, followed by King to C6, will not change anything in the position.
No, not at all.
He's still trying. Okay, King E3 is that?
Well,
no,
I
that's
think
not
that
a try.
invites Rook D3
Rook
check.
D3,
right?
Rook King F4, Rook D5.
So in snooker, the crowd applauds the moment you make 100 points in snooker. That's a century, they call it. In chess, they beat you up and bring out the pitchforks. At least the commentators.
King E2, come
King
on, Mishra.
E2.
This banana was completely yellow, fresh before the game started, and it was completely untouched. You gotta feel bad for the banana.
Really?
What is the banana doing in the cup?
What do you mean?
That's not the place for a banana, right?
Where do you put your bananas, if not a cup?
On the table.
Right. Boy, you know the chess game is cool when you're talking about bananas in the cup.
I appreciate all of the audience that's still watching this. We really,
very, very much so.
We really like you guys. We're doing this for you.
We're feeling loopy.
But my God, we are losing it.
Look, guys, wait a minute. Is this an opportunity
for
Edu to play King D6, King E5? King D6,
What?
King E5.
King D6, King... Where again?
King D6, King E5, dudes.
All
Gift
right,
me the pawn.
King D6, Queen D8.
Yeah, look at him go.
That's fine. Queen
Yeah.
D8.
Yeah, here it goes. Another. He's going to win the pawn. We could be here for another 2 hours.
He's not
This
winning
is
the pawn,
exciting.
Yasser. No, he's not winning.
The
I like how you
pitchforks.
sold that. I like how you sold that, Yasser.
The pitchforks are coming out.
I know how to unplug my own microphone. But you don't know how to do yours. I'm leaving.
Stuck.
Oh my God.
What do you mean, Queen D8?
Queen
Christian?
D8,
King E5?
Yeah, there you
That's
go, right?
okay.
King E5, Queen E7, King F5. Let's go.
And Rook E5
Rook
check.
E5, Rook E6. Yeah, you win the pawn by force.
I don't believe you.
I mean,
Tom is excited by
I think you do
the
win.
potential
I don't believe
victory
any
of the
you.
pawn.
I think you win the pawn by force, guys.
I do too.
I don't believe any.
But Mishra's looking at a score sheet and going, what?
Okay,
What?
maybe it's time to call it, yeah?
What? Mishra's beginning to...
I'll tell you one thing. After Queen D8, he's not even going to go for King E6.
Queen...
Oh, he's going for King E6, baby. It's not a lot of choices here.
I don't think so.
He's going King E6.
I think he's just going to go King
And
C6.
he's going to try to win this game.
No.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, baby. It's
King
time.
C6. Come on, Andrew.
And he's going to look at the camera and say, Christian, this one's for
For
you.
you. With the queen on his hand, right?
No, you reach across the board. Give me the black queen, you know.
King
like-
C6. Just play King C6. Come on. Let's call it a day, Andrew. You know you want it. You don't deserve this victory. No. Don't cross your... No, he's crossing his hands. He's thinking about it.
Oh, he sure is.
He
and
sure
he's got 4
is. He's a
minutes.
pawn.
He's
a pawn. He's
actually
going to take
gonna
a
go
pawn.
for it.
4 minutes to think about it. Why not?
Why not?
He's actually going to go. Unbelievable.
What did I say about 20 minutes ago? Have you ever get those games where your opponent
Overpresses, loses the pawn,
and then
and
you
then-
start thinking, I should play on? No.
Yes, baby.
Wow, coach.
I told you, guys.
Christian, you know your
told you.
stuff. My goodness.
King C6. The
Wow.
correct move in this position. He's not looking to play for a win. Let's just put it this way. It's over in his eyes.
Well, King D6.
I hope so.
That didn't change matters.
Rook to D2 or Rook to F.
Hey, Rook F5, understanding.
And yes, he's not going to take on F6.
No, that's the one thing not to get shish kebabbed. No rook takes F6, Queen A6 blunder.
Check.
Another check.
Nice.
Good stuff. Every legal move is a draw.
128.
128.
I think
Well,
we're
I'll
going
We're
to
at 100. We got 28 to move.
yet another check.
Yes, quickly.
We don't really.
And rook to D5 quickly.
This is also a draw. Good find.
Boys, we're only at 102. Still 26 moves to go.
Not
I'm
bad.
breathless.
We're almost halfway there.
I am breathless with anticipation.
Queen
Your
3A.
longest game again, Alejandro? I'm sure I've asked you this question.
Yeah, I
in
think it's
other
like
libra-
8 hours, 127 moves.
Dang.
Yeah, it's pretty long.
That was, that must have been really a lot
But it did
of fun.
not feel as long as this game. It's like
And for you, Christian?
I cannot remember exactly. I think it was something along the lines of 7 hours. I don't think I've gone beyond that.
Yeah,
Right.
I've crossed 8, but it was only once.
You know, they can't. They do.
We
know
found
that
it,
you can
guys.
offer a draw.
We found the
after
repetition.
30
Somebody tell
After
them.
30
Somebody tell them
moves.
it's in the rule book.
We found the repetition.
Yes. All right, guys, excellent. This was a draw between Abhi Mishra and Andrew Hong. You can see it as the players.
Quite the Titanic.
Titanic struggle. 107
Absolutely.
moves, and of course 6.5 hours of play. But let's
Once more,
go through
the
the standings in the juniors. Abhi Mishra is now in second place. Well, this is the junior girls. Sophie Morris-Suzuki still on 5 points. Doesn't change from the fact that this game ended.
Right.
Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes still 1 point behind.
Right. And the juniors now.
In the juniors, we have Christopher Hughes, pretty 4.5 points.
Right.
Abhi Mishra with 3.5, Andrew Hong 3, and a certain Awonder Liang, they're surging through the standings in 2.5, but he's still 2 points away from Christopher.
Absolutely, he's looking forward to that game.
And in the seniors, Larry Christiansen is in first. There's 3 people trailing on second: Dmitry Gurevich, Vladimir Akopian, and Maxim Dlugy.
Maxim is having quite the roller coaster ride to get here.
Wins here, loses there.
Close shop for us. Your final thoughts of this Game 5 rest day tomorrow, Christian.
Well, everybody needs their rest day, but what a round it was. And I have to say, once again, I'm mightily impressed by the race that we're seeing brewing in the junior girls section between these 3 ladies, Jennifer Yu, Sophie Morris-Suzuki, and Thalia Cervantes. This one is going to be a fiery finish, and of course in the seniors and juniors as well. The battle is still ongoing, but I have to say, Alejandro, we will miss you here in the studio. Safe travels to Croatia, and we'll see you at the beginning of the Grand Chess Tour once again.
Next time I talk to you guys.
Lots of interviews, lots of fun photos.
Well, remember, Magnus is coming to our tournament in Zagreb, so I'm going to be very excited to meet him there and bring you all of those interviews.
Fantastic.
It's going to be a fun event.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.